Yo, we made it. We're here. Welcome everyone to the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming, and I'm your MC for this evening. We have a full night, well, day for some, night for others, of lots of MarvelSnap battles in this very first qualifier of 3 to determine who's gonna go to the World Championship. Man, this has been months in the making. I am so pleased to be here. Thank you so much to all of the people who have already made this possible, but most importantly, you, those who play and are interested and regularly commenting about Marvel Snapping, wanting to see the Marvel Snap competitive scene slowly start to rise. And with the evolution of Golden Gauntlet and Golden Gauntlet 2, now we rest here. The first of the qualifiers to determine who is the world champion officially, who is the best player of Marvel Snap in the entire world. So I can't do this alone. I'm going to bring in a couple of casters who are going to take over the first couple of rounds. Total tonight, we have 6 rounds of Swiss, then we're moving into a top 16 cut. Within that, we will determine who moves on to the World Championships and qualifies. That should be essentially anybody who goes 5-1. The top 16, though, well, that's to be determined, and they're going to walk away with major prizes tonight. We have over 100,000 collector's tokens to give away. We have over 45,000 gold to give away to our top 16, and we're going to start that process right now. So let me introduce you first to your casters who are going to be taking over in tonight's broadcast. So first up, let's bring on in, how about Gregor? Have you heard of Gregor before? If not, you're about to get to know him. Gregor, why don't you introduce your other caster as well, and then the 3 of us will talk in just a second. Gregor, welcome on in.
Thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. I'm Gregor. I'm a Marvel Snap creator, and it sounds like I'm introducing our next caster, my good friend Husky Puppy.
Hello, everybody. It is lovely to be here. I am so excited. Some of you guys may know me, some of you guys may not, but if you don't, I am known as someone who is oftentimes at the top of ladder, streaming on Twitch, doing some moderately insane hooks. But I'm very, very happy to see what chaos this tournament will bring. It's got a wonderful lineup for you guys. I am very excited.
100%. This event right here is, well, something that we've been working towards for a very long time. We've wanted to see how Marvel Snap can start to evolve, and we have very competitive players who are looking to showcase that chaos right now. So Husky, Gregor, I'm going to leave the show off to you so we can kick off round number 1 right away. The competitors are going to start sharing codes, and we'll be into round 1 in just a moment. So have fun.
Thank you, guest. Oh, I am very, very excited for these matches to begin. We actually have a little bit of insider information for you guys about some of the most common cards used. Gregor, do you know if you had to guess, what would be the most common card?
It's obvious going to be Mr. Fantastic First Steps.
Oh yes, he has been utterly dominant in the metagame. He has been very, very easy to slot in a lot of places. But we also have a lot of some other cards, some normal cards that you would expect, things like Shang, things like Killmonger, things like Shadow King, some tech cards. But we also have what I would call the major villain of this tournament, or maybe thing to beat. Invisible Woman First Steps.
Yep.
She has been dominant.
The end of turn meta that we are kind of in right now. So I think people are going to try and tech around it with maybe some Supergiant, Invisible Woman. But there's not really a clear-cut tech option that directly counters it, I would say.
Yeah, we have a lot of Red Guardian as well, but that doesn't really shut down Invisible Woman herself.
She's a 3/5 that's hard to hit, you know?
You can hit some of the things it maybe uses, maybe the Sunspot, maybe a Havoc if you predict it, or something like that. We also have a lot of Negasonic Teenage Warhead, so that's I think this tournament is going to be all about countering that as a first level kind of thing. But then the real interesting part gets into, okay, what happens when there are two counter decks going up against each other? How much do you tech for people teching against Invisible Woman first steps? Who are you trying to target?
And what gives you the little winning edge that you need when you're playing that mirror matchup, you know?
Oh yeah, I think a big thing for that edge that you just talked about would be hidden information. Things that are a little bit difficult for your opponent to kind of predict. We saw it in the first Golden Gauntlet, BU++, if you will, brought a Hulkling deck, and that is something that in a conquest tournament with open deck lists, that hidden information is going to become absolutely pivotal for taking large wins. And I am very, very excited to see what people have to offer in terms of hidden information.
Yeah, I agree with you. As someone who has recently been Galactus by a Hulkling, that little bit of hidden information, the same thing with like Gwenpool, just where is that power going to? Or an Iron Patriot, what card are they going to get? That could be the thing that tips the scales in your favor.
Oh, definitely so. Every deck can play, you don't know where they're going to play. Every deck has a little bit of that built in, but it's really just about pushing that over the top to make the opponent's math just a little bit more difficult, make your plays a little bit less predictable, and that little bit more to push you over the edge to hopefully qualify for the World Championship.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the matches tonight. I expect to see some amazing gameplay. We're gonna get a lot of clips from just this series. I can already tell you.
Oh, I am very excited. A lot of top players that I know have cooked up some very, very special things that they've been keeping a little bit hidden. So you guys will get to see some absolutely phenomenal, probably never before seen decks to counter some of the things you've been seeing in the meta and maybe take some surprise value home with you to your ladder or Conquest Gaming.
Yeah, I predict that stuff that we're going to see tonight is going to shape the meta going forward. We're going to see. Yeah.
There is absolutely no doubt about that. If you guys were playing at the end of the conclusion of the last two Golden Gauntlets, 34-card Monty, the Erisham, Thanos, Agamotto, shot up in popularity after Roram won that. There was a little bit of bounce, but I remember seeing a lot of BU++ play it, people trying to imitate him, playing that Hulkling Pixie, an absolute chaotic pile of cards, but one that is perhaps one of the most fun things you can do. I am very excited to see what comes out of this tournament and what comes out on top.
Same. I'm also interested in seeing how it stacks up because we are playing over multiple time zones. So we are covering the first 4-hour shift, and then we have our other casters going throughout the rest of the evening. I'm very excited and interested in seeing where everyone ends up in the top 16. Where they come from and what their background is.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a collection. I would not be surprised if I see some familiar names in there. There have been some people who have been just utterly dominant on ladder, and we'll see if they can take that into this series. But ladder and conquest, similar as they may be, are not the same. And that open decklist format is a skill set that we really don't see anywhere else. This is something new, something different, because playing with complete information is wildly different. Surprise cards get a little bit less surprising, but other cards shoot up, and there's not really been much practice for that. So now we're going to get a absolutely wild time as people just try to find out new things, try to adapt faster. I am so excited for this.
There's going to be a lot more strategy involved, I feel like, just because you have that information, you know what your deck is going to be weak against, and you know the thing that they have that could potentially, knock you out.
Oh, absolutely. But that can also work against you. Let's say I'm a deck that's scared of Shang-Chi. I may make my plays that are a little bit suboptimal to play around that. The Shang-Chi player may be able to use that fear and just outpoints them if they perhaps don't draw Shang-Chi or even just don't want to play it. It's a lot of mind games going in of what
you could also completely bluff too with that Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to have it in hand. They're above 10 power. You could always snap and bluff on that, you know? So again, the mind games portion is what makes, personally, it's something I love about Snap, is that you don't actually have to have necessarily the win in hand.
Oh yeah, that is a thing. If people know their decks, you see this a lot on very, very high ladder. People know each other's decks. And when you know someone else's deck and they snap, your mind immediately goes to the worst case possible scenario. What if they have Shang-Chi into Grandmaster and they Shang 2 lanes? Something like that can cause forced retreats that maybe it was a bluff. And we're going to hopefully see some interesting mind games and some very, very interesting plays. We've got top players from around the world here. The time zone is focused on APAC server, but I know a lot of other people are staying up late just to have a chance to, and we've got some interesting names in here. We got some people I recognize.
Same.
Yeah, we got Tucker, we got Browdo, we got Sizer. Ooh, Sizer being a heavy hitter from, I believe, it may have been both tournaments. He is definitely one to watch out for.
Sizer's a great player. I'm also seeing Schnurp, Teebs, Lux Given, just a lot of familiar names within the Snap community. I'm just excited to see what they bring and how they play tonight.
Yeah, we got Zombies as well, another high-level player. I think Sizer will definitely be one to look out for. He has been cooking up, not move bounce that he is typically known for, but a bigger move deck with Hellion. I'm not exactly sure what he's brought this time, but if I had to guess, I would wager that he is probably bringing a Hellion big move things with Cosmo, Goliath, and Heimdall. Something that can really have good matchups across the board. And I
can't forget Madam Web in that list.
Oh yeah, I think he's bringing that deck, as well as I think other people should bring decks like that. Something that you have to remember in a Conquest format like this, you are stuck into a matchup whether you like it or not. So you've got to have tools to at least give yourself a chance to win, because you can only lose once in here before you are knocked out of qualification for the World Finals.
Yep, it is these top 16 players that will make it to the finals. So yeah, you can't make a lot of mistakes here. You got to bring your A game.
Oh yeah, and the pressure's going to be on. I can tell you, I competed in the first Golden Gauntlet. The nerves get to you. This is going to be not only a test of players' skill, players' deck building, players' bluffing, but also their mental fortitude. That
mental stamina.
Yeah, that overthinking can really, really mess you up. Players will be feeling the heat here. I can tell you that it gets nerve-wracking when your tournament life is on the line. It comes down to one last cube, one last play. Everything's going through your head, and we're hopefully going to see that happen today, here and now. This is scary. I'm getting I'm casting the tournament and I'm getting nervous. Yep.
All right, looks like we're getting into our first match right now. Cosmic Casual versus the World here.
Alrighty. Let's see what we've got. First location is Kamartaj, and it seems as if, we've got an Agamotto deck going on. That is very, very interesting.
Yep.
Okay, doubling up. I think, if we're looking at this, it is almost certainly favoring at the
Cosmic Casual, right?
Yeah, of course. Any spell or skills that happen on Kamartaj being doubled is absolutely huge. Things like getting 4 extra energy. Things like the Winds of Latum, moving 2 cards. There's that 4 extra energy.
Bolt to Balthak, yep. plus the Gwenpool buffing up the other cards and Juggernaut for the last turn. Looking very, very solid right now.
Juggernaut is another one that is absolutely going to be proving pivotal in a lot of different matchups for a lot of different players. So seeing that, especially with the larger deck size, is going to be very, very nice. You get to Agamotto to shore up one lane and hopefully Juggernaut to secure that second one.
Iron Lad hitting the thing for steps. I mean, that's good, but at the same time, the Juggernaut there is going to keep the ability from activating if they keep it for that.
See, why would you Juggernaut it when I'm looking at the rightmost card, the top deck one, that Shang-Chi, that Iron Lad is going to go up to 10 power, and that is in Shangable range. Oh, this is going to be very, very strong, especially with 8 extra energy from Cosmic
Very good
Cat.
point here. Yeah, I think the Shang-Chi in combination, maybe with the knot here.
Yeah. All right.
What's Copycat hitting? Sunspot.
Yeah, Copycat is only... Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one.
They're going to be able...
Yeah, they can't play it in the middle location. Hellfire Club, proven pretty difficult, and taking the risk on Danger Room.
I mean, they can afford to play for 3 here. Usually you don't want to do that, but in this situation...
Yeah, Shang-Chi hitting...
Huge hit.
That should be... Is that a casserole? Nope! Danger Room absolutely denying it. Does that give him a chance?
That is a casserole.
No. Wait a minute. Doom still hasn't gone off. He's only played 1 card this turn. There are going to be 2 procs coming down, and that is going to be big. Will it be enough, though? No.
I don't think so.
Not enough. Not a casserole.
Almost a casserole. Almost
Wait a
there.
minute. Hold up. If I am correct, this doesn't exactly look like... This doesn't exactly look like the tournament. That looked like ladder.
Are we watching the wrong... Are we viewing the wrong screen right now?
It seems as if they're just getting some cheeky ladder games into practice.
I had to.
Testing our skills.
Yeah, I had to test you. I had to test you. The reason being, surprise. The reason being is because we had a small little hiccup just getting round 1 started. So instead of having you two talk for the last couple of minutes, I was like, you know what, let's throw some gameplay on there. So Cosmic Casual, who is a regular here over the last couple of Golden Gauntlets, was in some matches. So I wanted to throw those up there because I'm gonna leave it up to the chats to decide from this point on. It's up to you, my chat friends. Do you wish to A, watch more gameplay while we get the Golden Gauntlet officially launched, or B, I can turn on more clips of the season pass video? I'm gonna leave that up to the 2 of you because Ben Brode rapping is really, you know, that's your call. But thank you so much for your patience. This is the wonderment of a live tournament where sometimes this kind of stuff happens, and we're getting that off and going right away. So back to you two.
Giving us a chance to get some reps in. So this is great.
I would absolutely love to see some more gameplay. I would like to know that it's not from the tournament first.
Yeah, a little heads up would be nice. But you know what? We're getting warmed up here. This is good. This is great. Red Guardian, the Surge right away, so they don't get the benefit.
Is that? I'm not sure if that's appearing on screen at the moment for you guys. It should be coming in now. We've got some more gameplay for you. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Is this a bounce deck? No. This is. What is this? Now
the Wolverine has me confused.
Is this could this be a bot? I don't know. But we do get to see a little bit more of Cosmic Casual's deck, something that we might see later. This is a relatively standard list. Gwenpool with images of Icon is an absolutely phenomenal thing for an Agamotto deck to do. I like that a lot.
Is that the line you would shoot for?
Maybe not at this moment. Dream Dimension is going to make that a lot more difficult coming down next. They could, in theory, go for like a Gwenpool into a Merlin, both middle, aiming to images next turn mid, get a huge Juggernaut. I think that's probably what I'd go for, but they're not opting to go for it. Opting to go Werewolf.
They're setting
mid.
up the Werewolf now. Which honestly, I think one of my favorite things about Merlin has just been the emergence of Werewolf. Werewolf, one of my favorite cards.
He is a beautiful card that leads itself to a bunch of weird plays and thinking, and a lot of very fun ways to interact. A Nihilus coming down.
Okay.
Turning that ability of the Red Hood, or not the, of Red Guardian against him. That is a very, very interesting play right there.
I do have the Merlin, and with Merlins, there's a lot of way outs of situations where you have negatives like Polymorph or the Future Sight ability.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. He does have the option for a very, very fun play, which is Images of Icon Mid. Now, that's not a good play. Anyone who's played Werewolf at high level knows two werewolves don't exactly play nice together. They don't really get along. They're not exactly the best of friends. But it would be a very, very funny thing for us to see here.
Sometimes you just do it for the memes. I love to do plays for the memes sometimes, you know?
Oh yeah, you've got it. Sometimes you just make some interesting plays just for fun, just some good stuff. And you may lose a couple of cubes there, but the memories are all the more worthwhile. Maybe you cope stay on the second most obvious Galactus incoming, but it's something you just gotta give. All right, let's see now.
So, are we shifting right now?
We might be. I think we are shifting. Are we shifting over into some tournament gameplay? I would love to see this last turn play out, but I think you guys came here for some tournament play, some high stakes. I think we're going right over into it.
Let's take a look here.
All right, we've got our first game coming up. All righty. We've got Philly Mox against... Ooh, we got 2 kilns. Now, what is happening here?
Super lockdown.
Okay. Now, this has got to look bad for the Surfer player. I'm gathering this is Surfer against First Steps. Unless they get that Killmonger soon to remove that Sunspot scaling, I think this is just a lost game. I think he really, Philly Monk really has to play into drawing that Killmonger. Question of, can they, will they? Bastos comes down, buffs the deck. Sunspot grows ever closer. Marvel Boy times it up.
And we're on to the very last round here.
Yeah, this has got to be a retreat coming out from... Oh, well.
Interesting
Silver
play.
Surfer.
Well, they're going for a double Sebastian Shaw here.
And the snap comes down. The double snap comes down?
Okay.
No.
All right, for all the marbles right now.
Surely, Philly Monk's opponent just full floats.
Right?
They can't get over that. They don't. Black Cat comes down. Human Torch. That's big. Will it be big enough, though? Activate the Fantastic Car. Things are large.
There's no shot here.
Yeah,
the Surfer coming down. They have at minimum 2 procs here.
No, that's just not enough. Marvel Boy and Sunspot, just too many end of turn things. As that is a quick victory. Yeah, a little bit of a misplay. I'd say that was a little bit of a preemptive snap as the casserole comes down.
Agreed. The math didn't quite math the way they wanted it to there.
Yeah. That is just a taste of the dominance of Invisible Woman First Steps. You've really got to be careful about making stays that you can't win. Because as we just saw there, if you make a misstay like that, you will be severely punished for it. That lane's just were buffed up sky high, and yeah, without something to tech against it, maybe like a Killmonger or that Sunspot, it's very, very hard to beat. I think he probably should have left there.
I would be in agreement there. I wouldn't have snapped on it. Just the locations weren't doing him any favors either with the lockdown.
Yeah, double lockdown on cards that could scale by themselves, like Sunspot, like Thena, is not a great spot to see from Surfer, especially with no Brood coming down left, or maybe like a big Sebastian Shaw.
Yeah.
Just really, really rough spots. But the great thing about MarvelSnap is that if you do not like your locations, you do not have to stay for more than one. You do not have to stay for 8 cubes like was just shown there.
You can always retreat for the one, you know?
Yeah, I think that is cubes in this tournament are a resource. It is one of the skill sets here is managing how much can I give to re-roll those locations to try to get something that is in my favor. Maybe try to get a little bit of a starting hand that's a little bit better, gives you a little bit more of a chance. And then, but
I think in these situations, like being able to analyze your starting hand and saying, hey, can I actually make this work? Trying to think, even, you know, without all the information, is there any serious chance I could make this work versus just giving them the one and going forward and trying again, you know?
Yeah, I think a big part of that is identifying your deck's win conditions against your opponents. Things like Killmonger or in that matchup are absolutely pivotal in order for you to have a chance to win. So if you do not see your Killmonger, you've got to be very, very wary. Keep a safe distance from that snap button unless something really, really goes in your favor, be it locations, be it a lucky discard from something. But
yeah, threat assessment and concede efficiency is going to be very, very important here.
Oh yeah, I think something big that we'll see is whoever can take an early lead can play a little bit more defensively. Let's say you take a quick early 4-cuber from your opponent, you can lean back a little bit. You don't have to stay in on games that, you know, maybe you could win this, but you're unfavored. You can just re-roll that for one.
Exactly.
I think that dynamic, that push and pull is why I love tournament play so much. It is something that is just a whole nother skill set that we get to see shine through brilliantly here.
Yeah, and you don't get to see it a lot, which is, it's not really shown in ladder. Ladder is a one and done type unless you're playing against, you know, you're on the top ladder playing against the same people. But the fact that you are playing multiple rounds and each time you can raise the stakes a little bit, that's what I really, really love to see in these tournament settings.
Oh yeah, I love to see that as well. And something I'm very, very curious to see is how people will identify their win condition against Invisible Woman first steps. Yeah. How much will they push? Say when your opponent doesn't have that Invisible Woman out early. Maybe they don't have enough scalers. Do you snap immediately, or do you fear, like, let's say it's turn 4, they haven't played too much. Do you fear the Invisible Woman first steps coming down, or do you sense that weakness and try to snap that early? That snap efficiency, that snapping skill comes in ladder, comes in conquest, and it's going to be coming through here big time.
Yeah, I'm really just hoping that people have thought about that ahead of time. If they're not playing the end of turn kind of deck, they need to have something to counter it. And they have to ask themselves, what are the ways they're going to be dealing with that? Is that going to be an Invisible Woman? Is that going to be a Supergiant? Is that going to be a Goliath? Is that going to be a Killmonger, a Shang-Chi, a Shadow King? How are you going to be able to deal with that?
Yeah. I've been having the most success personally with a decent bit of Clog, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, it may be a little bit of a frowned upon deck by some, but Invisible Woman decks really don't have the tools to get that, to unclog themselves. The only thing is, Killmonger is actually being played more than Invisible Woman first steps in this tournament. So Clog isn't really that answer that you can go with, because if you queue up and your opponent's a Killmonger deck, you are stuck in a match where they have a way to remove most of your things that you want to send over.
And with Merlin, there's just more ways to get rid of excess stuff that gets sent your way. Merlin just has a way of turning bad things into good things in your favor, you know?
Oh yeah, 2 extra energy, a 2-cost card, so long as you don't roll the Carnage or the Toxin. But even then, those can prove useful for clearing out another board spot. I think Supergiant is also a very, very big thing to look out for. Have you been experimenting with Supergiant at all?
I am a Supergiant believer. I have been for a very long time. I'm glad to see that she is finally getting her roses in this meta.
We're gonna cut to a quick break.
Yeah, and we are going to be cutting to a quick break in just a moment here. Getting some gameplay in very, very shortly, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Listen up and spam road, homies. Out here on the road with these hot beats, and it's no grilled cheese, but any MC versus me is deceased. Y'all talking crap, I'm playing MarvelSnap, taking cues from news. I devour these fools, eat them like a snack. So get up off me and get back up on the whack bus, cause you ain't ready for Heralds of Galactus. Season pass card sure is a beast, yeah. Eats planets like pineapple on pizza. His hunger cannot be suppressed. It's the big dog, Galactus' first steps. The next card that you play is his Herald, and if you win its location, well then you'll give Galactus the boost of power. Every turn, yo, it's time to devour. Maybe you can move your Herald to a new spot. Dip the baby land shard, Herald to the big shot. Play cards that are likely to win you one, like Typhoid Mary or Call Obsidian.
Alrighty, we are back. It is lovely to see you guys once again. We are winding down the first round. We've got about 5 matches left for it, and production is targeting some specific matchups for round 2 that will begin very, very shortly. But in the meantime, we've got some very, very interesting information. We talked a little bit about the most used cards of the tournament. There are some surprising ones in there. We're gonna read them out for you right about now. Gregor, if you could take it away, give us the first 3.
All right. So these are the top 10, just so y'all know, most used cards that we've seen this season. Do you want me to work backwards? Maybe start at the number 10 and then we go up, just so we don't.
That's a neat idea. But I think I'm gonna say let's start from top to bottom, because I think the 10th most played card is something wildly out of left field. I was incredibly surprised when I saw that. I don't think it's something that we saw really at all last tournament, but it's something that's come out in full force here.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll get us started off here. The first one, we have Mr. Fantastic's First Steps. Can't say I'm super surprised with that. I was actually streaming the other evening, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure Mr. Fantastic First Steps is going to be the most played card. Either that, or the second one that I guessed was Shang-Chi, and that happens to be our second most played card. So Mr. Fantastic First Steps, 279 decks running Mr. Fantastic First Steps. Shang-Chi, 247 decks. And then our third most played card, Shadow King, who I like to think of as just a 2-cost Shang-Chi at 155 decks.
Oh yeah, especially with all the green power from the Invisible Woman First Steps. A lot of people are teching to beat that. It also has some extra range hitting maybe a Surfer or some other things that may just be taken out for Shadow King to really earn some extra equity on. Our next 3 most popular cards going down the list are Surge with 142 decks. Turns out, 2 drops that provide power and energy reduction, pretty good. I wouldn't say no to that, and most people in here didn't either. We've got Killmonger, as mentioned, 100.
Real quick, Husky Puppies. I just got some notes from guests that we're not mentioning the frequency of use, just the order. So go ahead, keep going.
Sounds good. Well, pretend you guys didn't hear that one. We've got Killmonger in the 5 slot. Hits a lot of important 1-drops. Black Cat being a big one in that first. A 1/5 is very, very good. Normally that takes the downside of like Martyr, but Black Cat, really, if you just play it on the turn you draw, it is just a free 1/5 that gets buffed by the Fantasticar. It seems like a lot of people are fearing big sunspots, fearing the Marvel Boy, and have chosen to tech in Killmonger.
Yeah, the Black Cat buff was huge. Arguably, she is one of the best 1-drops in the game now.
Oh yeah, she just may be the best alongside maybe Sunspot. I always got to give it up to my girl Nico Minoru, just providing amazing utility. But utility only goes so far when a 1/5 is involved.
Yep.
The 6th most played card is Merlin, our resident wizard. He is just casting spells all over the place, as we saw earlier, with a little bit of Werewolf by Night, some other things as well. You got any thoughts on Merlin?
I love Merlin as a 2-cost card, just because he gives you so many answers to what your opponent can do. If your opponent gives you something you don't want, you can turn it, you polymorph it, you can use it for ramp, you can change a location last turn, you can, there's just so many things you can do with Merlin. I think it's a very well-designed card. It's like we got a 2-drop Nico Minoru, and was honestly one of my favorite season pass cards in a minute.
Oh yeah, a lot of utility, a lot of skill expression. We're going into the home stretch here, but next we have Gladiator. Gladiator's making a strong appearance here. I think the meta for cards is a little bit smaller in at least base power. Things like Havoc, Invisible Woman First Steps, most things are pretty gladiatorable. Not a lot of punish room, but
yeah, people aren't running Red Hulk right now. People aren't running just big bodies. People are running scalers right now. So Gladiator makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, a 3/8 with no downside is absolutely huge. But something we've got to look out for, is Gladiator is a risk. Most things may get killed by Gladiator, but most things isn't everything. Not in all matchups. Maybe like a Brood gets killed, but that's 2 bodies that a Silver Surfer can buff. A lot of things have the potential to backfire with Gladiator. And in a game mode where we're only going to 10 cubes, a missed Gladiator could prove absolutely fatal. But
there are a lot of on-reveal cards, and it doesn't matter if the card that comes out from Gladiator is lower than Gladiator, the on-reveal is still going to happen.
Yeah, another big thing that Gladiator gives is information. You know that, let's say your Gladiator hits their Cerebro. You know that their opponent is playing down the most pivotal card in their deck, and Gladiator can kill an Invisible Woman first steps. If you play out your Gladiator and you see Invisible Woman first steps get pulled out of the deck, that is an instant snap condition right then and there. So
like
maybe that downside is an upside.
You hit a Cerebro, that's snap right there. They lost their win con.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite things back in the day was Silver Samuraiing out a Cerebro, but those days have come and gone, and coming back in its place is Negasonic Teenage Warhead as our 7th most played card.
I can't say I'm super surprised by that. Negasonic Teenage Warhead, just if you can take that priority, if your cards go big, if you run Black Cat, if you run cards that just are larger bodies, you take that priority play, and then you know they're going to play, usually based off locations where they're going to try to prioritize. You can Negasonic with that tempo, and just, they lose a card, they lose a turn, and that could be a game changer.
Oh, absolutely. If it hits something big, it can really mess them up. But Negasonic Teenage Warhead is not just a priority card. It is a checkmate card. One of my favorite things to do with Negasonic Teenage Warhead, you play that when they only have 1 board spot left to play on the last turn without priority. And now if they want to play one last card into that location, shore it up maybe, it's gonna die. And with the buff to Negasonic to no longer hit skills, you are guaranteed to kill at least something of substance. It's no surprise that it is coming out in full force here. That's one of the cards that we're going to hopefully see some absolutely beautiful plays, some very, very high skill moments, and hopefully a moment or two that you can learn from at home and maybe take this card into a deck of yours.
I'm already calling it. I think we see Gladiator, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and Shang-Chi. They're a pretty good package, you know?
Oh, yeah. Maybe a little bit of Fenris in there, too. But what's our next card, Gregor, on the list?
Everybody's favorite, Red Guardian.
Mm-hmm. The recent nerf is not stopping him. I'm a little bit surprised.
Can't say that I am all that much. I think his value more comes in the fact that he removes text from cards that are very much based on having text. You shut down a Bullseye, you shut down a Dracula, you shut down, I don't think we're going to see a lot of Wong, but you could hit a Wong and that combo is gone now.
Yeah, anything big like that. I think something we might be overlooking here is the synergy between Merlin, Red Guardian, and Negasonic. Once they've used their abilities, those bodies are kind of just sitting there. But if you can turn those into a 4-drop, or even into 2 extra energy, that is reusing an already spent card for massive value gains. I think that's a play that we're going to have to look out for if we see both of those in the deck.
What's nice is that it cycles them again back into your deck. So,
yeah, Invisible, or what's it called? Negasonic Teenage Warhead can't use her ability again. That is once per game.
But Red Guardian could.
Yeah, a cheeky second Red Guardian is something that's really not played around. That could be a cube stealing moment because that information is something people don't really play around.
It's a nice way. You're ramping out energy and you're just putting it back into your deck to use later if you do end up drawing it. But let's go to our
Alrighty. Our 9th card is going to be Invisible Woman First Steps. Not much to say there. Probably the most dominant archetype at the moment.
Yep.
And then, what's our 10th card? This is a little bit of a dark horse candidate.
Yeah, it's Magic, which I'm thinking, okay, negative runs Magic. There's so many ways to ramp now, So I'm like, and Magic can be, there's so many ways to get rid of Magic's limbo location. That's really surprising to me.
with Merlin being played more than Magic, that's a little bit of a risk. But if you can make a deck that plans to go 7 turns, maybe with like Clog or something like that, that people aren't prepared for, it can really, really provide some excellent equity, as well as maybe with Merlin changing it into a 4-drop. We love 4-drops, and we've got our matchups for round 2. They are, or for round, I believe this is round 1. Sorry, my bad. We have got some very interesting results. Some lots of wins, some 10-0s in there, some utterly dominant performances. I saw Avazord won their matchup.
Avazord's very good player.
Oh, yeah. He, I believe, took a little bit of a break from the game, but has come back in full force, winning his first round. Now, I think something that we're definitely going to look out for is people who have lost one game already. Those people are down one game, and they need to go 5-1 in order to advance to the World Finals. They are on their tournament life here. They really need to lock in, to clutch up, and to play out of their mind to keep it in. They need to go 5-0 now. That's a lot more difficult of an ask than 5-1.
Yeah. And then the people who did get their win, I mean, they still have to lock in, but at least they have a little bit of wiggle room there.
They got little bit of cushion, but cushion is still a little bit scary when you have 5 more matches to play.
Yeah.
It is very, very difficult, especially if you are playing against some of the best players in the world that we have in this tournament. This is not some random person you're seeing that is just playing in their free time, maybe walking the dog. These are people who are coming here, dedicating their days to playing the best, highest level MarvelSnap that we have seen. And it's going to be some tough competition here.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of that intimidation factor. If you see a name that you're like, oh, okay, they're consistently top 100 players on Infinite Ladder. You kind of have to. I honestly, I don't know how you do it, because there's definitely.
It's a lot of knowing people's habits. Something that is very good to know, and is going to be a little bit trickier to see here, is adapting to your opponent's plays. Some people have inherent biases, like, hey, then maybe they play their cards a little bit more favoring the right side. Maybe they're a little bit more willing to retreat on early snaps, on turn 6 snaps.
Yep.
That is patterns that very, very solid players can pick up on, and maybe you guys at home can pick up on too. And when you're locked into matches like this, that information can prove absolutely crucial. That can be the difference between like a 2-cube win that maybe you snap them out of the game, get them to run, and 2 cubes can make all the difference.
Yeah, just knowing, you can also kind of gauge people's tolerance for snaps and things like that through this mode. Just seeing, okay, are they more likely to retreat versus are they going to stay based on the information I have? There is a lot of mind games and just taking in information from what you know about their deck, what you know about the locations and things like that, and seeing what ways you can use it to your advantage.
But that information doesn't come free. With every play that you make, you are learning, but it is not free information. You have to learn that, hey, by snapping late, that works, but you still have to take the risk of snapping to try to get them to run. Yep. It is a very, very scary thing to take that risk to find that out. And it's really, if you do not learn from the history of your matches, you are doomed to repeat it. I think something that we see on top ladder and are going to see here is people learning at lightning fast speed. Maybe just predicting someone's plays solely based on the decks that they run. Maybe they have something common that I see is like Shang brain. It's like, oh, you see a Shangable target, you play Shang. You always play Shang. And maybe people can play into that. Maybe they can find out those weaknesses and really exploit those, because these players have the capacity to do this. I have been bluff snapped my fair few share of times at Top Infinite by a number of these players here. They have scared me off, and I'm ranked 25 right now. This is going to be a very, very fast evolving meta of what the best thing to do is. That's something very, very important to look out for.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if a player doesn't necessarily win, you can always learn something from your matches. Always take the time to look at your board state and say, what could I have done differently? That's really how you improve as a player. Recognizing your own habits and seeing ways that you can improve from the plays that you've made.
Something I think that is very, very good to do is to take risks when you need them and evaluate your options. But those risks are going to be very, very interesting here. We may see some plays come down to 50-50s, but are those 50-50s worth taking? Is it worth re-rolling? Ooh, this is going to be fun. And we have an interesting deck on stream, probably the one to beat here. This is the Invisible Woman Fantasticar end of turn deck.
Yep, a lot of targets for those end of turn abilities. You have your Sunspot, you have Hydra Bob, you have Black Cat is also end of turn, Havoc, Athena, Bruce Banner, Mr. Fantastic, Marvel Boy. Prodigy is usually to try and hit the Invisible Woman first steps, but you could also target the Fantasticar as a secondary, or you could go for something like a Marvel Boy, or probably want to do Havoc, because I've recently learned that having multiple Havocs, you won't necessarily get as many procs as you think you will. What are your thoughts on this deck?
See, something that a lot of players may not know is Invisible Woman works a little bit weird when you get 2 copies of her. The first Invisible Woman brings your end of turn proc counter to 2. So let's say you play a Havoc alongside activating Invisible Woman. Havoc goes to 8. But let's say you have a second copy of Invisible Woman, or maybe a Prodigy that copied Invisible Woman First Step's ability. That suddenly now gets 2 extra procs. That is not an 8-power Havoc. That is a 16-power Havoc. And when everything in your deck is built to utilize that end of turn proc, getting 2 more from only 1 more card is an absolute game-changing win condition. Now, that doesn't mean this deck is unbeatable. I think Killmonger is something that this deck really struggles against. It invalidates Marvel Boy, Sunspot, Hydra Bob, Black Cat, and Squirrel Girl.
I would also say that Shang-Chi and Shadow King become a very big risk, because a 16-power Havoc, either Shadow King or Shang-Chi get both of those. But the key to that is losing the priority. Well, really not even losing the priority, but making sure it happens after the end of a turn abilities go on.
Yeah, that's why I think we've seen the rise of Supergiant just to counter this deck. But that counter has not gone uncountered itself. I've been seeing a fair bit of Invisible Woman decks go a little bit heavier. Go with like a Thing First Steps Juggernaut package. Juggernaut has been something that has been used to counter this deck, but it's also been adopted by some Invisible Woman First Steps deck, going a little bit heavier in their roots, maybe not playing down that Havoc until the last turn.
I even saw one of these running Kyera
for
the Killmonger, and I'm like, okay, cool. Well, now half of my plan is gone. They're learning. Oh no.
Yeah, and Bruce Banner is a very, very interesting one. Quite honestly, the laughingstock of the town when he came out, but he has gone through a metamorphosis, and he is seeing a fair bit of competitive play, and especially when you're getting oftentimes 4 end of turn procs with 30%. A Prodigy, 33%, yep, with a Prodigy and Invisible Woman. I think it's 33%.
It's within that range. It's within that ballpark, okay?
But it's 4 procs is a lot more than 1, and suddenly you're not playing a 2-1, you're playing a 2, or maybe like a 2-12, and oh no, you floated an energy! Sunspot gets to soak that up and get doubled up value for it.
Yep.
And Fantasticar is very, very big as well, making it so, yeah, Black Cat and Hydra Bob, they don't really benefit from their additional end-of-turn triggers, but they do get the +2 from the Fantasticar, and that is something, when you get a lot of bodies out like that, it's a very powerful threat.
When somebody in my community pointed out, oh, so they gave end-of-turn Silver Surfer. Like, that's what it is.
Yeah, it has been sort of a night and day sort of thing. A new archetype has risen out of just pieces cobbled together to prove maybe unstoppable during this tournament. That is something we're going to have to wait and see. People are going to try their best to stop this with whatever they can.
I'm really hoping that somebody is able to take the wins from this deck. I want something other than Invisible Woman's Second Steps to be the winner.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting thing to see what they can do against it. But I've heard the last match has just ended for round 1. We're flipping over to the second round right now. We're going to go into Avazord first. Coming up on screen very, very shortly, we've got a wonderful game for you guys.
I'm excited for this one.
Jumping in very, very shortly. What can we expect to see from Avazord? Ooh, this could be fun.
Avazord decks are always fun to play. I always enjoy having a chance to pilot whatever he creates. A very big Brazilian snap player, and just a very, very good player.
Yeah, let's see if I can't pull up Avazord's deck at the moment. We're getting a little bit of trouble on that end. If we could get production to pull that up for us, just so we can see what they are playing at the moment. I'm very, very curious about this.
Same.
I used to play against them a lot, and it seems like, ooh, isn't that interesting? Oh, this is fascinating.
Are you
All
seeing
right.
something I'm not?
I'm seeing a Mercury,
Oh.
Shadow King, Daredevil, Fenris, Red Guardian, Killmonger, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, Mobius getting the recent buff, and then Ghost. Gladiator Supergiant makes sense. Cannonball makes sense. But Ghost is absolutely wild.
Yeah, the ghost. I'm trying to understand the ghost here.
That is it makes a little bit of sense for me. You really want to make sure Killmonger hits, maybe Red Guardian can hit, and those tech cards can really get the most amount of value that they can. Shadow King really wants to be played without priority. Most things here, other than perhaps the Negasonic Teenage Warhead, but you can work with that without priority.
Yeah.
Really want to be played there. And
I really like the
especially on
Daredevil
Supergiant.
here too. The Daredevil gives you so much useful info.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah.
And really confidence on snaps if you have that Daredevil down on turn 5.
Yeah, especially with the Supergiant coming down there. That is a play that you exactly know. And one of the best things about Supergiant is if you have Supergiant plus Ghost, last turn you can Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and you can aim for those cards underneath Supergiant. Because you may reveal your card second, but your turn 6 cards still revealed before the end of game cards underneath Supergiant. So you can hard target something that you know is big from Daredevil with that dropped priority Negasonic Teenage Warhead and get some absolutely phenomenal value out of that.
That's so big brain. That
Oh,
I
yeah.
never even considered that. That's huge. I tried playing. I probably was the earlier version of this list. A lot of the time you're doing Supergiant. You have the Daredevil down. You know where they're going to play. You can drop the. Cannonball within that lane on 5, and then you can play the Mercury on 6. So the Mercury reveals first, locking them into place before the the Cannonball goes off, and then just you get that hit.
Oh, it's very, very big. Another great thing about that is you can bluff. You have a very, very high potential to bluff things out, as well as Cannonball. Banking that Cannonball on 5 is absolutely huge, because if they fill that other locations by the end of turn 6, Cannonball doesn't need Mercury. And maybe,
Right.
let's say, if you don't have Mercury down already, you can pray for it on the top deck on turn 6. So you can get Cannonball first and then go with Mercury, as you said. Some very, very interesting lines that I think Avazord should be able to utilize. But we're going to have to see as we are sharing the codes for round 2. We are about to hop in just a little bit here. I'm not sure what Avazord is going up against. What do you think he wants to be facing right now?
That's a really good question. Probably something that will not try to compete for priority. Do they necessarily want priority here?
Well, I have actually found out what they are playing. I was thinking that Avazord maybe wants to go against something like Invisible One First Steps, but we are seeing a return of a villain, a personal villain of mine, and the winning deck of or at least the winning archetype of the second Golden Gauntlet. We are seeing a Thanos Arishem,
No.
but and Agamotto deck. 34 card Monty. It's back, baby. Hidden information at its finest. But we got some fun cards in here. We got a Galactus in here. It may be a villain archetype, but maybe there's a spark of good in him.
We'll see how this does. We got Loki, Merlin, Copycat, Shang-Chi, Professor X, Legion, Agamotto, Galactus, Alioth, Mockingbird, Thanos, and Arishem.
This is a very weird one.
I don't know. This deck type has lost a lot of steam since the changes were made in the previous OTAs. So I'm not sure how well it can compete. It has a lot of tech answers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think something big that this deck does, perhaps better than any other deck in the game, is, as I talked about earlier, hidden information. In a game with open deck lists, Loki and Arishem are some of the strongest things. That is suddenly a question of, hey, you have to not play around 12 cards, you have to play around maybe your 12 cards if you got Loki off, and maybe every single card in the game with Arishem, and some very, very nasty things with a ramped out Agamotto, maybe a Professor X, and a Alioth, as well as that Mockingbird. That Mockingbird is an absolute killer, getting reduced by most everything in the deck. A lot of creative cards.
Well, this could actually get us talking about the new card that comes out next week that gets benefits from 6-cost cards. It is a 2-drop that doubles for every 6-cost card. I think maybe something like that could do well within a list like this.
Yes, but we're going to have to postpone that conversation. We are switching to another match for the time being while we wait for that one to start. We are switching over to teams. I'm not sure what they are playing, but I am very, very interested to find out. Let's get right into it, why don't we? Okay, we're seeing the...
Ooh, 4 cubes right off the rip.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A very, very interesting way to start off this match. Yeah, teams going up 10 cubes to 6 is very, very big to see here.
Yep.
Especially first time. An Annihilus deck. Oh, I absolutely love Annihilus.
Now, does Teebs run Cersei in this list as well? Or is there maybe a Merlin in here?
And it seems as if... Yeah, oh, wow. Okay, so we have a very interesting matchup. This is Annihilus against Cerebro 2.
Okay.
Wow. Ooh. Now, something big to look out for here is, locations that break Cerebro, just like the Ant Maze that is flipped down and a snap coming down from Teebs, exploiting that early, really terrible location for Cerebro.
Yeah.
Now, a very, very interesting one is Mojo World. This Annihilus decks have a little bit of problems getting bodies into Mojo World, so this is going to be a big flip of where that Mysterio goes. Goes on the right, not what you wanted to see. Oof, that's a little bit rough.
All right, we're going into the turn 3.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Vipers. Oh, do you see? Oh, no, teams, go with Viper left. Go with Viper left. Break the Cerebro. Do they see it? That is a tough play to see. But that 4-power Mysterio not being the play.
You're right. It would have broken the Cerebro play, but
it wouldn't have.
Would have landed. It wouldn't have landed.
Wow. Yeah, that Viper is going to be proving very, very big in this matchup. Ooh. As Sentry seems to be the Sentry or Supergiant. Which one are you going to do? Supergiant? Sentry coming down on the left. One more card in Mojo World and a Annihilus set up for next turn.
That's always a tough one. When do you play Supergiant versus playing another 4-drop?
Yeah, it's a very, very matchup dependent card.
Right.
Supergiant is probably one of the most rewarding and one of the most punishing decks in the game. As Spider-Ham comes down mid, opting to storm right rather than mid. That's a little bit interesting.
Dropping the Annihilus on 5 here.
See, I don't know if I love that play coming out from the Ninja Lord. The problem with that is they have to commit their Shadow King, otherwise they break their own Cerebro.
Correct.
Yeah, they do run it, and there it is coming down, but now they can't use that anymore. As Annihilus tries to come down as well, but can't send over. Absolutely filled up on that flooded location. Just a question of What happens now?
Yeah, the Cerebro and Mystique come down, most likely from Ninja Lord here.
Yeah, but will that be enough? Cerebro gives +3. That would be 12 coming down in the left lane. 24 adding to the additional 8. That's 32. Can Teebs get over that?
I don't think so. I don't think.
Yeah. Ooh. But now here comes a risk. Do they have it? That is a play line that they have to exactly have those 2 cards in order to go up to that maximum power potential. And if they don't have Cerebro, they're kind of dead in the water here.
I mean, yeah, the fact that they haven't snapped back is giving the impression that they may not have it.
Yeah, it's a very, very heart in your chest moment. Do you think that they have it? As Teebs is maybe saying that maybe they only have one of them, electing to fight for Mojo World, but not putting the maximum power in it. Ooh, this one's going to be tricky. It's Cerebro plus another 2-drop would be 10. Or 2 power card. If this is Cerebro plus something else, does this not win? Ooh.
Opted for the retreat later. I do not blame them.
Yeah, that was a heart in your chest kind of moment. I think I like that play. Mojo World is a very, very rough location, and that flip of where does the real Mysterio, or where does the Mysterio on Maze go and end up, is a absolutely brutal one. Maybe one that changed the outcome of the game. Nihilus has a lot of problems getting bodies on board. Mysterio helps out, but Mysterio going in the wrong place doesn't.
Looks like we are moving back over to Avazord's play.
Indeed, we are getting to see a little bit of Cannonball Mercury tech against Thanos Arishem, 34-card Monty, as we call it. And we're jumping right in with Daredevil showing us the play on turn 5, making this a turn-based card game right here.
Yep. Now, what do you hide behind? Well, no Supergiant here, so it's just going to flip regularly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to flip out, but Ava does not have priority. Question is, I believe that, yeah, I don't think either player has filled up the middle location just yet as of right now. So does Avazord elect to go for that 3 additional energy? It seems like they're not. Ooh. Yeah, playing for the right location, filling it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Okay, the Killmonger would... I'm not sure I completely understand.
I don't know if I absolutely love this play. This is not really adding any more additional spots, as Gladiator kills the Arishem. 1 point away from being an absolute disastrous one, but gets away with it.
Yeah, they can't activate the Fenris because they're completely clogged here. Vibranium survives Vormir.
Yeah, that is a big one. The Arishem player has already used their Vibranium, as it seems like... What's going to happen here? Killmonger as well, but Killmonger's a little too late. Yeah, this play loses to 5 power on the right. I think this is probably going to have to be a retreat coming out from Ava.
Yeah, I'm in agreement here.
I have seen water pulled from stone before, but I don't think this is one where you could squeeze out a win here. The Killmonger is very, very solid. Kills those stones and whatever else they play on, because mine... that rock in the right location.
The Elias whiffing entirely, not hitting anything. But that...
No, that's not enough. It only ties mid. That's not enough. No, it's the Arishem. That's right. No, that's just not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much were they off by? Okay, they were 4 on that side. Yeah, it was just not enough.
Yeah, very, very close in the middle location. Could they have perhaps won that? No, I don't think they had the energy to. As we're going into the next round, round 2, Ava's starting off, down 4 cubes.
At a bit of a disadvantage, but this is the time where you lock in and, put your best stuff forward. Some people can do really well under pressure.
Yeah, and the hub gives Ava the swarm. Not sure what it gives the Airship opponent, but that is just one more card that they have to play around. Maybe Ava just gets a... Oh, that's going to be interesting.
We get a redraw here.
Yeah, these hands will be shuffled back into the deck, and 3 more will be drawn.
And Kiln as well coming down.
I think that's definitely favoring the Airship player here. However, Ava has the opportunity to turn that back in their favor with the snap coming down. Negasonic Teenage Warhead with priority. That hub giving the swarm was absolutely huge. A tool, maybe not the best card, but a card nonetheless that gets priority and can kill something big there. But the question is, will he be able to support that lane enough through Airship's extra energy?
Well, if they do get something, they have a Fenris target going forward they can activate into. But yeah, I think they're going to both be playing for Kiln after this.
Yeah, that is a location that will be hotly contested, but QF maintaining, saying, you know what, I'm up 4 cubes. I don't need to stay in this match any more than I have to. And just bowing out for 1. I like that retreat.
With the ones that you aren't sure of, if you have the the advantage going into it, you can afford to lose that 1 cube.
Oh, that's a brutal location for Ava. See, Subterranea, it shuffles 4 rocks in the deck, but when you're playing a 34 card deck, you don't really care if you get 4 additional ones, while Ava's feeling the pain of that, drawing the rocks immediately. Ooh, that's not great, but...
I mean, Daredevil down on 2 is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It does show those early plays, but it's going to be a very, very rough one. And if I remember correctly, Ava Zord doesn't run Shang-Chi, whereas the Airship deck does.
Yes.
Yeah, no Shang-Chi from Ava Zord available in the deck. So that Monster Island is just going to be something that maybe QF can exploit as bolts of balls that come down. 4 extra energy. That's a lot.
We're seeing some Supergiant gameplay, which, again, love to see. Now, the thing is, what is Ava going to hide behind that Supergiant?
Well, I could see this as a time that they might go with Killmonger. Killmonger underneath that Mojo World. If it hits even one drop there, that is an instant win on that location. As Wolfsbane comes down on the right, Prof X wins the lane, and Temporal Manipulation draws the 13 power Agamotto.
That is rough, but the Cannonball is very, very nice.
Yeah, Cannonball is something that you like to see here. Even without the Mercury, you can potentially push something into that right lane, and that right lane is already won. And now it's just a question of, can QF win a second? They are down in both locations, but definitely not out. But
This situation, Cannonball can act like Juggernaut at the end of the game here.
It definitely can, but Cannonball only affects 1 lane, with Professor X already taken down that 1 lane for QF. They can really, really just hard focus into 1 lane, while Ava has to play defense on 2. It might come down to just a guess of all those hours, where do they favor, where do they play? As Negasonic might be a tool to win the middle. Maybe because Negasonic plus Rock?
They do have the priority here as well.
Yeah, if they take priority going into that last turn and QF plays something in the mid, they can go Negasonic Rock. Negasonic will blow something up in the middle location.
That's all you need.
If you make that play, are you hoping to draw a rock alongside Cannibal? What's that coming down? Blade.
The single blade.
See, the real question is, what's the blade going to hit? If you are taking your entire turn, you as an Airship player have 6 energy this turn.
Yep.
You've got to be doing something a little bit better than that, right? As Cannonball comes down on the left. Yeah, 5-8.
If Blade is your only play after having all that energy, that's concerning. That's tough to come back from.
That is a very, very interesting one. I would pay good money to know their hand, but apparently a redraw is just worth 1 cube at that point. Not even worth staying for QF. Just a waste of time, a waste of mental energy. That is something that is not tracked by any scoreboard. But that momentum, that swing as a turn one snap from QF, and Ava going on the defensive, retreating now.
Yep.
First location. Yeah,
I don't blame them. You just analyzing that opening hand, and if it doesn't seem right, you trust your gut there. And now we've moved on to higher stakes, 2 cubes.
Astral Plane is a very, very interesting one. Something that can really get some value for the Arishem player. Maybe Mercury would be a great pull. Ghost wouldn't be bad. Red Guardian, if the Prio flip goes in Ava's favor, that is a 50-50. Okay.
Opting for the Space Stone.
Space Stone as... well, this is very interesting. Killmonger getting some very good value here. Taking out the Hawkeye and the Space Stone.
Not the worst thing in the world. You don't hate it.
As the raft comes down next turn. Now, this is a very, very interesting one. This is going to be a big race as the Arishem player doesn't have a follow-up.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Didn't they have Hawkeye? That's a copy of Hawkeye that's pulled from the Astral Plane. They just elected not to play a card into the raft. They're going a little bit slower.
What I like for Ava here is that you could just move the Mercury once you've secured the raft, you know?
Yeah, that is very, very big. Race locations are very, very large in the fact that if you can make it so you get like White Hot Room or the raft and still have the opportunity to increase your point ceiling to make it, maybe hidden for what happens next.
Yeah.
It is absolutely huge. As Images of Icon hits nothing.
That's a big hit. That's a big waste of their one of their biggest abilities there.
Yeah, that is a very big one. As 2 cards come down mid, Killmonger can be eating good. Gladiator was a little bit of a risk there. If they happen to have 3 1-drops, it could have been disastrous, giving that Arishem a free 6-cost card. But never punished until right now. Killmonger comes out from Ava, clearing up the raft. So the Arishem player at QF can play a little bit more. Temporal manipulation. Ooh. Oh,
they really don't have a board presence yet. I mean, they do have that 0-6 cost, right?
Yeah, and something very interesting that you might not have caught, or you guys at home might not have caught either, is the temporal manipulation actually didn't draw the card. There's a difference in the animation, and you can see that Agamotto was already in hand. So that is one less draw for the Arishem player that they are just missing out on for free. As Shadow King comes down on right and Mobius comes down on left, saying if you don't play that Raft card now, you're going to get punished for it. Now, that's the real question. This is an open deck list format. Yep. Will QF make the heads-up play to play out that Raft card now? Because it's now or never. That is a 6. Does it come out? 2 cards coming down. Shadow King comes right. Giganto, they do play it.
Yep, that's the Raft card. And a Thanos.
A beautiful heads-up play. Fearing that Mobius and just, you know what? I'm going to play it out now. You lose a little bit of value. It is vulnerable to like a Mercury plus Cannonball. However, something that's vulnerable but on the board is better than something that you have to pay 6 for.
And this is a tough spot here because realistically, you can either put down Red Guardian or Negasonic, or you could go Cannonball. You could move the Mercury, get the guaranteed hit. What would the play be for you?
See, the problem is you don't have priority here. If you had priority, you go Negasonic Teenage Warhead all day. That shores up one lane.
Yep.
But right now, this is very, very rough for Ava. See, the problem is if you move Mercury over to Cannonball something out, you're leaving that right lane only with 7. This is a very, very rough spot. I think Ava has to make a very hard call out, or maybe just the call is to retreat. I'm not sure. Yeah.
It's a tough one because, like you said, you're losing 2 from the right side, and all they have to do is play the right side now.
Yeah, you just that is 5 power on the right side. You could just play a Black Cat. You can play a 1-drop, and that'll do it. Mercury mid and Cannonball left, hoping for the 50-50, a last-minute play, but yeah,
they tie there.
Enough.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough.
Nope. Yep. Giganto moves over, bringing it to breakers. And bringing Ava down to his last cube.
It would be... How many would they have to win here? in order to bring it back. 3 or 4?
4 in a row. I believe we are in high stakes, so the cubes total does start off as a minimum of 2. So even though Ava is at 1, they're boosted a little bit. They have to run it back 4 times over, but Ava's a very skilled player. They have done it before. Question is,
Impossible.
can they do it again? Onslaught
This is
coming down.
where one location could ruin the entire thing.
Yeah, Erisham doesn't particularly run the cards to deal with Onslaught Citadel to take advantage of that too much.
Yeah.
But if we know one thing about Erisham, it can bring out those cards, create them, and really take advantage of them in a big way. It's just a question of, will they get that RNG?
A Victoria hand, an Omega Red, there's so many good ongoing cards that could take advantage of that location if they are generated.
Project Pegasus. Are we gonna see a Galactus?
And some early energy.
We could. Okay, so as we know, they do run Galactus in their deck. They have enough energy to it. It's a question of, do they have it? And are they
Can they land it? Can they land it is my question.
They have priority. Galactus, if they choose going off, and
no,
it doesn't.
Would have been very, very epic.
Galactus.
Maybe we'll get lucky and see one this evening.
I would very, very much hope we see Galactus go off. I would absolutely love that. As Winds of Watum comes down right, moves the Mobius over. Yep. Yeah, getting down the Mockingbird turn 1 as Mobius comes out, definitely something strong.
Yep.
But no priority here for Avazor. Negasonic not sitting too great at the moment.
Yeah, because now it becomes their card to destroy versus,
Yeah, it's like, well, that's a very, very slow play. The Erisham player has 5 energy here, and they have just opted to draw into the Agamotto. That's not bad, don't get me wrong. But now Cannonball comes out, and this might be an insurmountable lead that Ava has achieved. Cannonball killing it right, and Fenris bringing it left.
Yep.
Mercury doesn't allow it to move, but Fenris will bring it over to the left nonetheless, just on the different side.
They're making a quick trade. Ava's going to give QF a rock, and in return gets a Mockingbird.
That's a pretty good trade offer. You get the you get the collector. It's, I give you a rock, you give me a Mockingbird. You cannot say no. There's no way to stop it.
If you had Patriot in Onslaught Citadel, that's an okay trade, but we don't have that in this situation.
Yeah, not exactly. Erisham could generate it, but I don't think that'll be enough. Rock comes down and Mockingbird comes out. There's Loki. Maybe a little too late, though.
Yeah, turn 5 Loki. Again, gives them the option of what to destroy, but really they got their target with that Fenris.
Yeah, and the Bolts of Balthak might be a very, very good thing for QF to have played out here. That is sort of a hide your play, make Ava make their play with the least information they can while you get the most. I really, really like that one. It's just a question of, do they have the cards, and can they predict where they need to put their power? Because Killmonger is going to come down here and completely wipe QF's board. They are playing from scratch here.
Board wipe. Yeah, I think this is Ava's game to win right here.
Oh yeah, Shadow King will bring back up that Mobius, and Mercury will get the +2 from the Kunlun. This is very, very rough. I don't know if QF can do this, but it's a free stay. They pretty much have to.
Yep, it's going to be the same cubes regardless.
Yeah, no point. You might as well just make a read, make a play. And Lone is just kind of fishing for something. I just don't know if they can get it. They're thinking, they're making their play, using their time as Ava is locked in. I like this play a lot. Can they use something? Maybe that Agamotto going double left. What's happening there?
No, I think Ava's just got this unless they have a Zola or something.
Yeah, it could be. Erisham is hard to predict. Living Tribunal.
All right, Iron Man.
No shot. It's an Agamotto.
No, okay. I would have lost my mind if that was an Iron Man.
Yeah, if that's an Iron Man, that's just game. Yeah, no, because that would be, I believe that would be just game, right?
Yep.
Ooh. Yeah, because that Onslaught Citadel would have been absolutely huge, but Erisham can't generate everything you want every time, but with Lone up 6 cube, or having such a dominant advantage, they can just re-roll until they get that one lucky shot in on Ava. It doesn't need to be every time, but with this Q advantage, it only needs to be once.
Temporal manipulation.
Yep, it draws the Agamotto. That is +1 draw for them. A very good thing to look out for as Quantum Tunnel. Anything played in there will be swapped out as Lone's deck is pretty solidly high cost.
Yeah, I think that definitely benefits Lone.
Yeah, especially with Ava having the Cannonball already in hand. That's really the only thing you'd want to flip out of there. Loki comes down and... Ooh.
Very early Loki play.
Yeah, Daredevil's canceling each other out. I don't hate that play. Don't hate that at all. That is going to be some very, very hard information for Ava to play against, because now they have to play against all of their cards, as well as the cards that Airsham has already generated in hand and the Agamotto.
Plus cost reduction and extra ramp because of the Airsham.
Yep, Carnage plus Winds of Watum. Those are two of the cards. Ava here, being a top player, is probably keeping count of how many cards are not from Loki left in hand. As Mercury comes out. Ooh.
Part of the combo for the Cannonball play.
Yeah, I think that is a big thing to come out of the middle location, because that is movable now. You can abandon, even if you don't try to win that middle location, you can still get some benefit out of that Mercury and really fight hard for another lane. As Shadow King will be making that Winds of Watum, you know, go away, windproofing the Daredevil. Question is, will it live?
Well, the setup is really already here. You know, the Mercury, the Fenris, and the Cannonball. It becomes, what target do you want to hit with that, you know?
Oh, yeah, and Danger Room is a big one as well. If Lone elects to play out something big here and Danger Room kills it, let's see if that Supergiant lives. It does! Yeah, if that... Ooh.
I think we know the target for the Cannonball here.
Well, yeah, it seems like it's going to be Cannonball coming down right. I would not be surprised in the slightest. The problem is, that's a 25%er. That is a risk that Ava might just need to take. Yeah, if that flip went the other way, I think this game is solidly in Ava's favor. But as it stands now, Lone has successfully rolled past that Supergiant, and Shadow King's gone.
I think I was going to say, I think they play maybe Killmonger or something behind it, not necessarily the Cannonball. That way you can use the Cannonball in combination with Mercury and bring it back with Fenris.
Yeah, now there's a very interesting thing here. Daredevil has been turned off by that Red Guardian. And now Ava knows that, yeah, Agamotto is coming down left. That is a 13 power Agamotto. It's a question of, do you Cannonball right or do you Cannonball left? Cannonball left kills the bigger thing, but you are suddenly committing a lot of your potential power to that left location.
You could also Cannonball mid here. You could move the Mercury mid and then Cannonball and then bring... That would probably have to be on last turn.
The only problem is, with that, you are shuffling the Cannonball back into the deck, and Cannonball's ability is absolutely phenomenal. However, that 8 power, losing that's not exactly good, as Ava elects to go for Ghost coming down on the left. Locking it in.
Yeah. All right, last round. Coming down all to this.
Yeah, something that I failed to mention is just the fact that, yeah, Avazord, if he played out the Cannonball there, he couldn't activate, and
that's
get the Fenris back. Yeah.
That's what I was mentioning, and that's why you had to play either the Killmonger or the Ghost. So
off tempo really hurts.
But what's nice about Fenris is it can help you win that second lane.
It can, but with 13 power there already, you're only going up to 15 if you're Ava. Yeah, that's not great. That is winning, but only really winning if Lone doesn't really play out any more points into that left lane. And with so many cards with reduced cost, Lone may just opt to shore up that left location a little bit. Yeah, no Negasonic here I think is brutal for Ava as well, because if they had Negasonic, they could play Negasonic on the left location now.
Yep.
And kill that Agamotto.
That goes off.
But yeah, that is
what they got.
Don't have. Yeah.
You gotta work with what you got. Yep.
They got to work with it, but I don't know if they can. This is a very, very hard call out, but it might be the one that they needed as Juggernaut comes down. Ooh. Oh, that won't be enough. Juggernaut. No, that won't be enough, right? Surely not. Yeah, Juggernaut comes down on the right, killing it. So Fenris will bring that back, but yeah.
Yeah, the 8's not going to cut it here. The Juggernaut was a good play, though.
Yeah, it was a very, very strong play. Hits out that main cannonball threat and takes Lone to the win over Ava. Ava has been dropped down. They now must win their next, I believe, 4 games in a row to qualify for the World Finals, as Lone moves on to, I believe, 2-0. That is an absolutely massive win here.
Yep. Well, we'll see if the 30, how many cards? 32?
34, I believe.
34 card Monty deck. It takes it again.
Yeah, I don't exactly love to see it, but in a meta game where everyone is teching for a very, very specific combo,
yep,
generalist cards show a little bit more of a time to shine. Yeah, if Lone was playing an Invisible Woman first steps deck, I'm sure that Ava is eating good. However, we're gonna go right into the last matchup of round 2. Alrighty, let's see what we've got going on here. All right, it seems we are on last stock. Oh, wow, this is going to be very interesting. 1 cube apiece. As what are we looking at here? This is This is Cerebro 4?
C4.
I've got to root for the C4 deck. I've got to root for the C4 deck as Hammer Touch and Nova Roma getting them 1 closer to that Cerebro.
And they're each on their final cube.
Oh, this is big. Collector, what are we seeing from Make Love Not War? Collector, maybe a discard deck? Maybe something with hand space? I'm not exactly sure.
Maybe a Bullseye?
I could definitely see something Bullseye related. That is a very, very common thing. Mobius being the priority makes me think that this is maybe a Bullseye deck. X-Mansion.
Yep.
Yeah, it is discard. We're going to see if X-Mansion's going to break that Cerebro. This is going to be big. This is going to be a huge roll. Last life. What's going to happen here? Do you believe in the heart of the cards? Let's see. Will it break it? Corvus!
Ooh.
Oh,
dude, both Corvus?
Oh, the symmetrical X-Mansion, but not symmetrical in effect. A discard deck would much more like Corvus than a C4 one would.
X-Mansion is such a kingmaker location. It chooses favorites.
Oh, that is so brutal to see. I'm a sucker for off-the-wall decks like this, and this is going to be a hard game to come back from.
Yeah.
Ooh, what do you do here?
I mean, you have the Claw Mystique that you could potentially do.
Yeah, but that's not all that much, as Corvus has limited your options a lot, as Collector has gotten big from that Corvus, giving both players extra energy, but a discard deck would much rather use that.
And the Proxima.
Oh. The Corvus
also ruins the C4.
Yeah, it does. Just absolutely strangling down that power output while buffing the discard deck to high heaven. That is a very unfortunate roll that, yeah. If you are down to your last tournament life, that's sometimes going to happen. Sometimes you don't have the ability to do it, but Shadow King mid may be able to make something work, but
Mike and a Scorn?
Maybe. No, I don't think that's enough. Will it? That's 6. 6 plus 6. No, it comes to a tiebreaker in the mid. Okay. All right, maybe they can pull something out. Esme plus Cloak.
You're saying there's a shot.
I'm hoping, but it's not looking great. That's gotta just be, it's just APOC mid, and then it's taken.
It's really Cerebro's biggest weakness is that a location or a card can ruin the entire combo.
Yeah, and especially in those later high-stake rounds, when
Yeah.
everything is worth double, one bad location, and Cerebro 4 doesn't have a way to get rid of anything like that. X-Mansion proving to be the bane of the Cerebro player's deck. And, that hurts my soul a little bit.
Yeah. At least C3 has, like, you could maybe Valkyrie to lower something, but there's no way to lower a card that's base stat is just higher than your entire Cerebro play.
Yeah, a lot of Cerebro decks also run a location changer effect. Something like Magic, something like Storm, something like Scarlet Witch if you're going for C3. But C4, other than really Nocturne, and Nocturne doesn't get down and moving until one turn too late, can't really stop the X-Mansion. It's a rather rough one.
Speaking of Nocturne, just a personal, something I would love to see. I would love to see a 3/5 Nocturne again. I miss the old days. When she first came out?
I agree.
No?
I think Nocturne was a very, very strong card, but I think someone might, this may be a hot take, but I really like the location variants in Snap. Location variants makes the game feel different. It makes it feel weird. You have to think of new ways to play around those cards, to place your bets, to play in ways that maybe your deck it wasn't meant to play. But Nocturne, by providing that easy location change as a meta-dominant force, kind of makes the games feel a little bit too similar for my liking. Maybe I just like the chaos, but I think it's not fun.
I don't know. Invisible One First Steps is a 3/5. There, would you say the ability to change a location versus the ability to get a second proc on end of turn, are those viable? Are those?
That is a very fair thing to say. I think power level wise, yeah, it could probably come back, but that is they are different cards. Nocturne is a generalist sort of plug and play card, whereas Invisible Woman First Steps, you do have to build your deck around her, so you actually can get value out of her. She is a very, very strong thing to build your deck around. Do not get me wrong. But it's a little bit of more of a, generalist 3-drop kind of way, sort of in the way that Mr. Fantastic First Steps is a generalist 2-drop. You just slot him in kind of anywhere. And I really like diversity of decks, and by having a 3-drop that can go anywhere in any deck, kind of makes more off-the-wall things less able to shine. And that's really where my love for Snap comes in. With the Snap factor, it's, so long as my opponent doesn't know what I'm doing, I can win. Win rate is not the only thing that matters. It's cube rate. Oh, we've got one more round. Oh, we have misled you guys. We've got one more round in round 2. My bad. We're going to go right into that right about now.
It's Aggie versus Hella Enjoyer.
Oh, I know Hella Enjoyer. Okay, I'm going to quick lore dump for you guys. Hella Enjoyer is the one who has made the Living Tribunal deck. They are this game's maybe one of, if not the most impactful player in this game. They are what you would call a one-trick, but a scary one to face. There are about 3 players that I really fear on ladder. This is one of them. This is going to be a very interesting one to see.
And I'm going to take the opportunity to hype up Aggie. Aggie won the Tournament of Pride that we did. Yep. And they are just a very, very good player. They're just the way that they play, they know their stuff.
Yeah, and we're seeing Eggie's deck. They run Juggernaut, and that is really their only interaction piece against Hella Enjoyer's stuff. Yeah, I mean, you got Cosmo as well, but Hella Enjoyer has a little bit of free reign with Jennifer Kale and Wave. They're probably going to be going into either an Onslaught, maybe a Sarah, maybe something big to really start off that combo.
It is interesting to see someone playing Tribunal.
I absolutely love it. It is something that, and there's the Onslaught coming down mid. That's a fascinating one. So now, by playing the Onslaught mid, you are making a combo deck less likely to draw its combo. And a real question is here,
That's a good point.
does Hella Enjoyer have magic? This is a deck that very much wants to bring this game to 7 turns because everyone has seen the screenshots of 1 billion power in every single lanes. But that's a lot harder to do if you only have 6 turns to do it. Question is, does he draw into it? Or can Eggy sort of close this game out early and get a lot of power before Hella Enjoyer really has a chance to scale out of control?
Looks like Eggy is opting to try and win with just floating it, most likely, with the Sunspots and the Prodigy hitting the Sunspot here. I feel like they're, I don't know, do you think they're overcommitting, right? Sunspot, Nina, Prodigy?
Well, the dominant strategy against any Living Tribunal deck is to really go hard in 2 lanes specifically.
Yep.
But the problem is, yeah, Eggy isn't in a great spot. They do not have the card that their deck is built around. They don't have Invisible Woman First Steps.
Yep.
They're only getting 1 end of turn proc rather than cheating out a 2nd or even a 3rd. This is a little bit rough.
And right now, I think the only thing that Hell Enjoyer needs is just the Tribunal.
Yeah, that is very, very big. The question is, yeah, I think this is if Hell Enjoyer has that Tribunal. I mean, if they had magic here, they would have magicked, right? So that means I think that they do not have magic and are therefore more likely to have that Living Tribunal. That is something you have to keep in mind. But I don't know if Eggy has anything to do about it.
I think that's the reason that they played Vibranium Mines, is they had their combo pieces. That's the only explanation, because why would you want to add more cards to your deck if you didn't have the combo?
Yeah, maybe they were a little bit scared of Genosha killing their something. Or maybe a Juggernaut. I don't know, but yeah, I think Hell Enjoyer, I would say, if I'm a betting man, and I started off as a Hella player, so I have a little bit of experience with that. I think they have it. But
yeah,
Eggy's locked in here. Going hard in 2 lanes, and yeah, I don't know if it'll be enough. It's a question of, do they have it? Because if they don't, what does Hell Enjoyer do here? Maybe like Mystique?
So
something?
If they do have Tribunal, they're putting up about how much per lane here?
More than enough. More than enough.
Okay.
And yeah, playing 2 cards mid, that's got to be Living Tribunal. There it is, coming down. The mystery.
Yeah, 25 each. And a Vibranium, just a little bit extra.
Yeah, the mystery intrigues him, but it's no mystery of who's taking this home. It is Hell Enjoyer.
And it looks like it was a hard fought out round between the 2 of them, down to the final 2 cubes.
Oh yeah, I am a sucker for matches going till the last breath.
Same.
Slugging it out in an absolutely beautiful way. Hell Enjoyer takes it home. Yeah, that's, as I was saying earlier, everyone's teching for Invisible Woman First Steps. There are blind spots in the meta. Blind spots that maybe Arishem can take advantage of. Maybe Living Tribunal can take advantage of. It is not just a rock, paper, scissors. It's going all the way down. Meta's going sideways, upside down, and all around to the most wild things.
I really don't think most people are bringing Enchantress into this.
We've got a little bit of a Negasonic Teenage Warhead, a little bit of Merlin to maybe deal with that location change, but
yeah,
there's no real hard tech, at least not in the first 10 cards for Living Tribunal. Can Hell Enjoyer maybe go 5-1? Take this as sort of a dark horse candidate.
I would love that.
Oh,
I think that would be very cool to see. Tribunal making a comeback in this meta.
Yeah, and I think Hell Enjoyer. Yep, I absolutely love to see them here playing that deck. It's a little bit more off meta, but we are going to be taking a little bit of a break here. We're going to come back in just a little bit with the 3rd round of the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series. Don't go anywhere. We've got some very good matches coming up very soon.
You speak of hunger, this card surged through the flame. She was pressed into service and broed. Your rhymes are quite lame. Galactus threatens Zenla, he had it on the brink. Silver Surfer for steps, she says your hunger stinks. And a turn, she shines, you wait and catching this mimic. If I'm winning location, she just running a clinic. She mirrors reveals, then she takes them up higher. Copies the text, now you're stuck in this fire. You like big stats? Cute, she doubles finesse. I play Mirage, a code, yay, then leave you a mess. Kate trick shots twice, and then I double sight lock. Another scorpion sting while you stand and shock.
We are back, everyone. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, Husky Puppies.
No worries at all. We are indeed back. It is lovely to be back. We're not going into round 3 just yet. We have a very, very interesting development from round 2. We've got a little bit of a featured deck for you guys.
Yeah.
We don't know what this deck is. We're reacting to this live on stream. This is 2-0 when they won 7 cubes to nothing both times with this?
Uncle Ben is very surprising to see. Dormammu, it's a destroy deck running Angel Wolver. What are your thoughts on this?
All right, apparently Uncle Ben is just the meta sleeper. We saw BU++ bring it the first Golden Gauntlet, and now it's tearing through the second. Apparently, it's Destroy. I know has been definitely picking up recently, but this is something that this is like the what?
I wanna try and take a guess at what their CL is at, just based on these cards. I can't tell if they're very high and they have like all the cards and they're like, this is it, this is the one, or if this is what they have available right now.
I mean, Killmonger eats very, very good, and that is a phenomenal thing to do. Triple 1-drops makes a lot of sense. Angel makes none to me at all.
Yeah, that's the surprise one. That and Uncle Ben. Those are the two that I'm like, okay, interesting.
Uncle Ben makes, that it makes a little bit of sense with Dormammu, I guess, but like, what is going on here? This is a fascinating deck that I am a little bit shocked is doing so well. I think everybody is trying to tech so very, very hard for Invisible Woman first steps that they've sort of left out their bread and butter techs, but like one of the most ran cards is Shang-Chi, followed by Shadow King.
Yeah.
How is this deck doing as well as it is? This is cool. They did not just win their matches. They did not scrape by off, some lucky locations. They won with 7 cubes remaining each time. Destroy is apparently back. Oh, and we've got I believe a Derek deck coming up next. One of the top players. He won the first Golden Gauntlet. Let's see what he's brought this time. Yep, there it is. I am familiar with this deck. It has been plaguing me a little bit on ladder. It is Moon Girl Victoria Hand.
Just make as many Victoria hands as you can and profit.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of things that really benefit from that. You've got Frigga to get a second one. You've got Moon Girl to get a second one. And one of my personal favorite cards making an appearance, Misery. Recently buffed to a 4/9, an absolute value queen in this deck. Getting extra demons, extra procs on Mirage, maybe some cheeky things with re-triggering Frigga. And just
Yeah, you can, if you play it right, you can just get an additional demon off the Frigga play. You play it before you play the Misery. There's so many fun lines with this deck.
Oh, yeah, especially with Shadow King as well. Iron Patriot providing some interesting, hard-to-play around things. Mr. Fantastic making everything go just a little bit more smoothly or a little bit stronger. And the great thing is with Mr. Fantastic and Quinjet, if you Moon Girl after those, you are getting some unparalleled levels of value, because for everything that Mr. Fantastic hits, he's hitting something a second time with that Moon Girl. It is doubling up on value, and it's really just doubling up on your cubes. I'm a little bit surprised to see it, but yeah, Derek does really love that one. It's a little bit hard to play into the Invisible Woman, but
looks like we're gonna take a look at Roran's deck coming up. Also, very, very good player here.
Yep, they won the second Golden Gauntlet with the deck that I'm not a fan of. Let's see if I like this. Ooh, I like this one a lot more. Oh, this is cool. What do we got here? A Hood, Mercury, Fenris Wolf, Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, Merlin, Red Guardian, Juggernaut, Killmonger, Werewolf by Night, Misery, Lady Deathstrike, and Cannonball.
I like the Lady Deathstrike edition in this. So many tech options.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going into the line of all right, I don't know what I'm going to be playing against in this next Conquest match, but I am sure as hell going to have tech for it. I have tech for really everything in this metagame. Red Guardian to turn off pesky abilities, Merlin to turn off pesky locations, Juggernaut being an absolute king right now.
Werewolf just being able to, you know, choose whatever location. It kind of has that random factor, but it sounds like we're going to go into round 3 right now.
Indeed we are. Who do we have up next? Oh, it seems that we have Tevens against Glitch, I believe. Alrighty. Yep, White Hot Room and Westview. White Hot Room is going to be a very, very interesting one. Tevens is down 2 cubes to start. We're not jumping into round 2. We're jumping into... Ooh, we're jumping into, I believe, round 2 and rather than round 1 right here.
The Galactus First Steps is interesting to me.
Ooh, the season pass card of the latest season. Been sneaky good.
First deck I've seen use it out of all of the matches that we've seen played so far.
That is a fascinating one. They have, and I'm hearing that apparently they have regular Galactus in there as well.
You got both flavors.
Oh, I'm hoping. See, now Glitch is put in a very interesting position. Do they fight for the White Hot Room and the Iron Patriot, or do you try to stop that Galactus from snowballing out of control? He is getting larger and larger, scarier and scarier, looming over to take over your cubes, electing to go Negasonic on the left.
I really just want them to land Galactus for you, Husky, more than anything else.
Like that. It is probably, it's not one that I typically go for, but I think everyone would agree. It is one of the most satisfying things in Snap. I had a mini heart attack there.
Yeah, you realize it was turn 4. Now I agree though. It is the biggest dopamine hit that you'll get is landing that Galactus. The kneel, you know, it is.
Yep, and
it's
I believe that's a snap coming out from Tevens. The way that we know is that there are a slight ripple effect when you haven't snapped. And yeah, we're not seeing that on Tevens' side. So that is a snap from Tevens on the turn 5 Alliance coming down on the White Hot Room, saying that you can't fail and Glitch is gonna run. Wow.
The 616 Galactus is pretty scary.
Yeah, and Alliance coming there. I don't think Glitch could fill fast enough. Yeah, looking at they had options maybe, but
I think their plan was to use the Alliance and just lock them out of that lane.
Yeah, even if they fill it, it's 3 extra energy is nice, but it may not have been enough to win with that Alliance taking away abilities. Double 1-drops on turn 1 is very, very nice.
Yeah, Sunswap and Hydra Bob, both great, great starting to have in hands.
Yep, as Iron Patriot comes down on the right, getting it out early. And an interesting thing is now, even if Tevens was to snap, the Iron Patriot would go off before the Bob does. So that's just not an option that they have.
Yeah, I was wondering why they were doing Surge. Maybe because usually if Iron Patriot comes down, they're going to either play Negasonic Teenage Warhead or potentially Juggernaut just to secure that lane.
The problem is it's only turn 2. Tinker's Workshop made it ramp out, but
You're right.
Yeah. Fenris Wolf shores it up and getting the Iron Patriot discount. That is something that Tevens can try their best to play around, but there is no way of knowing what that Iron Patriot is hiding discounted.
Not a bad hit on the Luna Snow, though. It's a 2-7, I believe.
Yeah, 2-7, and you know that discount is not going to waste because the Sunspot will be definitely soaking that energy up. A great thing there is that if one more card is played right by Glitch this turn, nope, they could have stopped the extra energy going to their side, but evidently not. Hood comes down on the left, and what comes down mid? Victoria Hand.
Very pretty variant.
Oh, absolutely so. I'm just a little bit surprised that they played that mid. Wouldn't you want to play that perhaps in the left location to move that over into the middle location if you so choose? Right now, they're sort of leaving that Victoria Hand sort of without the ability to move. That is just information that has been given as Alliance is going to come down, predicting probably the misery. Snap comes out as well.
Very good read on their part.
Oh, yeah. It's just a question of, will it happen? Yeah, it's...
Or the other option, they commit right, get rid of the Ice Cube. Well...
Yep, Alliance comes down. We'll see. Misery!
Yeah.
As
Read like a
we-
book.
Oof. Yeah, that is one that Glitch doesn't really love to see. That is, you are down not only a demon, but also removing that body of the hood in a real rough spot. That is, yeah, especially with Victoria Hand not being able to buff up that extra demon that you would have gotten. Not looking great. Not
They-
unwinnable.
They're
Not looking
deciding
great.
to opt Havoc Fantasticar here. And then they have Galactus for last turn. So they
Mhm.
Fantasticard first, I believe. So that'll become the Herald of Galactus, correct?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Galactus will see that right card played out. That might actually be, maybe it's better to play out the Havoc first to try to, and say that, ooh, we'll see. As Frigga copies a demon, they may not have gotten one more on the hood, but they get one more on the Frigga as Mirage comes down.
Copying the Galactus because it's the only card in hand at this point.
Ooh. All right, now we're in a very, very interesting spot. See, now Glitch can go Galactus plus Demon. They have
And the
that's a
Black Cat.
phenomenal top deck. That
Yeah.
is the best top deck that Tevins was looking for. Could not have asked for a better one. That is a 1/5 end of turn that will be buffed by the Fantasticar. Whoa.
How much power are they just putting? 18 power without the Fantastic card doing its thing?
Yeah, and there's also the option of Fantasticar winning its lane. This can't be their play. No, they're buffing up the Sunspot by electing to go hard on the... Oh!
A very interesting play.
Why wouldn't they just go Galactus here?
Maybe they know they have Shang-Chi? Do they run Shang-Chi
Do
in
they
this
run
deck?
Shang? Oh, do they? That
They
might
do.
be... They do? Oh, that's such a good play. I didn't even notice that. It's phenomenal call out, Gregor. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That is...
They're playing around the Shang.
That is a cool play. Let's see. That is one of the fears I was talking about. You are playing around Shang. You are very scared of it. You are making a play that is less points in total, but may just be what you need to win. But if Glitch opts to not play it, or maybe try something a little bit different.
The scary thing is if they well, okay. The moves happen first. If they move the demon, they Shang, they could bring back whatever they hit with the Fenris.
No, electing not to. All right. Playing their own Galactus. That fear of of Shang may just cost them. Yep. Oh, that is... Well, we'll see if it's enough. 4 from the Havoc, 5 from the... It's enough. Is it?
Oh, it is.
Oh, it's
it is.
enough.
It is. It's huge. Oh, what a great play by Tevins. Putting the two cards that could soak up that extra energy, Sunspot and Havoc together. Ah, what a good play.
That was a very, very spooky one. Hedging for both bets, but... Whew. That is one where the mind games were coming out in full force. It's, do they have it? Do they play it? You've got to be thinking. Your mind's got to be racing. This is a big, big match that you do not want to lose. And
The
Glitch
location didn't help either because there was that what if factor. Did they move? Did they not move? What are they
yeah.
going to do?
all the mind games, and at the end of the day, you just gotta place your bets and let it ride. And
Yep.
Kevin's coming out on top as Mirage comes down on 2 with Rocket Pad.
That's very good, though. Mr. Fantastic on 2 with Black Cat and Sunspot already out.
Oh yeah, getting them out early. Tinkerer's Workshop has been showing up a lot as Mr. Fantastic comes down, the most played card in the tournament from both players on turn 2.
Hard to argue with a card that will either give cost reduction or increase power. There's no downside.
Yeah, it is. Maybe if they have a Mobius, it becomes a 50-50, but
Yeah,
that's not really making much of an appearance now. As Invisible Woman First Steps comes down on the Rocket Pad. Maybe they're electing to try to contest that. Maybe.
Now, does Tevins run Prodigy in this list?
I'm not sure, but the snap comes out from Glitch. We can see the red pulsing still coming out from Tevin, so we know Tevins has not snapped yet.
Okay,
Invisible
so
Woman comes down.
no Prodigy that I'm seeing. I'm still kind of blown away by the double Galactus. That's very interesting to me.
I love it, but Gladiator is going to be very, very hard to come over the top of.
Speaking of,
Yeah, there's the Galactus. It's a little bit difficult for Victoria hand to get over the top of a Galactus to stop it on the early turns. They really explode late, but there's no space for a Galactus. Forget M'Baku, there's no room.
And with the open deck list, it would be so hard to actually land it, you know?
It would definitely be a lot harder to land it, but Galactus really does have a place you shine as something to fear. You have to always be thinking, if there is a board spot and you do not have 6 power in there, is that something that my opponent can play and bring this to a game that they are much more favored in than you are?
I guess that threat factor is a good tool, you know?
Oh, yeah. Threats are how you win cubes. The threat of Shang-Chi last game made Tevins not play out their maximum power potential, and that could have been absolutely huge. Ended up still going Tevins' way, but that is something that you cannot take for granted, as playing out the OG Galactus alongside Hydra Bob. Hydra Bob will become the herald of first steps.
That's interesting. I feel like you had the opportunity to make Galactus his own herald.
You definitely could. You definitely could. It's a question of, do you want... I'm assuming they want the Hydra Bob to be the herald of Galactus, just because that is an end of turn card, whereas the original Galactus is not. It gets buffed by the Fantasticar, and even though its end of turn still happens on turn 6, winning or not, so that could be an extra 2 power. I think I like that play. It would be very, very funny to see Galactus be their own herald.
I'm thinking of the meme. You're thinking of the strategy right now. Yeah. That's what's going on.
Oh, it's fun when they overlap, but this is not that sort of game. As what's going to be the play here?
Yeah.
So
the
now,
Fenris, scary because of the Shang potential.
See, what I'm seeing here is the Victoria hand deck really only has 1 created card from Mirage. And as such, this is going to be a little bit difficult for them to get Victoria hand, or did they demons? I can't remember. This is going to be a very, very interesting one. They might have demons. I might have missed that. Do you know if they played out Hood plus demon stuff on the Misery?
No, Misery didn't get any hits.
Ooh, yeah. In that case, you're playing a Victoria hand deck, but no generated cards except the one from Mirage. This is looking a little bit rough. Definitely winnable, though.
Yeah, Misery was just to put power right. So
yeah, I think, yeah, you have to go right and probably mid as well for Glitch. It's just a question of, can they call that out? That is definitely a play they can make. It's just a question of, will they? Will it be enough?
If they do Shang mid and then Fenris.
All right, they're playing for the correct 2 lanes. It's just a question of, did they put enough in there? Iron Patriot comes down right.
Is it the Shang?
There's the Shang! They got it! Fenris Wolf reviving the Galactus. Oh, there will be no kneeling today. Reversing that. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yep. Who needs Victoria hand when you have Galactus?
Power must be controlled, even Galactus.
Yep, and we, I believe, are going to be switching over into Tucker's match. This is a beautiful one. We hate to see it go. We can maybe catch a moment or 2 more of this. But yeah, we're going to be heading over very, very shortly into another one. I'm very excited to see Tucker's deck. I think he's been brewing up something interesting. What do you think he's got playing?
Good brews. My theory was Black Knight, because Tucker is a Black Knight connoisseur. And
yeah, I think you are correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the redshift, and yeah, Tucker seems to be retreating later. Not a great showing for him, at least at the first one. This is a very interesting deck. This reminds me of another top player, Tommy's deck, or maybe Rorum's. I could see this being from one of those 2.
I really like the combination of discard and hand buff with the Victoria hand.
Plus the Juggernaut to steal some cheeky cubes away. I like this deck a lot, but the cubes aren't favoring it. But Project Pegasus will. Will they top deck the Infinite? They do! Oh, that is the best card to see right now. Yeah, no cards were played on turn 0, so Infinite's coming down on turn 1.
You could just write into Frigga if you wanted to. I don't
Not quite. They'll only have 2 energy. But now I think this is an absolutely beautiful play line for Tucker. He has a Victoria hand into Frigga, getting extra value. The Victoria hand will buff the one that is created for some absolutely massive value coming down very, very short.
Asgard Besieged is not something that Tucker wants to win here, I don't think.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an interesting one. Yeah, I think at this point, do you just abandon mid?
I think so. They're losing Quinjet and Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I think they just win it either way.
I don't know about that play. I might go with maybe a Frigga on the right lane just to get some bodies into Mojo World, because you are not winning. Yep, Tucker knows it. Yeah, there he goes. And ooh, that is a real rough one for Tucker, because
multiple Frigga hands are very, very scary. So they have 3 now.
Yeah, they have Victoria hand from the Mirage. That was Tucker's Victoria hand that they got, and they got a copy with it with Frigga. That is going to be big. Middle location is lost, and that makes the Juggernaut a lot worse, but maybe not unplayable.
The thing is, they are doing very well in the left lane.
Yeah, Tucker
Juggernaut could clutch Mojo World here.
I could definitely see Juggernaut coming down last turn for an absolute... Ooh, there's something interesting.
Yeah, Alliath, also big value.
Yeah, and it seems like Theseus is playing the, I believe, the Derek version, or at least something close to it, with the Moon Girl Victoria hand, as Alliath is going to come down right and Blade will come down left. Yeah, snap coming out from Tucker. I love that snap. I think Juggernaut and Cosmo next turn.
I think Tucker's got it.
Yep. Yeah, with priority Alliath, no abilities for you.
And then the Juggernaut just shuts down that lane entirely. You can't compete with, 100 extra power.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, takes priority as well. Something very, very big here was, does Tucker maintain that priority into the last turn and get the Cosmo to go off and the Juggernaut to go off before anything sticky has a chance to come down in a Mojo World? But it seems like, Tucker may just have this game checkmated.
Yep. Cosmo, you can't do anything to the Infinite. Juggernaut, you lose the Mojo World.
Now, there is a way to do this.
Okay.
There is maybe one way to do this, and that is playing out 5 cards, but nope, just doesn't have it. Not enough cards.
Yep.
Not enough on reveals. Victoria hand only buffing him by 2. The second Victoria hand lost her ability. Yeah, there's one more. Another Victoria hand.
Okay, I got worried there for a second. Victoria hand's getting absolutely massive. If Alliath did not come down, Tucker.
Wow, that was a lot more power than I expected.
Victoria hands get so big, it's scary. That was wild.
I would like to make a formal apology for thinking that was checkmate. That was terrifyingly close. This is, you cannot count anyone out. I have made that mistake way too many times, and that has cost me cubes. Didn't cost Tucker any cubes at the moment.
Mojo World really saved him there. Just being able to secure the extra 100 extra power in a lane, huge.
Now, that's a very interesting one. Opting to go Mr. Fantastic first steps in the middle location rather than the left, allowing Tucker to take that 2 extra power uncontested as Sanctum Infinitum. Would that pull? That pulled what was that? Hulkling, I believe. Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah, I believe it was. Now, Tucker's in a little bit of an interesting spot here. Opts to go with the snap. Frigga on the Valentina, getting a 2/5 Valentina. I do not hate that at all. As Theseus.
Don't count Tucker out. Tucker was a great player, very, very good at deck building, and has a very good game sense.
Oh yeah, but Theseus is playing a very, very strong deck. One crafted probably by one of, if not the best players in the game. It's just a question of how the draws are going to go, but Tucker's taking it back. He is now up. Theseus has to win 2 in a row. Can he cobble together some sort of ship and sail his way to victory, or will Tucker pirate it down, shoot it down, and take this home.
Looks very solid. Black Knight into the redshift here. And I will say this,
Yeah.
it could be the best deck in the world. It still comes down to how well you can pilot it.
Yeah, and locations bring a little bit of variance to that too, as Nico Minoru gets the copy spell. Ooh, Nico Minoru copy is a very, very interesting one. If you can get a Victoria hand off of that and then just spiral out of control as Sinister London.
That is going to be huge for Tucker here because he's going to go redshift. It's going to hit the Infinite. You have a 420 that you could duplicate with Sister London that cannot be destroyed.
Yep, can be interacted with, but can't be destroyed. And I don't believe, I'm not sure. The real question is, I'm not sure. Does Theseus run Shadow King? I believe I've seen it sometimes in these sort of lists, but that is not a list that I have seen all the time. Let me see. I have their deck pulled up here. They don't.
No Shadow King. And the Juggernaut could also clutch here.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. The unfortunate thing about Victoria Hand is cards created by Sinister London are not created in hand. They do not get the extra buff from Victoria.
Do it. Drop the Destroyer. You know you want to. Do it. Thank you.
It's no Galactus, but it is a very, very fine animation.
It'll do in a pinch. And honestly, it doesn't hurt him all that much because he still is putting 20 power in each other lane here.
Yep, getting rid of some bodies on the left that could clog up that Sinister line. Oh.
That's a lot of invisible women.
Yeah, the first one's going to play for 2 procs, but everything other than that is going to play for 2 additional. How many invisible women? That is 4 invisible women. Okay, so first one plays for 2, second one plays for 4, third one plays for 6, third one plays for 8. That is 8 procs. And the enemy blades are doubled up.
I think Tucker just has to play for mid here.
Maybe. But Sunspot's going to be huge. It's a question of how much I think that Tucker is probably fine on the right lane. However, that middle lane, it's going to be a question of how much does Theseus float? Now, Theseus has to be scared of some big cards coming down on the left, maybe like a Hulkling or something like that. It's a question of how much do you go up? How much do you float versus how much do you contest in that left lane? Because floating full is your best chance to win that. That'll be a guaranteed win mid, but that is a very scary play.
And then the question becomes, does Tucker play Hulk left then? Because the real scaler right now is just the Sunspot. That's the only one I see that is going to get any value from the Invisible Woman.
Oh, yeah, and Jotunheim will bring it back down to earth, going for the Hulk on the right lane, leaving it up to fate. Where is the Hulk going to go? Goes in the mid. Victoria Hand. How much did they float?
Yeah, that's the question. And a Prodigy, they only floated, I think, maybe 1 or 2.
I believe that is 2 energy. Will it be enough? It keeps going up. It keeps going up. Will it stop? Will it stop in time? It keeps going. 15, 17.
Nah, they should have just full floated.
Maybe not full float, but yeah, that was a little bit too much. Whew. Yeah, see, the thing is, that was a 50-50.
Yeah.
If that Hulk goes on the left, that goes to a last cube situation. But,
some very, very good gameplay from both players there. That's a tough one. We're jumping over to Tevins here.
Oh, going back. Oh, alrighty. This is a very, very interesting one. Apparently, I have news that this deck is made by, I believe, Terrobang.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
the Galactus connoisseur making a Galactus list with 2 Galactuses.
Who could have seen it coming? But Gamma Lab is going to be huge. Opting to go off? Really? That is a wild. Is Mr. Fantastic First Steps that good that you would give up a free Hulk for? I mean, Glitch does have the Shang.
I might that's rough. The rickety bridge. So it was all for naught.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Tevins does have a very, very interesting play here, which is a Galactus to send this game to a tie or potential win on the rickety bridge if things get too bad. Gamma Lab is not a location favoring them, but suddenly Tevins has a button just to bring this game back to a reset. But Glitch has to give them that opportunity by playing out a card right, and they just might not.
Yeah, and I don't believe Shang-Chi is used in the Tevins deck.
Yeah, it is not. That is one of the locations where you're just really kicking yourself for not including him. Even if certain matchups don't favor him, certain locations definitely do. His Surge is going to go back into the middle location. It's going to be a tricky one.
Yeah. But
Now,
I would love to see a Galactus here for a
as
tie.
would I. Yeah, a Galactus to bring another role to get Tevins back into something that maybe locations aren't as unforgiving for them, because at the moment it's going to be very, very hard. Rickety Bridge is the tiebreaker location unless you have some way to scam it out. Some armor, some juggernaut, some location change.
Yep.
Surge comes down.
Bringing out Luna Snow.
All right.
mean,
Vanris shuffled down.
Sunspots loves a little bit of ramp.
Okay. Victoria Hand not making. Oh,
Into
Killmonger.
the Killmonger, absolutely devastating.
Oh, and Glitch. Yeah.
That's
See,
rough.
I think Glitch is doing something very, very smart here, which is not playing into the right. If they play into the right, they give Tevins the opportunity to Galactus reset. But by leaving that Mr. Fantastic first step there, he is waving away that Galactus. And that Luna Snow, the ice getting broken means, can't really play anything big down here. That is rough, as Havoc has to just get cycled in.
The other option, maybe you play Havoc and you pray to RNGesus that you pull that Galactus last turn. But what are the odds, you know?
I mean, maybe I think I've been wrong before, but this is looking really, really rough for Tevins. I'm struggling to see a way out of this other than Glitch making that misplay. I think in this case, you really have to play for that misplay of Glitch playing something in the right, but they don't. They're playing something left. That's probably shaky. Oh, Galactus comes out of the deck. His power is controlled. See now, what do you do? What do you do?
They're going to go taller on the left side.
Yeah. I think that will be the end of Tevins in this match. Love the good sportsmanship.
Yep.
From both players. That warms my heart. This is high stakes. Both players care a lot. But being a good sport throughout that is something that I love to see so very, very much. Eliath comes down and Havoc comes out. As this
sometimes the locations just say no, and it's rough, but you do like to see that, you know, we still end with a fist bump.
Yeah, that is something that makes me happy to be a MarvelSnap player. That good sportsmanship, even in the face of really rough RNG in that last tournament match. High stakes, high variance, and a lot of pride and prizes on the line, yet still being a good sport through the end, even on a loss, makes me just happy to be a part of this community. Well done to both players. A hard-fought match and a great way to end it. Even if the points were close, the cube totals were.
Yeah, we saw some great matches this go around.
Oh, we absolutely did. Hopefully we'll be hopping into another one soon. So we are getting a little bit later in the round. So I'm thinking any match that we're going to hop into relatively soon will be coming down to the wire, as those last matches that take that little bit of extra time really just marinate in all that extra energy, all the extra hype, and just explode out into a last cube, last stock. I would absolutely love to see one of those, but we'll be finding one of those for you guys very, very quick now. But first, we got some card statistics for you guys. We have seen the first 10 most played cards, but we got some more interesting things for you. Maybe some... we got the winningest cards. Now, this doesn't really matter how much they've been played, but how much they've been winning. I'd love to see how much Uncle Ben is making a splash in the meta. Any cards you think are going to be topping the chart, or maybe some upsets? Gregor, any thoughts?
I think Mr. Fantastic, Shadow King, and Shang are going to be.
Well, the problem is with that, by going up to around 50%, they're going to be eating each other's lunch, facing against each other. So I'm thinking maybe a little bit more of the off-the-wall cards might have a little bit more cube equity in them.
Victoria Hand, maybe?
Victoria Hand is a very good call. It hurts a little bit against Killmonger, and Killmonger is a very, very played card. But this is a fascinating one. This is probably what is indicating the meta that will be shaped in the upcoming days. The best decks to climb, the best decks to take to Infinity Conquest, the best decks for you. I am very excited to see this. Ooh, Legion!
Legion does steal cubes.
He does. A very, very high skill ceiling card. Seeing those the Legion plays coming is very, very difficult, but seeing them on your own side makes a lot of sense. Wow. That is a lot of games played with Legion. And Meek, the next most winningest card? Absolutely wild. That is very, very interesting. It is only after 2 rounds, don't get me wrong, but that is a very, very fascinating one to see. Hydra Bob, Iron Patriot coming in at 3 and 4 spot. Hidden information and a 1/4 good value.
I think we should also take into consideration the number of games that these are going through as well. So once we have more information here,
we definitely will. But are you Quicksilver? Quicksilver probably in those Wiccan decks. We haven't seen one of those on stream. But
Mr. Negative also with a very Mr. Negative in a tournament setting is so risky to me because it's just so fragile.
Oh yeah, if you get shut down, you are now stuck in for a full 10 cube round with nowhere to go but into maybe the Mobius or Legion or Alliance that a lot of people are running, but people aren't teching for Mr. Negative right now. He has flown by and maybe skirted under the radar just enough to bring their players some very good wins.
Similar to Tribunal in that people are all worrying about this one thing. They're not worrying about, what's flying under the radar.
Hulkling, 60% win rate. Yeah, that hidden information is very, very hard to play around. And maybe like a Hulkling Galactus, a Hulkling Gore, a Hulkling Leader that you just can't see coming as an opponent is really just paying out dividends. Maybe he's not the best on ladder, but with perfect information, he is proving his worth.
I love that he's kind of getting his chance to shine. He's becoming more meta relevant because when he first came out, everybody's like, you gotta skip Hulkling.
Yeah.
Everybody said to skip Hulkling. But now we're seeing him used in tournaments and winning some tournaments too. Just the random factor that you were talking about is such a big thing within these kind of competitions.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and very high skilled players can leverage that hidden information very, very well. Some very high level players have elected to bring Hulkling and they are winning because of it. That is something very, very fun to see, that you can take a lot of different cards here and do very, very well with them. Now, Black Cat a little bit lower on the end, 55% win rate, as Mobius, 56% win rate, lower than Mr. Negative.
I'm not super surprised by that because like the two drops I think of are Mr. Fantastic and Surge right away. So you get value right off of that. Or if they're playing something, I don't know if a lot of people are playing Fastos, but that's another thing. Or Thera or any of that stuff.
Yeah, there are also a lot of locations that can provide Mobius a lot of value. Things like the Rat, things like Elysium, things like Dream Dimension. However, Mobius against Invisible Woman First Steps and Victoria Hand, things that we've been seeing a lot of this tournament, doesn't really help out all that much. Yeah, it stops half of the Mr. Fantastic First Steps, but you are playing a 3-drop to stop half of a 2-drop. It's no surprise that it's not in the upper echelon.
What I am surprised to see is that Invisible Woman First Steps is sitting at a 52% win rate right now.
Yeah, a lot of people are really teching hard to beat that. I'm not surprised that she has been punched down a little bit to her power level. There are a lot of people that are bringing that, and a lot of people, probably even more, that are trying to counter it.
Yep.
Still a positive win rate, especially with so many people, but it's not as dominant. We are now going to see the bottom cards in terms of win rate. I'm very, very interested in this. Let's see. Past the Invisible Woman, past the Wong.
Beast.
Oh,
Regular Mr.
how
Fantastic.
the mighty have fallen. Derek's deck, the bounce deck that won the first Golden Gauntlet, 20% win rate in this one. Wow,
That's rough.
Dr. Doom with a 32% win rate. Yeah, move bounce with Iron Fist and Beast, and Human Torch probably really suffering at the moment.
I feel like bounce and move are really getting hit hard by the current end of turn stuff.
Yeah, I think as well they have to contest Supergiant. Supergiant makes bouncing your cards, especially on turn 5, which is really when you want to bounce them, a very hard thing to do. Agamotto being a 36% win rate card, not the best, but I'm very interested. Out of my own curiosity, production, can we see the win rate of Arishem? Let's see. I'm not. Ooh, hovering around 50%.
47-ish?
Yeah, 47-ish. A lot less dominant from the previous one.
Less than Agatha Harkness.
Yeah, Redshift being released really bumped that up in terms of consistency. You have a new way to make it so you just get an extra draw in there. These are some fascinating things here.
I think Sunspot is hurting from the Killmonger.
Oh, definitely so.
That's also probably what we're seeing from the Black Cat as well within that.
Yeah, Black Cat is a card you really can't hold till last turn and is probably one of, if not the most vulnerable to Killmonger cards that we have. I don't think there's much Kyera here.
Nope.
Just because if you run Kyera into a deck that isn't running Killmonger, you're not doing too great. And you have to play out that Kyera, and they don't have to play out that Killmonger. It's a little bit rough. You don't really have it. Daredevil having a 61% win rate. A card that probably makes sense. Supergiant.
Interesting. Yeah. Supergiant, Daredevil, and then you can also do stuff with Negasonic, and then also like your Cannonball. Yeah, Supergiant is 63%. Wow. I love that she is getting her chance to shine. I've been saying for a long time people have been sleeping on Supergiant. Way back when I would just like you do Claw, Ronin stuff. I'm glad that she is getting more time to shine.
Supergiant, I will say, is probably one of the most punishing decks if you play it wrong. But if you can find, it's the most similar to a control deck, if you will. If you can find those plays that really stop your opponent from generating power in smart, high-level ways that we are seeing in this high-level tournament, you can pay off dividends. But you have to know when to do it, how to do it, and how to follow it up. And Daredevil really helps with that.
Yep, and she can absolutely mess up. She can absolutely also mess up curve for certain decks that need to play on a specific curve, which is
or have the end of turn happen. And we have a bunch of people here. Everyone that you are seeing currently highlighted here is undefeated right now. Ooh, wow, we've got
interesting
a bunch of people, and I believe is that. If you guys look down there, there is Brick Squad. I believe that is someone you guys might know. Someone I know very well. That's Butt. One of the, I would argue, the protagonist of the first Golden Gauntlet. Not the winner, but a very solid player. Not surprised to see them go undefeated. These are the people who we are going to be very much watching out for. But I think we're also going to be having to watch out for not the people who are undefeated, but the people who have one loss. The people who need to keep going, to really win everything, to put all their energy, all their mental fortitude into these next rounds. They need to go 5-1. The undefeated people have a little bit of easier time, but I am very interested in those people who are just skirting by on the razor's edge by the skin of their teeth, holding on to their tournament life, hoping to advance to the finals of the Golden Gauntlet Series. Oh, I think we're going to have some very fun rounds coming up. Now, we've got some very interesting things to see here. The question is, what happens when two Supergiants play each other, or two counter decks to Invisible Woman's first steps start running into each other? I think that's where the deck building creativity comes in. I think that's really what we've got to look out for. Things that can not only counter the Invisible Woman first steps, but also counter really the things that were targeting Invisible Woman's first steps as well. But we're going to have to see that in just a little bit. We've got a break coming up. We've got some very, very interesting games coming up next round. Some very, very undiscovered things, some cool decks, some cool plays, and the most hype moments you'll see yet coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere.
You pray stone cold killers, I bring solid fled truth. Frankie Ray stepped up, lit the cosmos in youth. Stardust a ghost, Nova burns with finesse. She chose to be herald, then she chose to protest. At the Manet 6 drop, watch the flames ignite. Power doubles up, yeah, we do this right. Galactus gave fire, now I torch through the scene. Dropping bombs on your verse like a cube stealing machine. Mockingbird drops cheap, She-Hulk joins the strife. Sasquatch smashes in, blob cuts like a knife. Thanos autofuel, Agatha's got my back. Try to match his heap and your whole deck is whack.
We are back, everybody, for round 4. Things are heating up as players have been rising and falling. New things have been emerging, and some counters have been found, and some new decks are coming up all around. I am very excited to be here. How about you, Gregor?
Yeah, just very fun seeing high-level competitive play. I did have a question for you, though. Was there anything that you've seen so far that surprised you in terms of what people have brought, in terms of what you are seeing in general?
I'm a little bit surprised to see Supergiant doing as well as it has. It is one of the main counters to Invisible Woman First Steps, yes, but a 60% win rate to one of like top 5 or so cards in terms of win rate at the moment. It's granted that's only after 2 rounds.
Yep.
There's going to be a very interesting thing of, you know, decks start the counters start cannibalizing on each other and things will start evening out. But that is something that surprised me. A lot of people brought it and a lot of people are winning. Anything surprising on your end?
Honestly, I was surprised to see the 34 card Monty deck make a reappearance. I didn't think we would see any Arsham Thanos play.
Yeah, I didn't as well, but in a game mode where information is a lot more viable, it makes sense that some people want to spice it up. And Arisham knows what they generated, but you as the opponent really, really don't.
Yeah. I guess it does become a lot more relevant within kind of the conquest kind of back and forth battle versus just, you know, a single game.
Oh, definitely so. And I believe we are jumping right in. Give us a second. Into Swininja against, who is that? Is that a Mad Thinker?
That is a Mad Thinker. Oh my goodness.
What?
So are you saying Mad Thinker is not the best game in MarvelSnap? Is it not the best card?
Now, you know, he's certainly not anymore after getting brought down by Red Guardian. I will say that.
Y'all know the most meta card is Mad Thinker.
Yeah, that is one where I had decent success with it in a Victoria hand deck, and I think that is what that is hard to pronounce. Swininja's opponent is doing right here, but double Killmonger is going to prove very, very difficult to overcome, especially as a Victoria hand deck.
Yeah, that's a good thing to hold on to until, you know, because they're completely clogged now. They just hold it till.
Not
never
completely.
mind.
The grapple arrow does bring them out of that, but Killmonger is still a viable thing to do. It's just a question of, Swininja has the relevant tech, but not really the relevant points. They might just be going with a Tempo Enchantress here in the middle location. That's no longer going to hit a Victoria hand or something big, but that just might be what you have to do here. Maybe you follow it up with a Sasquatch that's a 5/10?
My question is, what are they trying to? Is the Enchantress just for power, or are they trying to hit like an arrow, a potential huge hit? Huge hit! I'm like, maybe they were trying. They have that second Killmonger.
Diction. Yeah, no, it's. I mean, okay. So now what's going to happen? Yep.
Enchantress into the Killmonger, obviously, right?
That is something that you can do, but that's a lot of it. That is a very, very interesting one. What do we have here? This is a... Now, their opponent is playing...
I was going to ask, was there anybody that brought Mole Man? They're running Mad Thinker and Mole Man?
A Devil Dinosaur Fantasticar Moon Girl deck with Sunspot Kitty... Wow, this is a fascinating one that we have here. And that second Killmonger is going to prove absolutely nuts in terms of value. That is something that... Yeah, their opponent just doesn't know. They think they've dodged the Killmonger. They are staying here every single time. Yeah, just playing down some extra power. But, yeah.
What an interesting deck. Devil Dino. I recently played a deck. Devil Dino is pretty good with Victoria hand and all the stuff that you can generate in hand.
Well, the only problem with it that I see, though, is that Victoria hand wants to generate and then play out those things, especially on turn 5, and Devil Dinosaur gets a really, just a little bit awkward in terms of, like, hold up. Is this not a Victoria hand deck?
It's not. It is not a Victoria hand deck.
They're running Mole Man, Kate Bishop, and Moon Girl with no Victoria hand.
Wow. Dino's getting buff from spells from Merlin, from Moon Girl, from Mole Man. Those are all things generated in hand.
Yeah, and Gwenpool into Killmonger. Let's see if it's enough.
Last turn, y'all. There the Devil Dino is.
Yep, and you thought you dodged the single Killmonger, but the second one comes out and obliterates everything on their side.
No one ever suspects the second Killmonger.
Yep, bringing it to a tiebreaker that Swininja takes easily. Yep, 4 cubes up is a great way to start. Alrighty. Opening hand with Shadow King is interesting. There's the Killmonger. That's what you want to see. Kitty
Not
Pride 1.
Not a lot of low-cost cards right now. Really,
Yeah.
they're probably holding until turn 3 unless they can get something else.
Yeah, Shadow King is a 2-drop. Ah, there's the Zabu.
There you
Makes
go.
their early curve a lot nicer. Not exactly when you want to see it.
They already have
And the-
2 4s in hand, though, so I'm not sure how much Zabu is gonna,
The opponent opting to snap this here. Saying that they like something. Thena coming down on 2. Kitty Thena.
The
Something we
opponent
haven't seen in a minute, but a very, very strong combo nonetheless. Ooh.
The opponent would either have gotten Gwenpool or Enchantress.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, that is a card they probably won't be playing out unless it's maybe a Gwenpool. But
Yeah.
that is at least an extra card for Devil Dinosaur. As Isle of Silence isn't great for Devil Dinosaur, but
I'm
not
still surprised by the Mad
terrible.
Thinker.
As am I. I don't love it. Mad Thinker is, yeah, not exactly the best thing for players to be playing in tournament. As Moon Girl comes down on 4 into the Gwenpool from Swininja.
Well, it looks like Mad Thinker will get some value here.
Yeah, it's a 1/3. That's You could be
It's a
playing
1/3.
It will be a 1/1.
Yeah.
Shadow King and Red Guardian doing some work, bringing both those cards down, and Red Guardian shutting off the Thena. Yeah, can't really stop that, I think, can they? Not really any great ways to. I mean, Shadow King getting buffed by Gwenpool always hurts to see, but
Yep.
as Devil Dinosaur comes down right, that might
All
just be a lane they have to abandon.
And the Enchantress looking very
Ooh.
tempting right side.
Oh, you're right. That is a good call out. Ooh, 8 power Enchantress as well.
Or
You'd
you
have
could
to play it
yeah.
alongside a Merlin. That's not
But
bad.
we don't hate a Merlin.
I do not hate that at all.
I'm
The
not
Devil Dinosaur
sure
is
about
big.
that though. Merlin,
I don't hate
why
it.
not Merlin mid so you have an
No.
option?
That is just a call out play at the moment. Yeah, it seems like, well, this is coming down. Enchantress comes down, turns off the Devil Dinosaur, reducing it down to 4 power. Yep, and that is going to be
Okay.
4 cubes. Yeah.
I didn't realize I don't think I
Ah.
realized it was last turn. I thought there was one more turn after this. So
Nope.
that was the right play, putting the Merlin. Yep.
Either play works. That is one where you just sort of have to make a call out of where do you think power is going to go, and sometimes it doesn't really matter which you take. Both plays would have worked. Even playing it right would have still brought it to a tiebreaker and brought
Yep.
Ninja the win there. As we're
Looks
going
like-
to be hopping over into another match now.
Yep.
Alrighty, let's see what we've got here.
I want to say this is Senior Boss versus Oroxis.
Yep, it seems like it. Yeah, there it is. White Hot Room is on the right or the leftmost location as Quicksilver and Domino.
Looks like a Wiccan deck.
It indeed does. Hold up. Now, call me crazy, but I'm looking at their deck list right now. They don't have Wiccan.
They're running Quicksilver and Domino without Wiccan.
No Wiccan in sight. Their 4 drops of choice are only Shang-Chi and Jessica Jones. Their full list is Quicksilver, Shadow King, Star-Lord Domino, Storm, Groot, Shang, Jessica Jones, Blink, Vision, Gore, and Galactus first steps.
That is very interesting.
And Gladiator pulls out the Vision, an absolute punish. We talked about that earlier. Gladiator is a great card most of the time, but sometimes he can really hurt you. As, yeah, Auraxis will get that free extra energy. And their deck is weird, but weird doesn't mean bad. I am very confused as to what's going on, though.
This is another one where I'm like, what is their collection level at? Are they... This is just their go-to, or is it like this is what they have available, you know?
Yeah, the opponent snaps and Senior Boss gonna retreat out of there. I cannot blame them at all. As yeah, this is a Mercury Cannonball deck that played a Gladiator, essentially played for negative points, as Vision gets to move all around the board, and Cannonball would really just be moving that something else somewhere else. Not
And the
really
Vision
what you want to
also
see.
giving them the extra energy as well, you know?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely huge. A free way to get into that race location and then race on out of there into somewhere else, contest where you want it, especially with no Mercury down. That is huge.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Vision. Just in, you can do a lot with him. I know he doesn't see a ton of play these days, but he's still...
Yeah, there's
Still love
oftentimes
him.
better things for the play rate, but free is a very, very good cost to play Vision for.
Yeah.
As Zabu comes down on 1, that's not phenomenal with 2 of the main 4 drops being in hand already. However, I believe Gwenpool is still in deck, so they can maybe hit that. Quicksilver becomes Galactus Herald. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, Miniaturized Lab is interesting.
Who was that? Who
That
snapped on
was
that one?
Roxas snapped that one. You can see
Okay.
the pulsing ripple effect from
Yes.
Senior Boss, and that means that, yeah, that's an opponent snap. Domino will be able to contest that left lane and give Galactus an extra 2 points of power. Does Senior Boss end up staying?
He has
not
part of the
contested.
combo here. He has the Mercury. It's just a matter of getting the Cannonball.
Yeah, I don't hate it, but without that Cannonball, Mercury just may play for a 2/2, and that's even worse than Nightcrawler. I mean, granted, you can stop the Vision from moving, which is very good. Domino comes down left, as expected, bringing up that Galactus up to 16, bringing him ever closer.
I'm still trying to figure out why the Quicksilver and Domino, though. Out of...
Now, that might be to try to get some guaranteed things on... Now, okay, I have 2 things. Maybe it's for Galactus first steps, getting a guaranteed thing. As Shadow King comes down with the tempo,
Also,
that's your best play?
deck thinning as well. You do get some deck thinning.
Yeah, a great thing you can do is you can blink as well. Auraxis does have blink in their deck, and Domino and Quicksilver make it a little bit easier to get some of those big cards out, as Negasonic is going to try to snipe something big right. We'll see if it hits. This is going to be... Well, no, Senior Boss doesn't have priority. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
But Galactus is going to be buffing something that Negasonic will kill. Do you think they move over the Mercury and Cannonball now?
Yep. Yeah, they do.
Seems like it, but something very bad has happened here. Fenris in Miniaturized Lab makes it so that Fenris can't bring it back this turn.
Not this turn.
But it can bring it back next turn, as Jessica Jones comes down on the left, leaving that Negasonic unactivated.
So they activate the Fenris first here.
Yeah, Fenris always comes down. The only problem is... Yeah. Well, now hold on. This is a very, very interesting one. Electing to go Gore there, you got to activate the Fenris first to bring back that Galacta and buff up that Fenris. You could, in theory, go with a Juggernaut left after the activation, and that brings up the card left to... No, it only brings it up to 5.
Did they activate the Fenris?
They did.
Okay.
Okay.
I got really scared there for a second. Like, please remember to activate the Fenris. Well, they do have 1 lane lockdown, and I think they can only play, for 1 at this point.
Yeah, that is. I'm a little bit surprised they went with a gore there, but this game seems like a foregone conclusion. Yep. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go with the Shang there because Shanging, it's a guaranteed
Jones.
Shang on the Jessica Jones.
Yep.
The Jessica Jones happens before priority does. They could have gone Shang, activate Surge right, and then Shang left for a little bit more power. But the Negasonic being uncontested, unexploded, is just too much for Oroxis to overcome, and they are knocked down as Senior Boss will take the win in round 4.
Yeah, it's tough when you have the situation you don't have. You also know they probably have Juggernaut as well. So,
yeah, that's a very, very scary one. Negasonic is a lot easier to predict your opponent's plays and really put them into a chokehold, especially with that middle location, the miniaturized lab. Very, very hard for Oroxis to overcome, and yeah, ended up just not being enough. A very off-the-wall deck. Ended up, their creativity was very, very cool to see, but ended up not being enough to take it.
Again, I was surprised seeing Quicksilver and Domino without a wicket.
Yeah, I feel like that is probably a suboptimal play line. Wiccan is a very, very strong payoff to the cards of Quicksilver and Domino. Maybe even the main payoff, especially if you're going to run Quicksilver. But I believe we are jumping into another game right here and now. Who do we got here?
Melee versus it's Jess.
Now, I think I might know both of these players. I'm not sure, but I believe, yeah, Melee is a player that I know, and I believe I know Jess as well. This is going to be very interesting. As Melee takes it, bringing Jess down to only 3 cubes. 3 to 9 is not the spot you want to be in. And this is a negative deck from Jess. Oh.
That's a pretty big differential right here. And again, see Quicksilver and there's the Wiccan.
Yeah, Quicksilver with Wiccan is a lot better than Quicksilver without, as they have Wiccan in every card they need to get into that Wiccan play. Yep, Mercury comes down mid, makes a lot of sense. They're going to try to move it into left if they can to get that Kunlun buff, and Negasonic. It's going to be an interesting one here.
Yeah, and the question is,
save that, right?
No, I think they're playing it so they can guarantee Castle Blackstone with priority, and then they can drop Wiccan next turn and get that extra energy.
They can, but however, the problem is here, Melee has a limited amount of tools to deal with negative. And both Juggernaut and Negasonic are 2 of those tools. They really have to make the decision of, okay, do I hold these tools or do I get the Wiccan down? I think getting the Wiccan down and getting it active is probably more worthwhile. You are a deck that is built to have that extra energy, and they are going to have presumably 3.
And the Merlin is also really big here because you're going to be able to potentially turn off the Limbo, and Limbo is, they want that extra turn for that negative value.
Oh yeah, they absolutely do. Merlin is a thing that can absolutely steal games. As negative comes down, yeah, Merlin on 3 was a very interesting play, but it may not have been the wrong one, as weird as that sounds. Fenris Wolf and Gladiator could do something big, though.
Yep. And they have a lot of energy to work with right now.
I think we're going to see the Merlin come down, and this is going to be a huge 1 out of 3. If Melee can get that location change card, that could be an instant game over, and that is going to be on the forefront of Jess's mind of, do they play around that card?
They're opting not to play the Fenris. Oh, okay.
No, they've got to play the Fenris here. They have to play the Fenris here, right? Yep, Fenris comes down, playing into that, 1 out of 3. If I get that location changer, I really, really want to be able to activate it just to shore up. Esme comes down.
Gladiator is kind of scary once the negative's gone off.
It does, but you can hit an Iron Man or something big. It is high risk and it is high reward. As they missed the 1 out of 3. No turning off that Limbo.
Yeah, but
Jess doesn't know that.
A little bit of extra energy there.
Jess doesn't know that the Limbo is going to be staying here, and that is something that they must fear. like one of your main counters as a negative deck is getting shut off. And that is something that is just, okay, it's a 1 out of 3. They only have 1 card generated, but is that card the card that they need? We know it's not. But Jess is going to change their play based on that outcome. Or do they just... Okay. Yep, angry about Merlin. Cannot blame them.
You always got to assume it's Omniverse.
Yeah. Worst case scenario was always at the forefront of those players' minds. Yep. Merlin may not be doing what Melee wants to, but it is some very scary bluff potential.
It's like you said, Shang-Chi brain, but it's Merlin brain.
Yeah, you are always thinking of that thing to counter you, and it's right on the board. It's big, it's scary. Werewolf, once and future. Now, this is a very scary one. I don't know if this was right.
Null
plus
into a Mystique. What's the play here? How do you get value from that?
Oh, that is a scary one. See, now...
they feed something to Negasonic?
Oh, that is a good call out. Ooh. Now, Melee has the opportunity to polymorph the Negasonic and try to bait them out. But Gladiator is going to be a potential downside. Yeah, if they go for it, it's a 50-50. But anything that Gladiator pulls and kills is adding double.
Yes.
So the real question is, what happens now? Polymorphing the Mercury, pushing out something, not going for the Juggernaut, not activating the Fenris.
Do they just put a Gore down?
Now, I would assume they just go with a Gore on the... I mean, Jess has to be worried about potentially undoing the end turn for Melee. Jess has to be worried about a move, or maybe... No!
A Juggernaut?
No, Juggernaut, yeah, but Cannonball is the least... They cannot be worried about Cannonball. Yeah, they are protected from Cannonball. They do not have priority. Juggernaut is a little bit scary.
Yeah.
But... Okay, this is going to be an interesting one. Melee is just racking their brain, trying to find something that maybe gives them a chance. Juggernaut is good, but Juggernaut may not be enough.
Is Juggernaut right the play here? Because if it is them playing Gore, you move that.
Maybe, but the problem is Jess has been drawing negative cards since turn 4, and it has only been showing one of them on the Mystique.
Yep.
That might just be way too many cards for Melee to contest, even with the Juggernaut.
Could just be a fill.
I don't know. I think maybe this is a retreat.
I'm interested in seeing how this plays out.
Yep, something big. Is it the Gore like you predicted? Let's see. Marvel Boy is not what they want to see. Werewolf jumps over. Juggernaut makes it jump back.
Yep. A Hawkeye Kate Bishop comes on down. Followed by a Gladiator.
Okay, what's it gonna pull? Killmonger in the negative deck.
Killmonger in negative is interesting to me, but I guess it makes sense with the current meta.
Makes sense with the null, as Jane comes down, is going to be adding big points, but that's not enough. That's not enough by itself. Gotta be something big. Sage. Plus Zola. That'll do it.
Oh, what a play.
Oh.
That's where all that value's coming from, and was able to stack even more with the Sage there.
Yep, Juggernaut is not enough against the Zola, against the Jane Foster, buffing up those two nulls, and yeah, Jess played that one very, very well, keeping making sure that their nulls were not the highest power card in the lane, keeping it immune from any potential cannonball shenanigans.
Yep.
And it really, really paid off for them. Alrighty. No Wiccan from Melee. He doesn't love to see that, but Merlin early is very, very good, but Moria makes it so Merlin's not getting any value. Not just yet. There's the Wiccan.
But, okay, they have the 3. They have the Werewolf.
Mm-hmm.
So they go Werewolf on 3, Wiccan on 4 here.
Ooh. See, now the question is, do they Wiccan left to try to get an extra energy even beyond that, or do they Wiccan right to try to get the Rocket Pad and the Werewolf jump? I'm thinking they go Wiccan right.
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
But now it's a question. Ooh. Alrighty. Never mind. Limbo taking that away. That is a very good place to play that magic out.
And this is a situation where we love to see an early Merlin because there's so many more chances to get the Omniverse.
Yeah, but that's only a 1 out of 3 each time. It is by no means guaranteed. Jess is certainly going to be worried about it, but negative comes down on 4. Merlin.
There's still 2 turns to potentially generate that.
Oh,
so
well, really, there's only one.
One now.
This has gone from 3 1 out of 3s to only 1 left. This
Are the
is
cards
not looking great? Yeah,
are the cards.
Are the cards? We will see. Polymorph probably. Oh, okay. Not exactly sure what they're doing. Going for a 5-drop instead of Wiccan. I like that play a lot. Mercury comes down. Will they once in future? They don't.
Maybe they have my luck and the Polymorph makes Wiccan a MODOK here.
Oh, you would hate to see that. That's
okay.
Nimrod.
Cool. They passed. It's happened
not
so many
MODOK.
times.
Is it going to be Jane Foster coming down? Nope. Ravonna into Killmonger.
Okay.
Okay. So I believe that neither of those cards were hit by Mr. Negative. I think what I usually do here is I oftentimes tap on the card because sometimes the graphics don't go through, and see if you can see the effect if it has been changed, even if the power hasn't been changed, just to know how many draws you have to work against. That is a very, very solid thing. But I believe, yeah, neither of them would be inverted.
Yeah, they would have the negative. So I think Jess is trying to keep all those in hand just for a very big last turn.
Now, they might, but the problem is Jess has got to be fearing that location change. But Melee just doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Polymorph once in future is just not enough. But now here comes the fear factor. Jess doesn't know. Jess knows that there were 3 cards generated. They probably played to end the game now. But Melee knows this game will keep going on. Does this have an effect? White quit. Oh.
That could be big. That could be big. That's a regular null.
Non-flipped is very good information to see.
Yes.
Oh, do they clog right? They do. Oh, that 50-50 is huge.
That is
now
very,
Negasonic
very big.
has the opportunity to take it. Ooh, Iron Man comes down mid. Is that a Mystique? Nope, Sage. No Mystique just yet. As Arnim Zola.
The clog just clutched.
Yeah, that was a 50. Even with the Killmonger,
they just have to drop the Negasonic here. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Granted, okay, how many flipped cards have we seen? We've seen the Arnim Zola. I'm not sure if the Sage was flipped. They might have something to do. Maybe with like a Gore. However, Red Guardian into Juggernaut is not a bad play by any stretch of the word. Can Red Guardian plus maybe a Negasonic guarantee the win here?
They go Negasonic left.
But hold up. What if they go Red Guardian mid into Negasonic Teenage Warhead mid? They turn off the Iron Man. They bring that down to, what, 12 power? And the Negasonic,
yep.
I think that just takes it. Oh, but Melee doesn't see it. Nope, they're redoing. They might have found it. Red Guardian? Nope. Juggernaut.
Nope.
That probably is good enough. But if Jess has enough low-cost cards to completely fill...
You called it. The Red Guardian Juggernaut's the play. The Red Guardian Negasonic's the play.
Yeah, I think that would be a checkmate situation, but not finding it. Will Melee be punished? Does Jess have enough cards to really fill up these locations to make it so Juggernaut doesn't get that value? We will see. They played out negative early, but it might not be good enough. Just going with fist bump.
And the return fist bump. You love to see it.
Not enough cards. It's unless they got something real cheeky here. I think Melee's going to take this.
That acid arrow was very, very clutch. There's a null and a Mystique.
Not enough. Yeah, I think Melee, that is they may not have been a true checkmate situation, but I think in that place, in that scenario, just a good enough, strong enough, well played enough to really take it. Yeah, Juggernaut, very, very solid card. Red Guardian, huge. I think one of the main things that made Jess play out that Iron Man early is really just that fear of, hey, what happens if the game is ending right now because of that Merlin? Merlin may not have generated the card that Melee wanted, but it was enough. That fear, that hidden information, and Merlin is a shockingly good source of it, was enough for Yeah, just to change their play, to have to put out a little bit more points, and though 50-50 to clog a lane.
Yep. The clog was huge. The clog was like, once you narrow it down from being a 3-location game to a 2-location game,
Yeah.
you've won half the battle.
Especially with the tech cards that Melee runs in their deck. Negasonic and Red Guardian especially can really, really shut down, lock down that second lane. That's part of the reason why Clog is so very, very effective against Mr. Negative. And I believe we're heading into the next game. Let's see who we've got here. I believe, let us see.
Looks like Official versus Bojangles.
Alrighty, let's see it. We've got, what are they playing?
Has a very good lead right now.
Yeah, getting the Wrath card for Official. This might be what they needed to bring it back. And but Null is not the best.
Yeah, if you don't have anything destroyed, Null is just, you know.
I would say the fear factor would be a very, very big thing here.
Yeah.
However, the problem is, the Mount Vesuvius would make most players think twice about staying. But this is last cube, last stock situation.
You're losing 2 cubes at max. You're pretty much locked in either way.
Yeah, this is a real rough situation for Official to be in. That is really not what they want to see. As Invisible Woman First Steps comes out, that is the card they built their deck around. It is phenomenal for them to see it.
Now, does this one also run the Thing 2, as I like to call him? Because the Thing 2 at Mojo World can be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, this one is going to be a little bit rough. Yeah, this is a very, very interesting one. Mojo World is a big location, but Merlin may get the chance to turn it off.
Good point. Yeah, the Merlin always offers that option.
Yeah, if nothing else, it does give that fear of it. I don't know. This is going to be a very, very interesting one to see.
Wait, Kang?
Is it? They have Kang? Why
They
do they
have
have Kang? Okay, sure, why not?
Yeah, they have Kang.
Yeah, sure, why wouldn't it be?
The best card in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be very, very informationally advantageous.
It is good for bluff snapping. I will say that.
Yeah, but the problem is, Official can't exactly snap.
Yeah.
They do get to know their play, though, as, they might be able to just contest that mid location with a Thanos. Ooh.
It's the last turn, though. This is it.
Well, it's Kang. Kang will revert it. So we will see. That is a lot of power, though. It's going to be hard for them to contest, but I think Bojangles may only be able to play out 2 cards here. They just might not have the energy from the Havoc. Yeah, if they contest left with maybe that Null, that Null doesn't really have any power, but it does have a body, and a body is all it needs. It might be Null left, Thanos mid, as redrawing gives them the Prodigy. Not great. But Null comes down.
Come on, put that Null right there. Null wants to hang out at Mojo World.
Yep, indeed they do. As Null comes down, Thanos comes down, and Prodigy comes down, activating the Invisible One First Steps. Not really doing much about it, but I think this just might be checkmate. Official, I think, is going to hang on.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to compete against.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very rough one. Thanos comes down mid and is going to, almost certainly take it. Kang value. You don't see that too often. You know, gets the redraw, gets the information they need. Not a bluff equity, but it is a very interesting way.
Yeah, Official's hanging in there.
Alrighty. Yep, taking it back. They're not out of it just yet, but they are one step closer as Bo goes down 2 more cubes.
They really committed left there.
They
Havoc,
really did.
Sunspot and Prodigy copying the Havoc. That's a lot.
Hmm. Yeah, and that is just an insurmountable left, but a very, very tough one to MarvelSnap is a game of 3 locations. You only need to win 2 of them. And Mojo World is just forces a little bit too much from a player that got Havoc down on turn number 4. All right, let's see. Why is that? All righty, let's see what we've got going on here. Zorn. Oh, it's Airship. Oh, I did not realize it was Airship. I thought this was just a very, very weird Thanos deck. Nope, it's Airship.
Okay, that makes much more sense.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, some of the odder choices. Now, I think Zorn is a very, very interesting one. Zorn makes it so 3 and 4s will be more likely to clog, especially with 1 Central Park, maybe even a second coming down. Nightmare comes out. Probably not the best hit that you wanted to see, but double Thena ain't bad at all.
I think that's what you do. You just get as many Thenas as you can from the cloning vats to just try and play 2. But I mean, at this point, the squirrels are not helping at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a little bit rough on their end. Yeah, that's not too great. Alrighty, let's see. Now, undoing their turn. Yeah, it's got to be Thena, right? Now, the question is, do they Time Stone as well? Nope, Reality Stone ripping away any extra value. No, from maybe the cloning bats. But the problem is, if they don't Reality Stone mid, they are leaving open the Central Park to flip over a second time and maybe clog them. And with Sunspot down from Bo, that may prove disastrous. Let's see what happens here. Yep, there it is.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
Is this better for official here?
Yeah, I think this is better for Bojangles. Sunspot they could just full float and then just play 2 last turn, right?
Yeah, I think so. Sunspot is a great card to get, but location space is a very good one. You can Alliath right, and I think you secure that lane. Maybe. I don't know. This is going to be an interesting math out location. The question is, does official get something big enough to contest the next one? All right. Opting to go filling up. All right. This is interesting. There has been a bar set by Bo. It's just a question of, can official jump that high? Can they get over the top? Production, if you could check the message we just sent, thank you very much. And yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one. Alliath comes down on the right. I think Alliath isn't enough. No, it is. Alliath is enough.
Yeah.
They get a secondary copy of it, but Sunspot will be floating for how much? It'll be floating for, no, they're only at 4 energy. This is just a math check. Alliath wins right. You have to make that play.
Yep,
Yep, there's the Alliath. Alrighty.
Sunspot is just going to absorb that extra. Wow, official is really hanging in there.
Yeah, that is going to be 4 power coming down on the leftmost lane. No shot. No. You gotta go Alliath here, right? Is that just not enough? 4 power on the left will go to 13. Can't you just play out Alliath and just take this? I think they just take this. Alliath into 0.
Are they? Can they?
On the left. No, yeah, Havoc has stopped the Sunspot from growing big enough. Sunspot will soak for 4 this game and bring it up to 13 to 14 in 2 locations. Official by the skin of his teeth. 1 point in both lanes. Ooh.
Wow.
Very, very close. We are in last cube. Last cube situation.
The dangers of Havoc.
Alrighty. Yeah, it's a very, very spooky one. Alrighty, let's see. Erisham, let's see what you got. Space Stone on 1 is not a bad thing to see. That is an extra draw and a 1/3. Not terrible at all. Reed's Lab not doing too much. Maybe favoring Bo a little bit just because they can fill a little bit easier. Alrighty. Let's see. Deadpool on 2 is not exactly what you want to see, though.
This is the risk of the RSM. You know, you never know what you're going to get.
Well, you do get Marvel Boy, though, and Marvel Boy, Deadpool is not exactly the one drop you want to see, but is a one drop that will be buffed up nonetheless. The only problem is Airsham skips turn 3 amounts worth of energy.
Yep.
Yeah, and they'll have to play a little bit off curve if they want to here, but Marvel Boy is by no means a bad card, especially with the Power Stone draw. Wow, that is going to prove big.
Also, that Legion could also be pretty good, depending on where they decide to use that.
Yeah, that is definitely big. I don't know where they would use it. Maybe in the Starbrand Crater to get some extra energy. Maybe somewhere else. Yeah, Kamartage is a very interesting one as well, as Death Strike is going to be big. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, do you see what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing the Surge and the Athena with the LDS this turn. Yeah.
Yep, and Marvel Boy is buffing out both of those 1/3 stones to make that Lady Deathstrike absolutely dominant, as she is swiping down any of Bo's points.
That LDS, huge. That Adam Warlock is not competing.
Yeah, that is not exactly great. Not the end of turn card you want to see in this situation.
Not the best Herald here, because I don't think they have a way of contesting that lane at this point.
Yep, I'm thinking a Thanos comes down in the middle location. You could also, in theory, go with a Legion here. That would get you 2 extra energy the next turn. But I like the Thanos a lot. Yeah, Legion would get extra energy, but yeah, Thanos is a little bit more on curve, gets you a little bit of extra energy, leaves you open for some very strong plays, and I think Official might be bringing this back. They are very much ahead. But end of turn is no slouch when it comes to points. They can really ramp up those last turns. Yeah. Have it locked in now.
What a comeback if this ends up working.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Galactus coming down in the middle, contesting it. But yeah,
that Galactus is very, very vulnerable to Shang, and I see that Shang in hand.
Yeah, with priority, no way to stop it. Not a great follow-up other than Shang-Chi. But with priority, this is going to be a tricky one. Yeah, Jug can't come down. Havoc may be able to go big, but
yeah,
it might not be enough to stop Bo from going home.
I think what a comeback from Official here.
Yeah, Bo isn't out just yet. They do have 7 energy to play with. But nope. Yeah, Shang-Chi's going to take it. Shanging down, and Diamondback secures that one lane.
Yeah, that's not gonna cut it.
Yeah, Prodigy into the Adam Warlock is not exactly best thing to see, but double fist bumps, love to see it. A phenomenal comeback from Official. Very, very nicely played. Yep, they were able to stick in it long enough for Marvel Boy to get some very, very good value. Arishem, giving you the tools that maybe not that you were expecting. I certainly wasn't expecting it.
Yeah.
The tools that they needed. Alrighty, we have seen some very, very interesting matchups. We've seen a lot of Supergiant, a lot of Cannonball Tech, and Invisible Woman First Steps. This has been some very, very solid matchups. Any notable moments from your end, Gregor?
I'm kind of just surprised that Arishem is doing decently. I thought Arishem would not be played a lot in this gauntlet, but
yeah, it's coming at the meta a little bit sideways. Not many people running Cassandra Nova or Darkhawk, and with complete information, open deck list, it is a lot stronger. Is it strong enough to win or maybe place top 16? I don't know, but it might just be enough to go 5-1 and qualify for the World Finals of the Golden Gauntlet Championship Series. I am very, very excited to see it. We've got a lot more good matches coming up next. A lot of people are down to their tournament life, hanging on barely. We've got some very good matchups. I am very excited for it. But for right now, we're going to head on over to a break. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You praise stone cold killers, I bring solid fled truth. Frankie Ray stepped up, lit the cosmos in youth. Stardust a ghost, Nova burns with finesse. She chose to be herald, then she chose to protest. At the Manet 6 drop, watch the flames ignite. Power doubles up, yeah, we do this right. Galactus gave fire, now I torch through the scene. Dropping bombs on your verse like a cube stealing machine. Mockingbird drops cheap, She-Hulk joins the strife. Sasquatch smashes in, Blob cuts like a knife. Thanos auto fuel, Agatha's got my back. Try to match his heat and your whole deck is whack.
You think you got the fire? You should retire. My raps are at a higher level. You look disheveled. You ain't a god, but I'm the devil. My rhymes are too hot for you to handle. Like a scandal, you can't help but look. But you went too far. Ooh, you took a gamble. And now you're cooked.
First guy got torched, typical, that light was dim. Now it's Dexter in the ring, I don't miss on a whim. Snap legend rap manners, I don't need no 6 turns. To win all your cues deserve 3rd degree burns. You face the original, get ready to kneel. You challenge Galactus, you just play for feel. Tapped into black matter, but reality, falling 1 drops. Check my max energy, on reveal, I'm God, my past limit's gone. His power rewrites rules you standing on. You capped, I rise, I bend what you know. While you're stuck with 6, I drop 12 in the globe. 4 streets of madness, sure he double sin. Gwenpool cracks the code, Captain Carter dives in. Symbiote Spidey, swing and bust like a freak. Ben, you've been outplayed by a cosmic antique.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going again. Hi, Esky Puppies. How are you feeling? How are you enjoying the Golden Gauntlet?
I am having a phenomenal time. I have been seeing some very, very off-the-wall decks to various levels of success, and I am stealing some of these. I am very excited to take these and play them myself, and I've just been very, very excited to see some of the best players battling it out, trying to qualify for the World Finals. How are you feeling?
Good. I was going to ask you, any standout decks that have surprised you so far?
I'm a little bit surprised that I think Mercury Cannonball hasn't been doing as well as I expected. It's been doing all right, but every time we've queued into it, it's been a little bit on the back foot. It's not been, losing dead in the water, but it is a little bit less strong than I perhaps would have thought. And maybe that's just the part of the fact is, I would argue, both those cards individually, if you only have Mercury or you only have Cannonball, they kind of hurt without each other.
Yeah.
And maybe that variation in draws is just something that really brings the win rate down. Speaking of which, we are going to be seeing some individual card stats for the first 3 rounds of this tournament. There has been some upsets. I've heard that the number 1 winningest card has changed, but we haven't seen this. It's Bob.
Agua Roberto, let's go!
Yep, Legion still really, really up there.
Hydra
65.
Bob.
Wow.
More so than Black Cat is interesting.
That makes some sense to me. I think that Hydra Bob being able to be held into later in the game rather than Black Cat, who needs to be played right here, right now, and potentially playing into a Killmonger, making dropping priority a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Really, really helps out because Killmonger is everywhere right now. And that distinction may make all the difference in how well you can play around your counters. Iron Patriot, Rocket and Groot doing phenomenally. As Sasquatch is putting up work. Love to see her doing well.
Also, Silk. Surprised in seeing some Silk here. Supergiant, not as surprised about that. But the fact that Silk is higher than Supergiant or Juggernaut is very, very interesting to me.
Well, I'm thinking that Supergiant and Juggernaut are just being played so often that they're playing against other Juggernaut and Supergiant decks, probably bringing that win rate down a little bit closer to 50%. Silk is a very, very cool idea just because I've seen some people use that as the herald for Galactus first steps, and if your opponent tries to contest it, it moves out of the way and then just keeps buffing it up. You don't know where it is, but your opponent has a much harder time of contesting it. I really like that.
Brilliant. That's very, very smart.
Yeah, Sam Wilson, a old meta staple, really coming out in force, and Hope Summers as well. Really,
one of our early ramp cards.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we got a lot of the season pass cards showing up in full force here. Absolutely putting up numbers. Yeah, no kidding.
Misery is up there as well. Maximus is one I'm surprised seeing. So Maximus, I'm guessing, is probably some combination with Ronin, maybe Supergiant.
Ronin Supergiant is what I would expect to see it in. There's Ronin down there as well. Mockingbird doing shockingly well. That is very nice to see. Mr. Negative still putting up some very good numbers. I think it's up from the last time we looked at it. Gladiator's down, though. Yeah, it seems like Gladiator's RNG has been... Yeah, for such a played card, it's really been those 1 or 2 moments where it pulls something that it doesn't kill can really hurt over the long game.
Emperor Hulkling doing pretty good, too.
Yeah, Shadow King and Mobius, some very, very prominent tech cards, but Ravonna is above them. I wonder if Hella Enjoyer has anything to do about that. Them and their Tribunal, Jane Foster. Bullseye still doing very well, as Meek is, I think, near the top. Not as dominant as he was, but he's still very, very solidly up there. I did not expect that. Meek is sort of like, it's a Bullseye deck. You call it a Bullseye deck. You don't call it a Meek deck, and yet Meek is just putting up absolute numbers.
I mean, Meek can be one of those win cons for that deck, so give him some credit,
It is a big scaler, especially if you get it out early, and one energy is very, very cheap. I expected like Sunspot to be up there, but the 1-drop scaler of choice apparently is Meek.
Sunspot is way down there, I think. I
haven't seen them yet, but it is. Yeah, we're going down Stormlight. I'm just looking through it. Wow, we've got some. Yeah, there's Invisible Woman first steps at 51.63 win rate, and
Sunspot's sitting at a 45% win rate, a little bit higher than a 45% win rate.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's all that Killmonger really showing up in force. That it's also very, very vulnerable to Shadow King and Red Guardian. It is just being tech. It is, Invisible Woman first steps, the thing to beat. And most people are probably teching for that list that we showed at the start of the stream with a lot of 1-drops, a lot of Marvel Boy, and a lot of vulnerability to Killmonger.
I think it's interesting that Hydra Bob doesn't seem to be getting hit by it, though. It's just the Sunspot. Is it because you play the Hydra Bob maybe last turn to try and avoid that Killmonger?
Yes, I think that is definitely the case. You can really just hold back priority, just take it a little bit slow. There is also the possibility that maybe Hydra Bob is just showing up in force in non-Invisible Woman first steps decks. maybe he's just a solid card. He's a 1/4 that can move. That's not a bad thing. He also has some very good location utility, getting into locations that are otherwise inaccessible with a snap, with smart, clever snapping. Maybe he's just kind of back. Maybe the nerf to a 1/4 couldn't stop him. Juggernaut is very big. 61% win rate as Enchantress. Ooh, 45.
See, Jug is a game winner. Yeah, you just save it for last, and it wins you a lane.
Yeah, you push the things that your opponent tries to contest your small lane into your big lane. It's a phenomenal card to win two lanes in MarvelSnap. Shang-Chi is only around 50%. Yeah, this meta is not really all that shangable at the moment. It's a lot of things are end of turn, and that makes them a lot harder to shang.
Unless you Super Giant or Invisible Woman that can get around it, but
the problem is Invisible Woman has a lot of vulnerability to Cosmo or Eliath. And with a Super Giant, why wouldn't you just play Shadow King instead? That's a 2 cost for 1 less power that does really the same thing.
Yep, I'd like to say Shadow King is a 2 cost Shang-Chi.
Yeah, he has a little bit of restriction on him, but he might be even better sometimes. Like if you get like you can bring down a Havoc or something like that. For a lot cheaper, a lot more flexible in there. Iron Patriot makes a lot of sense why he's this highly rated. That hidden information, that cube equity of you don't know whether I got a miss or negative or a gore, but you have to play around it, and I have that information and you don't.
You could have anything.
Absolutely anything is very, very hard to play around if you only know its cost. It's just sort of a range that you have to beat. Sarah down in the dumps at the moment, 44% win rate. Not too great at all. Probably people trying to run some sort of Sarah tech, but not.
Yeah, there's so many things that can kind of do what Sarah used to do. With, we have Surge, we have Mr. Fantastic, we have Fastos, we have
Well, it seems as if 34 card Monty is not exactly back, as Agamotto has a 36% win rate after round 3, as Arishem is hovering a little bit better. But it seems like if you're going to play Arishem, cut Agamotto.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly their win rate together, but it's not looking great. And
Legion still holding strong though. 65% win rate.
Phenomenal card.
Steals cubes.
Yeah, especially when you are going long amounts of time with your opponent. It leads to a lot of cheeky, hard to see plays, and a lot of times when you can checkmate your opponent. Yeah, Silver Surfer first steps hovering around 40% win rate. I haven't seen too much brewing with it.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a deck yet, at least covered in the tournament, where I saw the Silver Surfer first steps.
Yeah, not too surprised about that. Adam Warlock is not the build that people want to go with. There are better cards. The
end of turn other than Adam Warlock. Yeah, I'm in agreement.
X23 down in the dumps. Yeah, that one guy went 7-0 twice, but it seems as if other people are not having that amount of luck. Agatha, less than 50% win rate, not too great, I would say. The ones I would be a little bit curious is actually a Has there been any Sauron decks at the moment? I have a couple people who may have entered with Sauron, and I'm kind of curious to see how that's been doing. With the recent change to it, could we see if anyone has brought that?
Or any like Nightmare?
Ooh, that's one I kind of want to see. No
Zero Nightmare?
No Nightmare at all? Oh, we're hearing that. That is a big source of hidden information, but a 3-1 isn't exactly the best to play. Yeah,
No one brought Nightmare. That's surprising.
Well, that is one where the problem with a lot of hidden information cards is like, say with like Arishem, you don't have to play out your bad rolls, and you get to see them. But with Nightmare, you have to play a 3-1 to roll the dice, and if you low roll, you're even further behind now. Because it's like, on average, you'll get cards with a decently better ability, but would you really be rather playing like a 3-1 and then over like one of the better 3-drops in the game. We also have the problem of what? Hold up. What? Destroyer is the highest win rate card?
I'm gonna guess because of locations. I'm guessing it's probably because of what is it? The Asgard location, right? If you take that spot, you get a free destroyer.
This is included in your deck, not play. No, this is like you put Destroyer in your deck, not you have Destroyer at the end of the game. This is someone putting.
I'm very confused then. I'm very confused.
Wow. Okay. Mole Man absolutely showing up in force as well, and we had that. Wow. Okay. Darkhawk, yeah, with a little bit more airship.
White Widow.
We have 2 Mole Man. Why do we have Mole Man on there twice? That is a little bit of an odd one. We have Mole Man and Mole Man, but his twin brother. You know, the variant of Mole Man.
The evil Mole Man, obviously.
Would this be the good Mole Man? If I not exactly sure why that happened, but Hellion is absolutely showing up in force. That is most likely the doing
Sizer.
of Sizer. Yep. Absolutely. See, Hellion is a card that you can force a lot of 50-50s, a lot of hidden information, and get people to stay on games that they shouldn't. And Sizer is absolutely proving that, especially with a Cosmo down, which I know he runs. Moving Cosmo is a lot scarier than a stationary one.
I would play against almost any other deck type than a good move player. Like, that's the scariest thing to me.
Oh, it's like move bounce is a very scary thing. There are some very, very scary people on ladder, and move, when it's in its prime, when it's in its element, really has a lot of things going for it, especially if it's by a strong pilot. Darkhawk doing very well. Not terribly surprised about that. Nomura doing very well as well. I recently cooked up a Nomura deck that did pretty decent in top 50, but it's
Nomura's a fun card. She's a fun card.
Yeah, I used to play it with a Galacta. You play a Galacta, it would buff the Nomura, and the Nomura would buff the Galacta into range of discounting it with Scar, and that was one of the most fun decks I have ever played. But
I like that.
Sadly, it was nerfed. I also played Yellow Jacket in that deck just so I could go Galacta plus a Yellow Jacket, get an extra thing to buff up there. Some very, very fun cards, some very fun cooks to see. I'm very excited for when I can see a lot more of the decks here. Some of those maybe off the meta. Who's playing Nomura? What do they have? What have they figured out that we haven't? Oh, I love tournaments like this. Just brings so much cool things into the space.
I just like to see.
Ooh, okay.
Number one player right now. Well, last time we checked, the most winning player was the Destroy player with the Dormammu list that had Angel in it for some reason.
Yeah, if we're going to guess the number one winningest deck right now, and I would like you guys to guess alongside as well, I don't think it's Invisible Woman First Steps. It could be. See, I don't know what he's playing, but I'm saying it's either going to be Butt or Sizer. I think it's either Sizer's move deck, because they have done very, very well in tournaments in the past. I actually casted a one-trick invitational that they ended up winning. Or I think whatever janky pile of cards BU++ is playing at the moment, those would be my 2 picks. Maybe it's a little bit of a cop-out to say just 2 instead of 1 guess, but I'm the caster. I get to do what I want.
I'm gonna go Sizer.
You're gonna go with Sizer move? Alrighty. What is this? This is the most winning deck. Sarah Tech? Sarah's win rate was down in the dumps, but apparently not for everyone.
Knocked. Okay, it's Tech Soup. Everybody loves soup.
Yeah, I mean, wow, looky.
So to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, this deck right here is our number 1 ranked player at the moment, John Durow. John Durow's already gone 4-0 and has won the most cubes in that 4-0 using this deck. Your friend Sizer is 3rd with his move deck, which we'll show in a bit. But John Durow, at the moment, by the end of round 4, This is the highest cube winning 4-0 deck at the moment. Take it away, guys.
That is fascinating.
I can't say I'm super surprised because Tech tends to do very well within like tournament settings, just having lots of options available.
Yeah, not having a losing matchup. It's like against anything. Against Mr. Negative, you got Nocturne. Against end of turn shenanigans, you have Invisible Woman plus Shadow King. You have Shang, you have Gladiator, you have Cannonball, you have Mercury. There's a lot of things.
Sarah for cost reduction, and like you could just play a lot. I don't know. Yep. And then you have the Wombo combo with Cannonball, Mercury, and the Fenris.
Yep. Very, very fascinating to see. Apparently, Sarah is not down for everybody. Well, we're going to go into another very, very high-level deck. I'm not sure if this is going to be Sizer's or the second most played, or second winningest deck. Sorry, my bad. But I am very, very interested to see this. Wow, Sarah Tech doing that well. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I mean, surprise!
It's a wild guest.
It's a wild me. It's happened. I am here. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually we've just gotten word that Husky Puppy and Gregor over here that they are tired, and it is time. It is time that we gave them a break. So we here over on the production side are going to say simply, Gregor, Husky, why don't you let everybody first and foremost know where they can find you? Gregor, where can they find you nowadays?
You can find me pretty much everywhere at Gregor2424. If you are looking on Twitter or X, it's Gregor_2424. But you can find me creating Snap content on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, all the places. So check me out. Always good vibes and questionable play sometimes, but it's always a good time.
Well, you can find me hiding in your walls, as well as, on Twitch at Husky Puppies 35. I'm not really any other place. You guys are kind of stuck. You have to come to Twitch if you want to see me. I've got some very, very high-level gameplay. I'm ranked 25th in the world right now, and that's not great for me. I ended last season at 17th. I've got some very, very off-the-wall cooks, some things you'd very much like to see, and a phenomenal community. I really do love my Snap community. Shout out to all of you guys. If you are have been in my stream before, you make this a genuinely phenomenal place to be. And even if you're not, just thank you for being a part of this community. This is a wonderful place. I'm so happy to be a part of it as well as here.
All right. Well, with that said, Husky, Gregor, thank you all so much. Everybody in whichever chat you're watching this from, please send all the love to them as well as we get ready for our second group of casters. They're going to be coming on in, shoutcasting the next 2 rounds. And from there, then we'll also kick into the top 16. And yeah, I think the top 8 too. We'll throw them that extra bone. So if you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the next introduction of your next casters, I am. We're going to send it on over first and foremost to Pulse Glazer. Pulse, why don't you say hello to everyone?
Hey everybody, happy to be here. Excited to see some top level Snap gameplay.
Hello everyone, this is Parry Manilow here. We have had such an exciting tournament so far. Big round of applause to Gregor and Husky for putting on a stellar performance, especially while production was getting things sorted out in the beginning. I know that can be tough sometimes, but they did a phenomenal job. So big round of applause to them on that. True consummate professionals. Glazer, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. It's 11 in the morning. Got a long day of MarvelSnap watching ahead of me.
Yes, we do. Some exciting matches so far, some upsets, some surprises, some standard affair. Your top players are performing as expected. So we'll have to see how they continue to do as this tournament rages on into the night for us, or for the morning for you guys, wherever you may be. We're glad you're here watching MarvelSnap, the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series, first qualifying event. We will be getting into the matches in just a couple minutes here, so sit tight. More exciting games coming your way very soon.
You think you got the fire? You should retire. My raps are rare. Fall in one, ooh, you down on the ground. And I fly in the sky. Look at this new card coming at you, bro, burns. But try not to cry. Cosmic Ghost Rider, he's fire. He's got energy tires. Frank Castle never retires. He's back from the grave. And watch as he wipes takes away from these cards as they get too close to the heat. Just like when you stand next to me. I remove your ability to speak. Doesn't matter what you bring to play. I'm a ghost ride all your dreams away. Yo, Dexter, what's your card say? Shh, take a look now. Oh, it's blank.
All right, and we are back, and we're going to get right into some more gameplay for you here. We've got Teebs' view on the screen. We saw Teebs playing, I believe, oh no, I'm sorry, that was a different player. We are now seeing Teebs playing a Century Stardust Supergiant deck. So I believe we haven't seen too much Stardust this tournament so far, Glazer. What are your thoughts on the new card Stardust?
I think Stardust is really good and just fairly like heavily underplayed at this moment. Like I think the card has a lot of potential and a lot of power to it. It was immediately underrated because of how much it was being because of original bugs. But as of right now, I think it's just one of the strongest things you can do if you can like predict what your opponent's doing, if you can run it without sacrificing a lot of other tech cards and a lot of other powerful things that you want to do in Snap.
For sure, and that is one of the reasons I have not even played Stardust yet, was because of the bug, but that has been fixed now as we see both Mysterio and Stardust in the same deck here. That was the issue plaguing the release, but it has since been fixed. And Teebs here, we have a bar with no name on the left side, Oscorp Tower mid, Nova Roma right. So we're going to be looking to see what Teebs opts to do here. Real Mysterio mid, Viper right to send that Void over potentially. You have the option to Cersei it as well. What are you thinking here, Glazer?
So I understand the Viper play, especially with Thing First Steps there. That lane feels really hard to contest even with the Void, given the Thing First Steps presence. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but the Void will make Thing immediately trigger. Oh, and Adam Warlock's there, so nothing's getting sent over anyway, and the Thing is going to eat something. We have to see if it eats the Void or not, though.
Yep, so there goes the Thing. It's clobbering time. Down goes the Demon, that -9. Unfortunately, stuck on Teebs' side, blocked by the Adam Warlock. So priority now in J-Chan's favor. J-Chan playing the, of course, infamous 34-card Monty, Arisham, Thanos, Agamotto. All the cards in the deck. So very hard for Teebs to predict what's going to be coming down here. And, of course, can't forget Morph. So
a lot of really powerful stuff too, like drawing very well for such a wild card deck. This is a lot of powerful stuff.
Yeah, lots of contest here. That right lane could have some potential here. If you get rid of the Thing that's -10, you still have to deal with that -9 Void, but you are only competing for 2 lanes here realistically. So it's just a matter of, will you be able to win tiebreaker if you're Teebs? With only Chi and Mysterio, I don't think that's going to be enough. Maybe you go for the Annihilus here just to get rid of that -9 on the right, or you take the fun risk here and go for the Cersei, and that's what we're going to get. There's the main man, Arisham, coming down. Only 8 power, not a strong final play. Red Skull and Super Skrull.
And
Wow,
Warlock power comes over the top.
A true blue tie in our first match here, Glazer. Incredible. Cersei with a huge switch, -9 to 14, but it does come with that caveat of giving +8 to every card, or +2 to every card on the opponent's side for a total of +8. Wow. Exciting match to start things off with here as we see round 2 begin. Central Park, our first location.
Central Park is always a really important location in these tournaments. People clog themselves an awful lot. Unless a Killmonger is generated, we don't expect to see a Killmonger, and this is just going to be big. Right? We know that Teebs is running a lot of clog cards, and now there's just not space on the board.
Yep, J-Chan's accepting the snap here from Teebs, immediately taking advantage of that, knowing Clog is on Teebs' side here. And Sakaar revealed to be our second location. Outside of Hood and Viper, I don't think you want Shadow King or Shang-Chi pulled that early this turn. We see a surge come down from J-Chan's.
Oop, there's the Shang,
And-
unfortunately.
Yep, and with Prio too. Not that it matters. It was just a meager Adam Warlock here for J-Chan's. But going to start building some power, especially not being able to play over in that lane. Thanks to Pet Mansion as our final location.
Yeah, that would have been a really good time to send something over mid and really make that Adam Warlock suffer, but you can't do it because of the Pet Mansion. However, they do get the full clog there, and I have to assume that at some point this game J-Chan is just running.
Yeah, not looking great so far. Only 8 power locked in there for J-Chan's, unless, of course, they pull a Hail Mary Blue Marvel or something of the sort. And Teebs looking very strong here. The Real Mysterio on the left, so that's technically 5 for mid. And we're going to have to see what Teebs can draw here. Probably don't want to play the Hood just yet, unless you plan on going for a Cersei left, perhaps. But you don't want to clog yourself up too early, I would say.
I think Cersei has to end up being the play mid, turning that Shang into a real power 5 drop, turning Mysterio into a 3 drop, Squirrel, whatever, for a 2. But I think Cersei has to be the play mid. So you might end up just being forced to play the Hood left because the Demon can auto win you right.
Yeah, gonna be enough to put you over on the right side there. I did forget the Real Mysterio was left for a moment, even though I just said that. But we're just getting started here, folks, so cut me some slack, all right? We're going to see that Hood. Teebs is thinking about it. Running low on the timer, though. It doesn't go for the Hood. Instead, we see a Ghost Rider coming down from J-Chan's. Nothing discarded, though, so just 10 power Ghost Rider as well. A lot of buffs there from Gwenpool and Surge as well.
That's
Cards
really good
being
to
drawn.
see. That's really good to see. You do want to see what that Gwenpool hit as soon as possible. It takes something off the table for what you're thinking about at the end of the game. Although, of course, in the 34 card Monty, you've just got so many different things to consider anyway that everything remains fairly wild.
Yep, and just having another card drawn there, too, because of Adam Warlock getting a little bit of value from the Pixelated Warrior there. Nothing spectacular here on Teebs' side so far. I don't know if you want to go Merlin, committing 3 power to locking up a crucial spot in that left lane. I don't know if that is the play. But I think you might want to perhaps just get the Hood down now so you do have that Demon to play in conjunction with Cersei next turn. What are you thinking here?
I think I would just Cersei. I want to know what that hits. I want to know what they have to... I want to know if I'm winning that lane or losing that lane, what my plan has to be there. That's my go-to play here. I think I'm just playing the Cersei, and then I can figure out last turn.
Okay, looks like Teebs is just going to go Merlin right here, and that will only be 1 extra power on the right. So if there's any sort of buffing to be had by J-Chan's, that could be a sneaky way to win that lane. We see 13 power worth of Mockingbird coming down left. So left just got a little bit tougher for Teebs to win here as Adam Warlock draws yet another card for J-Chan's.
So this game fundamentally comes down to whatever Cersei does, right? And that's why I would have done it last turn, because then at least you know it gives you a much safer retreat. That Merlin play is still open to you last turn either way. You would have had Merlin and Stardust as your plays, a little bit more safety, a little bit more power.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of a misplay here from Teebs, leaving it up to RNG, hoping that 9 is going to be enough to win the right. It sure seems that way. But what are we looking at mid? Got some pretty solid options here. 5 drops generally on the stronger side, but got to make up a good amount of power here. Also an Omniversal left without priority. That shouldn't do too much to hurt Teebs here.
There's
Or
stuff
hurt
like
J-Chan's.
there's stuff like the Nexus here that's possible that's bad for Teebs. You know
Nexus
what I
would
mean?
be devastating.
Could be a bar with no name, equally likely, I suppose.
Yep.
So there's just, actually I think Nexus is a higher tier rarity than bar with no name, but you get the idea at this point.
Of course,
just a
leaving it up to
weak
RNG.
And there you go.
Yep, Teebs not
You
feeling
can keep
comfortable
that.
despite that early clog. Retreating for 2 here. J-Chan's in a strong position with that 34 card Monty.
Yeah, in that position, you got to do that Cersei early. You need to know what you're dealing with. That, like, very often Cersei is the last turn play, right, where you're just trying to do a huge swing. But I think you have to play it earlier there so you know what you're dealing with. It gives you a much safer snapper retreat, right? Because she could have been, RNG-wise, she could have been retreating on a guaranteed win there. There's just no way to know.
No way to know
Because you waited
indeed.
till the end.
We see Crimson Cosmos coming down left here and the Raft mid location. Definitely something worth contesting. Teebs considering the snap again, and there it is. Knowing you're going to have that Merlin spell to play, which will work for the raft, but not take up a precious spot on the board, especially with Crimson Cosmos limiting your plays here. And we see good old Raw Shocker coming down from J-Chan's. Very much an Arisham card. Merlin getting a polymorph here. Nice. I'm thinking we're going to see perhaps a Zabu and polymorph mid.
Makes perfect sense to me. It could be Demon. I'm fine with Demon too.
Yeah, Zabu not the best with both Stardust and Sentry in hand, but we are going to see all of them come down here. Let's see what the raft grants Teebs.
Zabu also adds a little bit of danger. Your 4-drops will not be able to be played in Crimson Cosmos from now on, which matters less when you get a casual Magneto.
Yeah, just casual 0-12 here from Magnus. We see Gwenpool coming down. Victoria Hand. What a polymorph there from Merlin. Hooking it up, buffing that demon.
Oh, wow.
And there is that discounted Supergiant.
See, this feels to me like a really, really good Supergiant turn. Instead of Sentry. I understand the Viper is in hand and the Vault is the location. He's very unlikely to be able to fill it given the deck he's playing. But I think I'd probably go with Supergiant and just try and mess with my opponent's doing, since they're running cards like Thing First Steps.
Of course, Things First Steps. Doesn't matter if it's coming down on 4, though. That extra energy from Arisham as we see a top deck Annihilus here right after the Void comes down. So you got options. Could just go the Annie here for some extra power. Can Viper and perhaps once in future the Zabu away for some extra energy. You still have that 14 power Magneto now, courtesy of Victoria Hand and the Raft. I think this looks fine, though. You're looking pretty strong here on the right. I wouldn't be surprised if J-Chance just throws that location, but instead we see 2 cards coming down. Speed at 9 power and First Steps Invisible Woman. So Thing will get some extra benefit from that.
That location is not one if Magneto pulls the Void.
That is true. The Void is also a 4-cost card, so that would get pulled by Magneto, but it's still a lot of power on the left. The Sentry and the Void basically cancel each other out.
I don't like this. I think Magneto has to go mid because you know they're going to fill mid.
And here we go. Final 2 cards coming down.
It pulls not the Void, leaving the Void and pulling the Invisible Woman in speed. What a lucky pull. Winning left, very likely. Nope. Morgan can just be absolutely huge, but wins mid.
Not enough there, even with the extra buff to the Thing. Close, but not close enough. Teebs evens it up at 4-4. Good stuff.
Turns out the RNG of Magneto was in Teebs' hands.
Indeed. So we're going to be switching games here from Teebs' match to a different one for you in just a moment. But yeah, some good stuff so far, Glazer. A lot of Merlin I've been seeing. Merlin doing pretty well. I think location control is one of the things that is truly underrated and underappreciated in this game. Locations play such a big part of winning and losing that having cards that help manipulate that and kind of reset the board state or even the odds really can go a long way.
And tournaments especially, there's so much that is decided by having hidden and unseen information.
And look at what we have here, Glazer. It's like Guest knows me. We have a discard player here. Josh rocking the discard. We saw Meek had one of the highest win rates in the tournament so far. Perhaps Josh is a reason why, as we see Harmony Bassoon playing a Quicksilver Iron Patriot down. Very likely a Wiccan deck based on these cards here, but we have seen some Quicksilver without Wiccan this tournament. So who knows?
This is in fact a Wiccan deck. It looks like the standard version with Negasonic and Fenris Wolf, as well as Wiccan with a nice top end of Emperor Hulkling. Well, we just have a classic Apocalypse Dracula discard list from Meek, not the Bullseye version. As you can see, this is our standard version with Apocalypse and everything else you would expect. Although, honestly, Meek's not usually in that list.
Yeah, Meek usually not making that list. Scorn in there. We see Swarm here as well. So it's possible it could be a bit of a hybrid. If you're running Swarm and not running Bullseye, I feel like you're doing yourself a bit of a disservice. But perhaps Josh doesn't have Bullseye. We don't know. We're going to have to wait and see what they got here.
I do know, my dear friend. I do know. There is no Bullseye, but there is some spice. Shall I let you be surprised, or do you want to see later?
I think I'd rather be surprised here, Glazer, because I don't have the deck list on my screen at the moment. But we did see the Wiccan come down and a Cannonball getting popped from the Iron Patriot there. Early cannonball, so now clogged up mid, but Dracula, a good card you want to have in that lane. Maybe a bit too much power with both Collector and Dracula there, even though we do not see the Apocalypse for Dracula.
Not being able to get that that Morbius down is actually really rough here. I mean, I don't think you have a choice, but not being able to get that Morbius down is fairly rough.
Yeah, so looking at MODOK and Meek, right? So you got MODOK, Meek set, that's 10. You got an additional 4 there from the MODOK discards on Meek, and then 1 extra from the Dracula. Looking at about 15 power right. That's probably not going to do it for Josh, so forced to retreat here.
It's the Wiccan curve. When you see the Wiccan curve, you're probably best off running in most situations against the opponent. They can do so much more than you that it's better to just be out there. Unless you have your absolute power play, you just leave the game. Although, obviously, that's harder in a tournament than on ladder.
Absolutely. Harmony still thinking out their final turn here. Probably have all sorts of things to play, but down 2 cubes for Josh there. Very commanding lead for Harmony, but Josh not out of it yet.
That early cannonball there ended up being really, really clutch, putting a severe cap on the amount of power in the middle, saying like, yes, that can be my throw lane, but now can you actually compete in the other 2?
And here we go, a Nexus on the left location. We were just talking about Nexus in the previous match. We'll see how it plays a role in this one.
Nexus is very good for a tech deck. Things like Cannonball obviously really, really help you win that location, and if that's the only location you care about, then you're in very good shape. Although Dracula counters.
Exactly. Dracula, very good counter to Cannonball there. Will not be the biggest target until the end of the game. We see Colleen here targeting Swarm. Good start for Josh here. Will we see that 2-drop come down for Harmony to keep the curve alive? Clubhouse, second location revealed. Okay, there is the Fenris Wolf. So we do get the 2-drop. The curve's alive. You're not typically going to get too many good targets for Fenris in this style of discard list, unless, of course, Gambit goes astray and discards something like a MODOK.
Taking a moment to perhaps get rid of that Fenris Wolf, while without Prio means that you're going to hit Quicksilver Fenris or the turn 3 play. We do see a snap coming in. That was, I believe, from Harmony.
Yep, snapping back. There's the Negasonic to contest the Gambit. Gambit does discard Collector and hits the Quicksilver, so big low roll there for Josh, unfortunately.
Just RNG loss after RNG loss on that one. It's Morbin time.
It's Morbin time, setting up for the MODOK on 5, and then Apocalypse Swarms. Ooh, this is long. Turbo discard.
That was the spicy card.
Yes.
That I alluded to earlier.
Very unfortunate here for Josh that Copycat is sitting there with that ×2 on reveal ability. I'm sure he'd love to see that on his side, but just got to go for as many stats as you can at this point.
Not totally sure how much it matters for a tech deck to get that double, right? Like, there's not usually very much that they really want multiple hits on.
And we see Prodigy with the Negasonic. Oh no, we still get the MODOK discard going off here. So Morbius will go up, but he's a cannonball away from being knocked out. And with the MODOK, or with the Long rather, you could potentially be getting multiple cards knocked off here. Down goes MODOK. This is looking over for Josh if he's got the cannonball.
Or the Shang, right? Like, this is pretty clearly the Apocalypse play. So either one will do, although no Shang in the list, so we don't have to worry about Shang. We do have to worry about
double cannonball.
Double cannonball.
Yeah, I don't really know. If you had more swarms, maybe you can try and fill, but even then it's not going to matter. You can't fill all the slots on the board here. And even if you did, it wouldn't matter because cannonball would just delete them. Yep. So Josh seemingly conceding here with the fist bump. Let's see what Harmony's got. Is it the cannonball? No, it's a Hulkling instead, which appears to be either Gore or Null. I think that's a Null.
I believe that is.
Those swirly black orbs here look very Null-esque. Close. Yeah. I don't know why you didn't play more swarms on the left. Not that it would have mattered there. Close, but no cigar. Harmony takes it over Josh. And yes, the clubhouse bonus makes sense as to why he filled mid. Same amount of power though. In the end.
Yeah, three equals 3.
All right, we're gonna head to a new match in just a moment. Sad to see discard go down. Perhaps this is appropriate for someone who has championed discard as hard as I have. I am very much a discard enthusiast for those of you who know me. Especially a certain card that you were not very high on, Glazer. But we don't have to talk about him right now. We can save that for if and when we see my main man. So what are we looking at here so far? Can we get a peek at the bracket while we're waiting to see how our matches have progressed? We will get you that bracket in just a second. We are now into round 5 of the Golden Gauntlet. Lots of exciting stuff so far.
At this point in the tournament, you have to be looking at so many top players being near the top of the game and be impressed. Ooh, just saw Shang take out a crazy amount of power as we jump in for the last turn of a game.
Yes, we do. We see a Strange Supreme absorbing a card going up to 13, but it's not enough. King Sakan going down here to a greedy-looking surfer list. I'm seeing Wong, Mystique, and Odin here with a 42 power Brute on the right. Looks like we missed a slobber knocker there as Tony takes it over King Sakan. All right.
That certainly looks for all the world like the toxic surfer list that our previous caster colleague Gregor championed all the time.
Yes.
It puts up some of the biggest points in the game. If it's not getting disrupted, it is incredibly hard to beat.
Yeah, super greedy. You love to see it. That is also, well, maybe you don't love to see it because usually it takes a long time for those animations to resolve when you're dealing with Wong Odin stuff. But we will be getting into another match here right now. This appears to be possibly the end of the road for Red Wolfwood in this matchup. Red looking like they're playing a high Evo list with Doom 2099 Prodigy. So this is a different spin on the end of turn list with high Evo. A little less popular, but still pretty effective. And our opponent playing Clea, I have to think this is Arisham, based on the cards we're seeing on the board, right?
No, I mean, this could just be strength buff. Who knows where the hell that, the only card that looks really out of the ordinary here is Man-Thing. No.
It's not Arisham. Okay,
Yeah.
This is a legit deck here. Very interesting from Lizardo.
This is a jet deck. It's again, I don't know what the hell Man-Thing is doing.
You're
here,
just
but this
saying
is
that
very
because
similar to
Phoenix
jet
Force
deck.
is in the deck, Glazer.
But I mean, isn't that usually the case?
Who else puts his Phoenix Force in the decks if
It
not
just
Jet?
red decks. Well, I think who was it? I don't remember who the original version was, but actually it was Dunce. It was not my Dunce.
Ah,
But there was
pal.
like there was a Phoenix Force buff deck, and that's what I believe what this one looks like to me.
And this is why we have you on the show, Glazer. You know all the decks. If you've seen a deck on ladder, chances are Glazer's covered it.
Yeah, that's what I do. So that Man-Thing could have been a location change. It could have been from anywhere. I don't know if Man-Thing is native to the deck, but I get it. That skip on that.
Could have been an
last
Iron
turn was-
Patriot card as well, perhaps. That is
Yeah.
a possibility based on what we're looking at here. Sebastian Shaw, nice and juicy in that middle lane. A Cull Obsidian and hoping the Doom bot is going to be enough. Red Wolf locked into this play here. Cull does not win left unless, well, Sunspot's going to go up 2. Okay, we are just receiving notice that it is indeed Arisham. We don't know what we're talking about. Glazier thought he was on.
It could have been that other deck. It's running all the cards. Sometimes Arisham just gives you all the cards for a random deck. You know what I mean?
Sometimes it'll just make a deck for you. We do see the Doombot going right. So right is one. The Misty buff and the Sunspot actually might be enough here for Red Wolf to take it.
Don't
Wow.
even need the Sunspot. It turns out that the Doombots just grow enough.
The Doombots did grow, and 2 of them came down. Did I miss something? Did 2 Doombots not just come down?
Prodigy. Copying Doom 29.
Ah, there it is. Okay.
So every play of 1 card equals 2 Doombots. Good play.
Yeah, smart. Redwood Wolf taking it here as we go down to the final cubes. This is what you like to see. Everything on the line here. Winner take all. Valhalla, our first location.
The Prodigy Doom together again, so that is set up should Red Wolf decide to go that way. Which you have to assume they will. The whole deck is built for that, right?
Do you have the time? Because you'd have to
Listen
play
to me
Doom
whine.
on 4. To play Doom on 4, then you have to play something else to the right of it and Prodigy. And you're not getting the Doom benefit that turn because you're playing 2 cards.
I believe it depends where the Doombots go.
That's true as well. The Doombot could help fill that out for you. So now decision time. Hope and Sunspot or just Doom here? And it looks like we're seeing just Doom.
Hard to argue there. Again, if you put 29 down in your deck, it is one of your key game plans, and you have to at least strongly consider running it.
So Asgard won by red. Lizardo benefiting from both a Strange Supreme and a Galacta here from Arisham. And it looks like also got Galactus first steps in there. So the Herald is Supreme. A nice lead there to juice up the big G-Man. Prodigy's lined up now, thanks to the Doombot, as you said.
This is looking like it's going to be very close in terms of power, and we are doing Sunspot things again, which is very interesting. Perhaps Sunspot coming down with the last turn thing, which will win a location and very likely win the game.
I was going to ask if you liked the Sunspot play there, not getting the Doombots this turn. We see Galactus continue to grow in power. Thing is not going to be able to clobber that. Hulk also not going to really be able to put up much of a fight here.
This looks like a problem. That is an ungodly big Galactus.
I think you have to throw left at this point and hope Hulk and some Doombots land right and hope that's enough. I don't know if I agreed with that Sunspot play. I think you were better off just playing the Prodigy that turn.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that being the case. Especially given that the Galactus came down there, especially, right? If Galactus doesn't come down there, you're basically trying to guarantee yourself a Thing fill, because Thing is almost always a lane winner. It turns out when Galactus is 20 power, not so much, but in general terms, it's usually a lane winner.
So just a 14 power Hulk, right? He won't gain any extra power because there's no energy to float. 2 Doombots will come down, so we're looking at a total of what? Potentially... Here we go. Let's see. Oh, wow. Taskmaster mid for 20, but then it gets eaten by the Strange Supreme, so big power on the right, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, nothing's going to stop this, huh?
Nope. 3 cards, all you need for a Lizardo. Big bodies ruling the day. Red Wolfwood goes down. Arisham still getting it done in tournaments, Glazer. Our previous Golden Gauntlet winner running the 34 card Monty, and now we are seeing it have some success here.
More impressive to me is that we're seeing Galactus First Steps do so well. The much maligned Galactus First Steps is putting up a lot of power.
Well, it certainly helps when you can play him down on turn 5 compared to turn 6. But thanks to that extra energy from Arisham.
That mattered a lot for Taskmaster, but even as a turn 6 play, I think that, like, if it's 20, right, like you're playing an Infinite without skipping a turn. The downside of Infinite is you would usually play 5 or 6 power on turn 5, and so that really means Infinite ends up being something like a 6-14, unless you have Sunspot. Obviously changes the math there. So having a card that you don't have to skip and then can get 20 power from and can still play a regular game with regular tempo does have its upsides. Even if it's not the best card, it is better than it's been given credit for.
You do need points to win lanes generally, so having big stats on the board can take you a long way. In this meta that we're currently in, I feel like it's usually not enough to just play 1 card on turn 6, but you don't have that problem with Arisham when you can just play it on turn 5 and have your rest of turn 6 to do whatever you want. And it worked out there. So we're going to be taking a look at some stats now as we get our next match up for you. Let's see how some of these decks are performing. Oh, look who it is.
Hey, sorry, I got to interrupt real quick just to let you know something. We've had some chaos happen in the back end here, and you know, labels are hard, so I apologize for the production errors earlier. But what I can tell you, unquestionably, is I've redone the sheet so that way we can take a look at the winningest cards unfiltered, no minimums whatsoever. There is one player playing 1 card and piloting it to over a 75% win rate already, and I don't know how or why. And I'm just gonna let you two try and figure this out, because
Okay.
There we go.
My man, Silver Samurai out here taking names with a 77% win rate. Is this right? And Ghost right behind it, and the recently power crept Jeff the Baby Landshark. What is going on here?
Well, I think I understand Silver Samurai, right? I would assume, my guess would be that that's something Dark Hockey, right? Like, it could also be Null. We did just get Redshift, and there's potential for a Redshift Silver Samurai synergy with a deck like Hela. There's options here for what Silver Samurai could be good in. He's not generally good, right? Like, he's not a good card for most people, but if you find the right deck, then, much like Dakin, all of a sudden he does well.
I will say that I've had the thought, Silver Samurai has some pretty good targets in the meta right now. People typically waiting until turn 5 and usually 6 to drop their Havocs. Being able to take that out with the Silver Samurai goes a long way. Sunspot, of course, another good target if they are waiting to play that until the end to really get that big surprise burst from the Invisible Woman First Steps decks. So there are some pretty solid Silver Samurai targets out there. Again, if you're facing negative decks, he eats pretty well there. Just surprising to see, because 4-5 stats generally not very good. I'd like to see who is piloting that deck and what else they're running alongside the Silver Samurai. But a very surprising amount of unique cards here at the top of the win rates.
The top win rate cards are almost always going to be, at least earlier in a tournament, the lower sample size cards, right? Hydra Bob being so hugely impressive as this very played card that it has more games. But generally speaking, if 1 or 2 people are playing it, if like 3 people bring a deck and 2 people do well, then that deck looks amazing. That card looks amazing in the stats. It's fundamentally what we're seeing here, I think. Although I do think that Ghost is reasonably underrated. We are seeing a lot of Invisible Woman in the metagame right now. Invisible Woman is all over the place in these Sarah decks, right? Yeah, well, classic,
right.
2/4. And there's a reasonable argument that Ghost does enough of the same job for you, right? Not for the end of turn decks, but for most other decks, Ghost does enough of the same job for you that it's not a bad shout out to just say, I have a 3/5, although 2/4 is significantly better stats than 3/5.
Indeed.
But whole board.
There are worse options out there, but it seems to be working. People perhaps forgetting about the Ghost effect. It is not a card you see played too often, so there could be a little matchup unfamiliarity when it comes to Ghost. I know I've certainly been victim of not realizing there was a Ghost effect to be had, either my own or the opponent's, and getting confused on the priority there. We also are seeing Khonshu, 25 total games, 72% win rate. Not typically found in the highest performing discard lists. But how do you feel about Khonshu right now?
Could that be our Silver Samurai player? That seems like a reasonable chance that the best player with that is our Silver Samurai person.
I'd be willing to bet it's not based on the total games listed there, but
that's fair. Well, counting is hard. Also notable, the Scream deck, the classic Scream deck, the one that runs Polaris, the one that runs Sam Wilson, seems to be doing very well because we've got a ton of different cards from that deck showing up at a really high win rate. We've got Polaris, Rocket and Groot, Pat Rock, Sam, all of those cards doing so well, suggests that they're doing very, very well, largely in, again, that classic Scream shell. Scream, I said, I think in a video 2 or 3 days ago, is really, really, really strong into Invisible Woman right now, because Invisible Woman cares a lot about card placement, card order, and being able to mess that up while also having a powerful game plan of your own is still one of the better things to do. Sometimes good decks just get forgotten. I think that Scream is a victim of that right now.
I was going to say that because there's not a whole lot that's changed about it. Yeah, she's been nerfed a little bit, 2/1, sure. But what it does and what it does well is still something that can affect the current meta. Like you said, that card placement is so important when you're trying to get your Prodigy off for the Invisible Woman First Steps copy. Messing that up, clogging a lane early can really get you throwing off your game plan here. So not surprising to see Scream so high, just forgotten about for whatever reason.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kang continues a run of decent tournament results. Not ever a card you really want to play on ladder, right?
Wait, hold on.
Oh, here comes
Kang
Guess.
is running a 60% win rate, and we're not freaking out about it?
I don't think it's that shocking. I think Kang has cube equity, right? Like, remember that if you're only dealing with 10 cubes and you're snapping on Kang, your opponents can fairly often be running. They have to choose whether they're going to respect that that's Kang or not. And that's not going to happen, obviously, when they're down to 2 cubes, right? but you still have to get them down to those low cubes, and every bit counts. Kang stealing an extra cube here, an extra cube there, means an awful lot in terms of helping this work out.
Yeah, and typically your opponent is going to go for the play that wins them the game, so that intel can be valuable. Do they have the Shadow King? Do they have the Shang-Chi? Do they have the Killmonger? All of those questions sometimes will dictate whether you stay in this game or not, and Kang does have that. Is he worth a slot in such a limited card deck when you only have 12 cards? Who's to say? But so far, the results are speaking for themselves here. 60% win rate.
The card that actually surprises me most, just of the ones that are currently on screen, I think is Baron Zemo. I do not think there's a good Baron Zemo deck, and I do not think Baron Zemo is an especially good card. Nevertheless, that very old season pass card is sitting there with a 60% win rate as well. That shocks me.
There are a lot of quality one drops being run right now. If your opponents aren't drawing their Black Cats, their Hydra Bombs, their Sunspots, like just getting rid of that they can't have it, and now you're all of a sudden looking at a 3-10 if you get the Black Cat, a 3-9. Sunspot, of course, has the potential to go up. It's not the craziest thing, and it does give you a little bit of intel as well. And I think those cards that do provide intel, like Baron Zemo, like Kang, like Copycat, again, one of my favorite cards in the game, and especially great in the battle mode format, because not only are you getting their ability, you're getting that valuable intel. In a game where information disparity really rules the day, having as much information on your side as possible is often the key to winning.
Right. Copycat's an even better card in this mode where you know your opponent's deck list, or can know your opponent's deck list. Just having that ability to say, you know what I'm doing, but you don't actually know what my output range is. You don't know what I got, is so incredibly useful. And your opponent, now that the sound bug of ages past is gone, you no longer get to know that they even drew it. So you have no idea that they drew it. You have no idea what it is. And from there, it just becomes this amazing cube equity. Also, Galactus First Step's win rate is terrible.
Yep. Not doing too hot there, although I guess maybe a bit higher than I might have thought. Magic also not doing too well. We're seeing some clear correlation there with Merlin's win rate and Magic's win rate. Who's to say if that is correlation or causation, but probably a little bit of both. A lot of tech cards at the top of the list, though, not surprising.
Tournaments also tend to feature a decent amount of Legion, and Legion is also obviously very bad for your Magic players.
Indeed, and there you go. The big combo there. Cannonball, Fenris Wolf, Mercury, that 3-card package doing extremely well. Also throwing Gladiator in there to help that out. Negasonic, of course, a key part of that system of cards that work so well in these tech-heavy decks. Okay, so
those decks certainly seem to be feasting on themselves, right? It's a very highly played deck, and because it's so highly played, it's hard for it to have nearly as high of a win rate as a lot of other decks. We end up seeing, because that deck often because like if you're playing mirrors with that deck are like absolute torture. It's very hard to outplay your opponent. It's just, did you see the right tech cards? Did they see the right tech cards? Did Negasonic get the right thing? And that's going to keep this win rate down when it is a focused feature deck. Although, once we get to the top 8, and where it's less likely for you to be seeing those mirrors, that type of deck tends to do extraordinarily well and feast on opponents.
Absolutely. And we have been seeing quite a large variety of decks so far. Of course, there are still the standard affair. I'm hoping we're getting to see a match from Sizer soon, because I was just thinking one of the things that really benefits a player like Sizer is move on its own is already such a niche archetype. Not too many players play it. And then you also have the fact that he's one of the best players in the world. So you have someone playing a niche deck that also knows how to pilot it better than anybody else. So you can't even really get great practice against that list, because who else is playing move better than Sizer, you know? Like you can go up against some quality players playing some of the other top meta decks, but when you have someone who is a specialist like him being able to pilot the deck so effectively, I think that's what really sets him above so many of the other competitors here.
I think coming in, and this often is frowned upon, but I think getting top 8 consistently is more impressive than winning any singular tournament. We always focus on the winner. That's the way our mind tends to work. But consistency over time, consistently performing both on ladder and in conquest is far harder than winning a single tournament, where a lot of RNG and various factors really do take part. Did you get tired? Did you get a good meal? Did you get a good night's sleep? Are real factors in who wins these tournaments. But being fundamentally always in the top 8, top 4, to me is a far more impressive feat. And that's where Sizer lives, right? Like Sizer lives at the top of the Infinite leaderboard. He's been number 1, I want to say 7 different times. And then in addition to that, like every tournament he enters, he's in the top 8. He doesn't always win. He won the one trick, but but he's always in the top 8. He's a ridiculously effective MarvelSnap player.
Yeah, and as for as much RNG and randomness that is in this game, it is a testament to see some of the same players consistently placing in those top 8s. So big shouts to the players there. We are waiting for the final few matches here to conclude in round 5, so we will get you back to some gameplay soon. But Glazer, we had an OTA not that long ago, and we have another one coming up on Thursday. So based on where the meta is at right now, I have a feeling I know one card you're going to talk about, but perhaps what are some other instances, other cards that you think need addressing in this upcoming OTA?
So I'm going to make a weird claim. Everyone's going to say they want Invisible Woman First Steps nerfed, and I don't think I do yet. I don't think it's time yet. I think Victoria Hand, however, desperately needs to be a 2-2. I thought back in January when she came out, she was fundamentally immediately headed to becoming a 2-2. There was no reason on earth for her to be a 2-3, but I think we're headed to 2-2 Vicky Hand. You?
2-2 Vicky Hand does sound correct. I'm also surprised to see that that there was a change to, or I'm sorry, that there was a change to Mobius in the most recent OTA, buffing him up a little bit to try and contest some of the other decks that were previously plaguing the meta, like the Pedro or Mr. Fantastic First Steps and Surge decks. But you know, there's some clear problems there. I don't think anything else is too overtuned at the moment. Maybe we will see some changes there. Who knows? But I want to talk some buffs, Glazer, because people get excited for buffs. People want nerfs, but people get excited for buffs, and I want to bring some excitement. So I usually do a little OTA prediction segment on my streams before the OTAs drop. I don't have access to them ahead of time, so I get to kind of have fun and make some predictions there. They generally go very poorly, but I'm doing them for the fans. I have had this one OTA change on my prediction list for the past 4 OTAs, I think. Do you know what it is?
No, tell me.
It's time for my man Colossus to get some love.
Oh,
one of the most
one,
iconic
yes.
X-Men out there. Players of the old Konami X-Men arcade game know what I'm talking about. It's too hype. He deserves better than what he's sitting at right now at a measly 2-3 with a pretty lame ability. So I want to see some love for Colossus. How about you guys? What do you guys want to see from this upcoming OTA in terms of buffs? Glazer, what do you think about a buff to Colossus, and how would you make him more effective?
I think a 5/10 is a really interesting place for him. There's times when that might be too small. There's times when that might be too small. There's times when that might be overpowered, right? In the land of powerful Scar decks where they ran Arrow literally because it had 5 and 10 in the stats, and her ability was nice, but you didn't actually care, right? Like you're running for 5/10, that's dangerous. But I think it is fairly interesting and worth looking at, especially because it offers an interesting contrast to Thing for Steps, who's also a very, very powerful card that's fundamentally a 5/10 that plays bigger. So if that's where we're living, I don't hate it. I might prefer a 5/9, but I get it.
5/9, you throw him in a little ongoing deck. You can buff him up to 10. Maybe you're doing some cheeky stuff with Scar and Thanos. Maybe that comes back a little bit. Maybe you can make some extra value out of Namora, knowing that he's not going to get that power reduced or shunged. I don't know, but I think something needs to happen to our big metal man, Colossus. But we are going to take a look. We were just having a discussion about Sizer, so we're going to take a look at the deck Sizer is running and break it down here with some expert analysis from Pulse.
Sizer is running the deck he's been mostly running on ladder lately. This is his current version of his classic original move. The only real change to this deck over the years, over the months at this point, has been oh no, excuse me, I am totally wrong. He also added Cannonball. I did not realize he had a cannonball. That's pretty cool. That's spicy. So he's basically fundamentally using Goliath for when he has priority, and cannonball for when he's losing priority would be my general guess. The main gist of this deck, and this is where people often get this deck wrong, but the main gist of this deck, what you're actually trying to do is you want to set up all your movers in the middle and left locations on turns 1 through 4. On turn 5, you play either Cloak or Hellion in the right location, and then you can either remove all your movers there, or you can use whichever of your power cards, Goliath, Heimdall, Cannonball, to adjust things as you choose. At being able to move Cosmo remains insanely overpowered, and everything in this deck absolutely sings together. A card we actually haven't seen or talked about much in this, since we've been on, is Red Guardian. We haven't seen stats for Red Guardian. We haven't seen play rates for Red Guardian. Red Guardian was for a very long time the most played tech card, and that made this deck really hard to pilot for a lot of people because Red Guardian on Madam Web is an auto hit. There's nothing else at 1 power in this deck that could remotely protect her. With less Red Guardian,
when you're playing Madam Web, you are praying for a ninja to pop on the board, for some squirrels, a rock. You're just like, give me something to protect her from the menace that was Red Guardian. Red Guardian also currently posting a 53% win rate in this tournament, so we will see if that becomes a factor. But one of the things that I find very interesting about Sizer's deck when compared to a lot of the competition is you see so many decks out there that are focused on cheating cards out, whether it's via cost reduction or ramp, extra energy with Wiccan, Arisham, all that kind of stuff. Sizer's playing a good old-fashioned honest deck. There is no cheating whatsoever in here in terms of cost reduction or extra energy. This is just, and there's 4 big bodies in this deck. 4 cards, 5 cost or higher, which you very rarely see in any other deck. So many decks are going super small right now, trying to maximize playing multiple cards, but Sizer's like, I'll play 1 card on turn 4. I don't care, because guess what? I can move my cards. And that's pretty much the same as getting to play multiple cards on that final turn. So I really am intrigued by Sizer's choice and his play, and he proves it. He proves that he is a master of this deck and knows how to pilot it very well.
I also just want to quickly shout out Vulture as well. We do an awful lot of work in MarvelSnap to get Werewolf by Night to become a 17 power card. It's 2 moves for Vulture.
2 moves.
Yeah, Vulture does it in 2 moves. Like, we're running whole decks, we're running whole packages in order to get Werewolf by Night, who's a great card, one of my favorites in the game, don't get me wrong, to get him to that power. But Vulture is just so insanely strong. Immediately becoming a 15 power card upon his second move is just, that's a lane winner. You're doing work and paying 6 for Galactus to get to that power, right? Vulture is one of the most slept upon cards in the entire game, just insanely and absurdly strong and useful.
I completely agree. And just 1 move, 3/9. Like, you're generally not ever upset about a 3/9, and all that takes is 1 move to get him there. So you don't even necessarily need that extra power. He's right under that Shang-Chi range. Such a powerful tool in this arsenal.
It finally occurred to me what was removed for the Cannonball. It's Kraven. He used to run Kraven. Yeah. Kraven was his extra power scaler. Hey, guess.
Now that deck that we just showcased, that is the 2nd winningest deck right now. It's currently 5-0, and it is 2nd most in cubes in total. I'm going to show you the number 1 deck, and I want you to, besides Mercury Cannonball, tell me what card you think is missing from this deck, because I know what I would want to play in here, and I'm shocked that they're not. So I just want your opinions on the current number 1 deck.
All right, let's see it.
Whoa.
Oh my. Well, speaking of cheating cards out and extra energy, there's quite a few ways to do that here. Who is playing this deck, guest? Do we have a name for this player?
I'm pulling it up now just to confirm.
Okay, well, we are seeing some of those cards that we were looking at earlier. Sandman was high in the win percentage as well. We didn't talk about him, but Sandman, very interesting to counter a lot of the cost reduction decks here. Certainly not as strong and imposing as he once was, but still can be effective, especially if your opponent isn't expecting him and knows how to play around him. But look at all these big bodies, Glazer.
The card I'm thinking guest is thinking of is, my guess would be Professor X. I'm a little surprised not to see War Machine. Guess what was that card you were thinking of?
It was War Machine. And the answer
was it
for who this is Big Boy.
Big Boy. Okay. Big Boy rocking a ramp heavy deck here. So playing around Mobius, you don't care if your opponent's playing Mobius, trying to shut down the cost reduction.
Do care a little
Well,
bit
with Wave, yeah.
Mobius and Sandman.
And Sandman, true, yes.
So, like, you care a little bit about Mobius. I think you're just dropping big things on people's heads, saying one big card a turn is enough, which is a really interesting place to be. That's what we were saying the meta wasn't. And here we have Galactus, and now this deck doing so well. Perhaps this heralds a shift. You see what I did there? See what I did there?
No, I don't. Oh, red shift. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
Surprisingly, I was expecting to see a bit more of Redshift in this tournament so far. You know, the typical Black Knight, Redshift, Agatha package that's been going around. And I think that is one that is starting to... I think we're going to start seeing some more decks pop up with that shell included in it, because getting that extra card draw and making your deck a little more consistent, it kind of goes back to the old Chavez mentality, where you are sacrificing a deck slot for a card that is less than ideal, but you are getting a bit more consistency, especially if you are going a more combo heavy route with something that pairs well, like a Black Knight. And then, of course, you have Ghost Rider to bring it back. You have the big Ebony Blade to benefit from it as well. So in some instances, even better than old Chavez, because you have that to begin with versus getting that at the end of the game.
I think I want to see this deck played. Not because I don't get it, right? It's playing one card a turn, I get that. I'm curious how the opponent is handling using their Armor Electro Destroyer, because that's its own little package in this. Everything else sort of is very straightforward, right? But how are we using Armor Electro Destroyer? Like, are we trying to blink into Destroyer only? Are we playing Destroyer? Like, are we just saying screw it and playing Destroyer when we want to play Destroyer on turn 5 because we have our extra ramp cards? Like, if we're not playing anything on turn 1, if we miss our turn 2, we could just wave Destroyer, and then we're just Destroyer's fundamentally giving us a 21 power lane nice and early. I want to see how that works. I want to see what this player is doing with it. I think I get it, but I'm honestly not sure I do. I'm not sure if the play patterns delineating are what this opponent's going for, or if they're trying to like always go one big armor lane Destroyer in another lane. I don't know, and I don't without seeing it played.
This is also just shades of early MarvelSnap as well. Obviously, a bunch of new cards in there, like Blink and Luna and Cannonball and Mercury and all them. But brings me back to the old days of Armor, Destroyer, Professor X, which is why I'm assuming you said Professor X to the being the card missed there. But yeah, funny to see some of those old archetypes getting new life here, especially in a tournament setting. Okay, and we are getting to see now the third ranked deck. We saw Sizer, who is currently ranked 2nd overall. We just saw the first deck, and now we are going to take a look here at the third deck. So, surprisingly, you would think going into this tournament, we would probably see an Invisible Woman First Steps deck or the counter to that being ranked pretty highly here. But so far, we are seeing a lot more Mercury Cannonball and Luna making some appearances here too.
So, Black Swan is in this deck. Okay, thank you. That's what my face was. I was like, there are no 1-drops in here, and I see a Black Swan. Okay, Jennifer Kale makes a lot more sense. Jennifer Kale, you're running 3 5-drops. Gives you the Sarah on 4. You don't really usually want a Cannonball on 4, but you're happy to play Ronan on 4 a reasonable amount of the time, too. That makes sense to me by an order of magnitude more than Black Swan with no 1-drops.
Yes. I did not.
Buff Captain America, please. Buff Cap hitting the top ranks. Congrats to Buff Cap, a regular in, I believe, all of our streams.
Yeah. And many others as well. Very cool to see them performing so well. Always trying to get Glazer and I to play their decks. And sometimes they're a little interesting, but again, I wouldn't expect to see something like this performing so well, and it's working well for them. So big shout outs to Buff Captain America, please. And
Buff,
I agree.
By the way, is all of 15 years old, crushing a MarvelSnap tournament before
yes, the young blood out there is very strong in this game. We are seeing players, and that's one of the great things about MarvelSnap, to be honest. I know you see it in your streams. I see it in my streams all the time. This truly is a game that all players of all ages can enjoy. I have seen people who know these characters from their comic debuts and people who have never heard of them before outside of MCU films and things like that. So seeing such a wide swath of players able to enjoy this game and compete at high levels too is very cool to see. Not many games can say that.
let's take a quick moment to highlight Malekith too. Malekith is always underrated in Sarah decks. It makes you more
100%.
likely to draw the Sarah. And then you just need to figure out what you want to do with it. Your downside for Malekith is in this deck a 4/8. It gets a Mercury or a Shadow King that does nothing. But you can make it up to a 4/14 with Gladiator or a 4/12 with Maximus. It's just a lot of power in this card, and adding consistency on top of adding that power is a great place to be. Like Malekith is probably, at least to me, the most underrated card in Sarah decks, and it often misses out on making the cut, not because of its own weakness, but because Sarah decks often are Mysterio Hitmonkey decks, and you really don't want to hit that Mysterio.
Yeah, there are some not so great targets. Again, you mentioned Mercury Shadow King. Jennifer Kale, of course, not a great Malekith target, but if you're playing Malekith at that point, you're probably not going to get much value out of Jennifer Kale anyway, so it does still get that deck thinning ability, and I think that is another underrated part of this game. I mentioned that with Agatha earlier and Chavez, but being able to consistently get the cards you need to win is so important in MarvelSnap, and Malekith does help that by pulling one of those cards out of your deck and making it more likely to draw what you need. But we are getting started here with the next round momentarily, so exciting MarvelSnap matches, the highest competitive levels you've seen, starting in just a few minutes. We'll be back.
Falling one, ooh, you down on the ground, and I fly in the sky. Look at this new card coming at you, bro, burns, but try not to cry. Cosmic Ghost Rider, he's fire, he's got energy tires. Frank Castle never retires, he's back from the grave. And watch as he wipes text away from these cards as they get too close to the heat. Just like when you stand next to me, I remove your ability to speak. Doesn't matter what you bring to play, I'm a ghost ride all your dreams away. Yo, Dexter, what's your card say? Shh, take a look now, oh, it's blank.
Okay, folks, we are coming back here. We are jumping right into the match. We were just talking about the man, and we got his gameplay on the screen for you here. It's Sizer, one of the best in the business, up against F2P Enjoyer. We saw an early snap from Sizer in that first round and an early retreat from his opponent as we see Savage Land with the Raptors coming up. So some dagger value immediately, getting some targets there.
Sizer hoping to see a move enabler. Using the early dagger is always interesting here. You will often just hold your dagger and not sort of go out of the way. Sizer does decide to retreat, respecting the snap of Onslaught Citadel. Onslaught Citadel potentially does not benefit Sizer and potentially auto wins a location for the opponent. So why mess with it?
Exactly. So 2 quick snaps, 2 quick retreats here. That is typically what you see as the matches get more and more intense and every point matters. You want to take advantage of the locations that benefit you the most. As we see White Hot Room as our first and Great Portal as our second, granting Sizer a She-Hulk. Probably not going to get too much value out of that, but you never know.
Dagger into the middle makes a lot of sense here. This seeing Sentinel immediately makes me assume FTP Enjoyer is on Cerebro 3, but that dagger usually makes sense here. Sorry, excuse me. Because of White Hot Room, you know your opponent's going to play cards there. You're going to get some nice early dagger value that way.
Yep, and with the Hellion and Cloak in hand, you are definitely going to be moving that dagger around. Gorgon coming down, that all but confirms we are looking at C3 here. Gorgon not going to be any bit of a factor in this matchup, if I'm correct, right?
Shouldn't affect Sizer, although there's always random stuff that pops up, like the Great Portal card, yeah.
Which we are still going to get some value out of here. Sizer looking to play that on turn 4. 4-10, not too shabby. Setting up for that turn 5 Hellion, most likely, or perhaps a Vulture and Cloak. Sizer going for the snap here.
Our FTP Enjoyer is running a lot of cards that counter Sizer. Like, a lot of cards that counter Sizer. We got Juggernaut, Cosmo, and Killmonger and Negasonic in the opponent's deck, that's really, 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 really rough for Sizer to beat.
Yeah,
Sizer
a lot of those.
If
Sorry,
Sizer
go
was
ahead.
not Sizer, I don't believe he'd be favored here.
Yep, you got to
Like
give
getting
that
that
top
Cosmo.
player privilege there. We know he doesn't have to worry about Cosmo in this round, at least, as he loses his dagger. Lots of those tech cards, I was going to say, are 3 costs, so they fit very nicely at home in Cerebro 3. Of course, now getting that +3 from Cerebro.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong hand for Sizer. Having control of that Cosmo is very powerful. Early Scarlet Witch is interesting. For a Rocket Pad, which is very bad, and Sizer can snap it because,
Yep.
that'll just don't play there, and you have a 4-power Scarlet Witch that will absorb all the Cerebro buffs. There you go.
Unfortunate there for F2P Enjoyer, but that is the nature of the Scarlet Witch. She will save you and she will ruin you sometimes because she is pure chaos. As we see Washington, D.C., our first location here.
DC should not matter in this game for either player, although
But
Mojo
Mojo World
World
certainly
very
will.
much can. That is
Yes.
a really nice Aranya, and I don't know where it came from.
Yeah, Sizer, of course, rocking some spectacular variants and splits here. Sentinel going down on that middle lane. What is our final location? Wow.
Oh, and that should just win the game for Sizer.
But F2P Enjoyer says, nah, it's going to win the game for me, bub. What are you going to do about it? And Sizer's probably just going to be able to Hellion and move all his cards over there is what he's going to do.
There is the potential for a Cosmo there, which would wreck things. We shall see.
I was going to say, with Mojo World, F2P Enjoyer at a big advantage, being able to Juggernaut that lane, of course, but I'm sure Sizer can play around that and expect that as well. It's interesting to see. He looks like he's conflicted here. Will we see him stick this out for 4, or is he worried about something here? Is he worried about Cosmo, Negasonic, Juggernaut? A lot of cards, and there it is, the Cosmo, 2 Cosmos coming down, so not getting jugged mid, not getting jugged right.
Using it on the torch, despite Killmonger being the opposing deck, is interesting. Gonna need that Madam Web to really put any major power in Nexus. This feels like it's gonna be a run for 4 for Sizer.
Yeah, not looking great. We'll have to see what he top decks here, but I'm sure he has a plan. We see Jeff and Sentinel coming down for the opponent. No extra Sentinel because of the Cosmo, of course, and it was not on the torch. It was on the Vulture instead, the Aranya.
That makes way more sense. It makes way more sense. Although, again, having that Human Torch mid with Killmonger as a card that exists is dangerous for Mojo World.
It is, but when you're playing around Nexus, you don't care too much about Mojo World necessarily. Of course, F2P Enjoyer able to win that lane, but you do need to win 2 in this game. Sizer looking to just go Hellion right for some extra stats, it appears.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going points, which means do we have Cerebro Mystique will be the determining factor in this game. I don't know if Sizer is going to stay in for 8 here. This feels like a rough game to stay in for 8. And again, not seeing Madam Web here is fundamentally the difference.
Yeah, if he had the Madam Web, he maybe was able to get it mid and potentially block the Mystique play. And we see Killmonger right for not getting rid of the torch, just for some extra stats. And yep, you were correct, Glazer. Sizer unfortunately forced to run here for 4. Not going to be able to beat Cerebro Mystique. Big win there for F2P Enjoyer. Yeah. Taking the snap from Sizer, snapping back and saying, okay, bring it. And he brought it.
No, that was the beginning of high stakes. That wasn't a snapback.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a snapback, but you are correct. That was just a regular snap. Muir Island, not great for F2P Enjoyer. Jotunheim, not great for F2P Enjoyer. Can only Scarlet Witch one of those lanes unless he's running a Grandmaster or something, but I don't
He does have a Luke.
He does have a Luke, okay. So Jotunheim, not as big of a deal. Muir Island is. But of course, if you play your cards right, you might be able to get a buff Cerebro over there. There is Dog.
FTP Enjoyer playing this very well.
Yep.
Probably assume we're getting the Aranya down, but it looks like we are not. Interesting.
Mulling it over here, looking to pull the Vulture left, soak up a little extra energy from your island. Hanging on to the Cloak for now. He does have the Cloak and Hellion, so if he wants to go double move, he can.
Deciding against it and actually filling that location is interesting. Although obviously Hellion in the deck is why you do that. Hellion, sorry, in the hand is why you do that.
Indeed, we see the Bast coming down for F2P Enjoyer. Do they run Iron Man?
Don't believe so. No. Top end 3s.
So just Bast for Mystique and Cerebro, it would appear. There's the Hellion to get things moving again. Sizer will have his choice of 6-drop here, either Heimdall or Eliath, depending on the situation.
Could also still end up being our friend Cannibal.
Yeah. Very
pushing a 3 into Muir Island seems like a really powerful thing to do.
Well, he's not going to be able to do it on the right because of Cosmo, so it would have to be whatever is played mid, if anything. And we haven't seen Luke come down just yet from F2P Enjoyer. Of course, if he does play cards into Jotunheim and they get that negative ability, that will retroactively correct after the Luke comes down, so that could be a surprise play at the end as well. But you also have to figure out a way to get Cerebro and Mystique down to get that max power. We do see 2 cards mid. It's another Sentinel.
Which means he has the Luke, right? Or he's running. Those are the only... Oh, no. He
Or
just has
got
the
Witch. And Luke's Bar making an appearance here. Okay, that changes things a bit.
I think that this is just a win for Sizer, right? Like, he should be able to win left because of Muir. And now he's just got to move it up over enough power, which there we go. Like Eliath left, call it a day.
And did F2P Enjoyer mess up? Because Bast is going to be 4 here at the end of the game.
Then yes, he did in fact mess up. He counted wrong.
Yeah, perhaps played that Bast a turn too early, or just doesn't care about left and wants to throw it, although it won't be thrown if you're going for Cerebro. Is it possible that there is some play that does not involve Cerebro here that we're not considering?
Not that I can see.
Sizer with the priority, so Juggernaut and Negasonic won't nearly be as effective. No Human Torch to worry about Killmonger. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a way F2P Enjoyer gets out of this.
He's just going to think of every play for the next couple seconds and usually move them around,
of course,
to make sure that like he can actually accurately visualize what's happening. Interesting. Moving the Hellion over and just saying the other power's enough. Slightly more power on the left.
Just considering the options, which you have the timer for. That's what it's there for. You should use it effectively. Switching between both Heimdall and Eliath, and it's just a retreat here from F2P Enjoyer. Again, that Bast on the Muir Island might have been a misplay. Who's to say? But Sizer taking the round there.
Almost certainly a misplay. You can't have cards get to 4 in that deck. It just, it breaks everything you want to do. The Raft, generally useless for FTP Enjoyer.
Yep. Unless I can't even really think of a 6-drop that would benefit from that.
There must be a 6/3 somewhere. Chat's probably yelling.
I don't think so. I think I was looking actually the other day because I was messing around with the discard Cerebro 3 deck, and I was looking for 6-drop 3 power cards, and there were none. So I guess Taskmaster could get there, but I don't think you want that. Wakandan Embassy, you definitely don't want to see if you are F2P Enjoyer, and an immediate snap from Sizer here. This is bad news. I think you have to retreat, right? You need to live to fight another day.
You're going to be on 1 cube, but yeah, unless your hand was unless your hand was Bast, Cerebro, Mystique, you're out of here, right? Like,
and some other card you don't care about.
Bast can reset your hand to 3.
That's true.
Bast can reset your hand to 3.
But unfortunately, not the case here for F2P Enjoyer. Down to their final cube. Locations, man. This has been a match pretty much entirely dictated by locations, as is often the case when you are playing against Cerebro.
Yeah, Sizer has actually not had a game where his deck went off whatsoever, right? Like, his deck is just being reasonable here, and locations are saying you can't win against anything reasonable, Cerebro.
And yet another bad location, Necrotia. Of course, Luke can help negate that, but you do need to have it for that, as we see the bot come down here.
You've yet to actually see Cerebro played, right? Kunlun is so good for him. Kunlun is so good for Sizer right now.
I think Sizer might have some cosmic control over the locations here. Perhaps that explains things.
There you go. That's why he's rank 1. I think he's more like rank 5 right now or something. I haven't actually checked. I could check.
Rank 4 for Sizer currently.
In the world is Sizer currently.
There is the Cosmo on Cosmo. Little date at the dog park here.
Well played. We do not. Sizer needs a mover. He's got no scaler. He played his dagger out early, and it seems to be costing him.
Yep, no way to get that out of here at the moment. Just gonna activate the Aranya and not play anything? That carries over into next turn, or?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Sizer does that all the time too. It's like one of his regular things where if he's worried about a Killmonger, he'll just activate it early because it won't be stopped if you have that. The other thing to note, I would just like it noted that while Sizer is rank 4, we have also in the top 5 right now our previous 2 Golden Gauntlet winners. Both Derek and Roram are in the top 5 right now. So it's just like worth noting that the best players are the best players are the best players.
It's true.
I think you have to do the stuff with Human Torch now. I just don't know what else you do.
I think what he's going for here is Cannonball to try and knock it over into Kunlun and totally negate the Cerebro here, because that would be 5 power, and that is not how you want to play Cerebro 3, and that's exactly what he gets. There is that 5 power Sentinel. These locations have not even benefiting Sizer in the way you think Kunlun would benefit him. Benefiting him by taking advantage of his opponent's card. Down goes the Cerebro line. That might just do it.
Looks like an Alioth left will be the play here. Although
now, F2P Enjoyer does have Prio, and he does have Negasonic and Juggernaut. So
Juggernaut's real good here.
Juggernaut left, and what? Juggernaut will get pulled mid due to Asteroid M. And whatever other 3-drop he plays will get pulled mid due to Asteroid M. He's going to need something crazy. He has to go completely outside the box, try and outthink Sizer, and even then it might still not be enough.
Might just be a Heimdall mid. I think I'd play Heimdall mid. Without Prio. Dagger grows, Heimdall mid is the play. If he doesn't jug mid,
agree. But F2P Enjoyer might know that, and perhaps play around it somehow.
Juggernaut or Negasonic would do it.
I'm sure
there's
that's
also
what
at
Sizer's
least
thinking
a
of here.
little bit of an argument for Heimdall, right? But if he plays Cerebro, that's a loss.
I doubt he's playing Cerebro. I think if he played Cerebro, that would be pretty surprising. We instead see an Alioth left here. There's Killmonger getting rid of the Aranya, so it's going to be a tie on the left lane, except it's not because Killmonger goes mid, Sentinel goes right. Sizer had the correct read and takes it over F2P Enjoyer. What a rough set of locations for our poor opponent there.
Either play would have won, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, it was Sizer just choosing how to win for a guaranteed win there.
Yes, good stuff from one of the top players in the game as we move on to our next match.
We go from one Snap Judgments Alliance member to another. It's bricks to click.
Okay, so we've got Bricks to click here on the left and Official on the right. Bricks appears to be playing your end of turn stuff with Black Cat and Havoc and Kitty and Thena and all the good stuff. And Official, we see Thanos. Is this Monty or is this just Thanos? It is indeed 34 card Monty with Kang. Okay, so that's 60% Kang. We're going to see if it makes a difference here. Both players down to 5 cubes. A nice even matchup as Sewer System reveals our second location.
The Kitty Pride version of this deck, I believe, is no, because Safety doesn't run Prodigy. Just an interesting version.
Yeah, Kitty makes a lot of sense with Thena. Another reliable way to just trigger her and get her going.
Yep. And Black Cat and Hydra Rob usually denote that we will be seeing a Fantastic Car as well.
Oh, Fantastic
Marvel Boy and Fantastic Car. Yeah. They get benefits not from Invisible Woman, but from Fantastic Car.
Okay, and we have been informed that there is no Marvel Boy in this deck, but there is a Fantastic Car, so that makes sense. Steven Rogers coming down on the right with the Space Stone, so that does get a buff because Space Stone is ongoing.
And there's Surge into Kitty. So this one is very, very similar, but not the same as the Safety Blade version.
And armor included here as well, trying to protect some of those precious 1-drops from all the Killmonger running around. Armor a bit cheaper of an option than Kyera. Of course, only
might also not own Kyera.
That's also a possibility. That is something to keep in mind. We're seeing Prodigy on Surge here. I guess given the hand, that's not the worst option. How do you feel about that play?
Oh, I definitely like it. There's nothing else that you remotely want to Prodigy. There's nothing else you really want to play. Why not just get an extra discount on the next card? You now have 2 different surges going, and it's a great hit. Yeah,
And
that's
it's a
just
great hit with a 4/7 first steps thing here. So gonna scale to 11 power by the end of the game, sans any other buffs. And without Invisible Woman this turn, it would appear that would be the case. So could contest Thanos here, unless we see a Soul Stone come down.
We also immediately have double discounts on the next card, so all 3 cards will be able to be played. I assume Thena is in the deck, and that would be a bad draw, but everything else works pretty well, even though the activates are coming too late. I think this is probably a run from Bricks, I think this is probably a run from Bricks, because you're not seeing the car or the Invisible Woman. Excuse me, means you're not doing enough of the thing you want your deck to do.
Yeah, those are the cards that really send your deck over the ledge or over the edge and give you that boost you need at the end of the game here. So we do see a retreat from Bricks after the snap from Official. I think that is the right call. A shame. I would have liked to have seen some clobber in time, but perhaps we will still in this set. We still have some cubes left to play with here as Official takes the lead. White Hot Room yet again in the left location.
This one feels very good, though, because you can fill that and then try and use Hydra Bob to snap and unfill. So you can White Hot Room without clogging yourself.
Yep, great curve here, too. Getting that Black Cat down on 1. You got armor to keep her safe. And then you have, of course, Tucson Storm. What's your preferred method of, your preferred name for Invisible Woman first steps? I know there's a lot of nicknames floating around out there.
I mostly just call her Invisible Woman. I forget
fair.
the other one exists now. She is
She's
the
good too,
prominent
though.
Invisible Woman in MarvelSnap.
I mean, it's funny how it worked that the Invisible Woman first steps comes out, the original Invisible Woman gets a buff in the OTA, and one kind of counters the other. So interesting that they are both pretty meta relevant right now, although Supergiant certainly a bit more so than Invisible Woman, as we see a 1/1 Havoc getting drawn here for Bricks.
Interesting not going for the White Hot Room. I would almost certainly be going for the White Hot Room. Although Sakaar is always terrifying, especially because Sakaar is so scary with Havoc.
Yeah, you're really hoping Havoc doesn't get pulled here. And of course, Commentator Curse, it does. Down goes the Havoc on turn 3. You hate to see that. That's going to make things a little rough. Can't even play out the Fantasticar anymore unless you get down your White Hot Room.
You can't. There's no way to do it.
No, you would need to top deck something. And even then, with Avengers Compound, it's not going to happen. So,
yeah, you had to go for White Hot specifically because of the potential for the Sakaar.
Yeah, and admittedly didn't know the Sakaar was coming when he played the Surge, but we are here now. We have to live with the decisions that are made.
Even Invisible Woman left because at that point you did know would have been enough.
Fair.
Because then you just go armor and Hydra Bob there and you're set.
Okay, we see a Prodigy, which could be something on Surge, getting a little extra discount, trying to help you out there. It's really his only play.
Yep. You need those discounts very badly at this current moment. This almost, I mean, you feel real good, right? Except that Chong kills you, right? Like, you don't feel like you're out of reach for this game. And that
Not
snap is
entirely.
going to move the Bob, right? Oh, this is no snap. This is
We
high
haven't seen a
stakes.
snap yet, yeah. Oh, wow, we're seeing an Isan here from the full Monty, the Arisham list. So this should be a free card here. Filling up mid for Official. Isan pulls Soulstone. Okay, not the biggest hit.
I mean, so can you develop 8 power there is the question.
Top deck thing? No, it's
No,
Thena.
nothing. It's a run.
Yeah.
You live to snap another day.
Yep.
The Havoc pull was that whole game.
So unfortunate. The Sakaar there.
Thing first steps would have won that one, though.
Yep.
Again, barring a Shang-Chi in the opponent's hand.
Naturally. And something else, because there still would have been 5 power there, so they would have needed a little bit more than just the Shang-Chi to win that lane. But it doesn't matter. Official takes it and is 1 cube away from securing the win and advancing. Vault as our left location. Hydra Bob coming down mid. Pretty good curve here again for Bricks, with 2 of the Fantastic Four in hand.
Yeah, this is a really, really, really strong hand. If he could snap. Ooh,
Well, never mind. Not
Never
anymore.
mind.
Now it is
Yeah.
what the game's hand determines. We have Phoenix Force, Absorbing Man, Nebula, and Drax. Nothing spectacular there.
Only really costing you one draw there, though, isn't so bad. You were playing Mr. Fantastic next turn, then you're probably playing Invisible Woman the turn after. That was what was going to happen either way.
Correct.
So now you suddenly wish. Oh God, never mind.
I was going to
that was
say,
rough.
you've gotten a lot of bad targets in your hand for Mr. Fantastic, and The Rock certainly being one of them here. Some rough locations yet again for both players. Merlin might have something to say about that, though. We'll see.
You suddenly wish you were running the Victoria Hand version when you see this, right? Like you're like, oh, could be running the Victoria Hand version. Oh, and 2 rocks drawn with 1 cube left.
Brutal.
Brix is in trouble.
Very much so. And Mr. Fantastic buffing The Rock. You could say his hand was bricked.
Oh.
If that one didn't
Please,
go over
please,
well, that was guessed.
Please don't click away.
If you liked it, it was all me. Yeah, pretty rough here for Brix. Do you just throw down Phoenix Force for some stats here? Do you get Nebula going with the vault?
Drax left.
Drax
Drax
left.
left.
Maybe you wait for Drax left. You do have a little bit of synergy there with the Nebula.
See? Yeah, I would have Draxed and been a little.
Oh,
more-
there he is. We were just talking about him. Colossus surviving the hit from Deathlock there, tanking that energy. He's not too bad at a 2/5 that can't be destroyed. That seems a little busted though.
Yeah, yes. Do not do that, please.
We got a
just
discount
avoiding the
on
Drax.
Phoenix Force, so Athena and Phoenix Force, not a terrible play here. 10 power on turn 5 with the ability to go higher thanks to Invisible Woman next turn. And you're probably looking at a Drax Kitty final turn unless you draw something better.
So
Could be worse.
I don't like that placement of Athena. I don't think.
Oh no. Okay, I was gonna say that could have gone really poorly. Athena left with Nebula and a cannonball over there. That's probably not going to be enough, even with the additional procs from Nebula and Athena. That's only going to be, what, another 10 power? Does Nebula go off twice? No, right? She's not technically considered an end
No,
of turn
she's
card?
not. Strangely, she's not, even though she happens at the end of the turn.
Right. So just an additional 6 for Athena. That's not going to do it left. So gotta really play for these 2 lanes here, and you just hope official drew terribly. 9 power mid, 15 right.
You got 2 rocks. You got no end to turn cards. You're basically dead on board,
It's looking grim.
and not the Ben kind.
See, that was a good one.
We add 6 power to Athena.
Yep.
And Hydra Bob goes there. That is 10 more power there. Still not enough, huh?
And Nebula goes up too, so 12, but still not enough.
Yeah.
You actually don't want Bob. Well, Bob's not going anywhere, is he? There was no snap.
There. Yeah. Okay. You're right. Sorry. He can't snap. I'm
Right.
just trying to think of potential ways to pull this off, and I don't believe any exist.
No.
That
it's not.
Drax could just get luckily big enough.
Yeah, maybe 9 is enough. Maybe they don't commit enough mid because they think they got it, and I don't know. I feel like anything here just wins for official, but it is Arishem. Could have drawn terribly. Let's see. It's only 1 card. It's the man, Thanos. That's going to do it.
Yep. Which is interesting because
Kitty mid.
would have won.
Yeah, Kitty mid would have won it for Brix. Played for 2 locations instead of 1. Not enough, Athena. And there you go. Officially taking it there over Brix. Just
Good
couldn't
game,
get the stuff. We didn't see Sunspot at all there. We didn't see Fantasticar really get use because of the Havoc in the previous game.
Are we sure he runs Sunspot? He might not be running Sunspot.
It could be. No Sunspot in the deck. That's why we didn't see him.
Okay.
Makes sense. All right, so we're going to get you another match in just a few minutes here. We do have some other exciting names here in this next round that we could go to. And, all right, so we're going to try and jump into the last play of this match here. One of the best Sauron players in the business, not Zenade here. That is Cube Shiny on the left. And we have BU++. This is a match of 2 Titans here. Final play of the final game. So we're looking at Juggernaut right here for Zenaid and Lizard mid. That might do it.
Worry here has to be the single card mid, yeah, because of the location.
Hulkling.
And it's a Hulkling that wins it. There you go.
Wow, Hulkling Spectrum, big power there with the Atlantis, and the man with the name with the pluses and the letters got it done. Big shout outs to Butt.
Has he lost yet?
We'll have to wait a second here to get the stats on Butt, but we will get you that momentarily here as we figure out who is remaining to get you some gameplay of in the final matches here. And we have just received confirmation.
Undefeated.
Yes, undefeated indeed.
Which also means that Zenaid's near the top, right? Because this is Swiss. So that means that Zenaid should have one loss, which is, again, top ladder players, good friends of all of ours, doing real well.
For sure. Some great stuff in this tournament so far. Some crazy games as we continue getting to the top 16, figuring out who is going to make it. We will pull up some stats for some cards here to see how things have been performing. Although I guess if we are still in the same round, not much might have changed there until the end of the round. So we can get back to our OTA discussion while we're waiting here, Glazer. We talked about buffing Colossus. What's another card you would like to see buffed?
So I want synergy pieces to be buffed. The Cerebro buff basically gave us a lot of new archetypes, right? The Misery and Mirage, I believe it's Mirage. Yeah. Misery and Mirage buffs. I always want to see Moonstone or Moonstar, because then like it's just there's too many moons and I end
there
up
are quite a few moons in this game.
Yeah. So that's why they went with Mirage, I'm sure.
Yes.
But Mirage is Mirage and Misery buff ended up buffing the Victoria Hand synergy. What other synergies can we buff? I think the easiest one, in my opinion, is I would really love a 3/5 Sebastian Shaw.
Really?
I think it's time
you
for
think
the
Surfer
3/5
needs
Shaw.
buff?
I think Surfer's really, really great in the 90s and sort of irrelevant in Infinite. And I think it could use a buff, but even more than Surfer, because Shaw is in and out. Shaw goes in and out of Surfer builds. I think that Shaw giving a hand buff deck a really good buff would be very interesting and powerful. And I think that one extra power goes a long way, because now one buff brings him immediately to 8. That's a Gladiator, and I feel better about it. It's the same logic as the Vulture buff, right? Like if the higher you start him, or like every little bit extra counts more here.
For sure. I am a big fan of hand buffs decks personally, and we did see Surfer take a hit with the nerfs to Galacta and Gwenpool. Those were two cards that were pretty integral in getting that information disparity that is so important in these games. You never know how big the Brood is going to be, the Carter, the Shaw. So that could be an interesting one. I don't know if we're going to see that. I still feel like Shaw is pretty okay as he is. He can scale quite a bit higher, but we'll see. You already know what I'm going to say in terms of archetypes that I think could use a buff. So
I mean, Discard could use a buff. Discard could honestly use a buff. I don't know how you do that without breaking a different type of discard is the problem. So
the
like
thing with Discard is, yeah. Go ahead.
Bullseye was just nerfed to be more in line with what the game's expectations were. How do you buff Discard without buffing that deck? I'm not 100% sure where we go and what we do for that. I could see starting Apocalypse higher or making Apocalypse scale more. I could see doing a little bit more with Scorn, but then you start running headfirst into the problem of the Bullseye deck, right? So like I think it sort of has to be Apocalypse, but then they just nerfed MODOK.
They nerfed MODOK, they nerfed Bullseye. They did nerf Red Guardian, which helps Dracula out a little bit because he was just Red Guardian bait. And I'd like to see, I don't know how you do it, but I would like to see some sort of version of Discard come about that you can play Apocalypse without needing Dracula. It's a shame that such a cool big boss card never really gets to be on the board. He's almost always remaining in your hand because he's getting discarded by Dracula. It would be cool to see if there were some other methods of making him more playable on the board that don't involve Dracula. Not quite sure how you do it.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I don't know. There could be a discard card that gets ongoing power for every card you discard, but we have that, right? Like, so what do you buff? What's in one discard list but not the other that you can buff? It's basically just
Black
Apocalypse
Knight.
and Dracula. Black Knight decks are really good right now. They just released Black Knight's buff. His name is Redshift.
Yes.
So
But
Black
is
Knight
that
decks are,
only is that just a Black Knight buff because of Agatha? Like, do you see
I think that's
Black
a real
Knight
deck no
really
matter what.
being played? Oh, it's definitely a real deck. But do you think Black Knight being played without Agatha is?
I think
We
if
saw
they-
Tucker play it earlier, and he had some great success with it. So I suppose it is possible.
Yeah,
But I
that's
feel like
my
Agatha is really
opinion.
the consistent part there.
Yeah, Agatha's great in that deck, but I don't feel like it's a requirement by any means. I think that there's plenty of good decks that work there.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at the winner of that previous match that we just saw here. BU++ rocking something a little familiar, a little unfamiliar. We are seeing, of course, his signature Hulkling here in the deck, but Agamotto. We saw Agamotto not having a great win rate based on the stats, but apparently Butt is the only one keeping him afloat because he is currently undefeated. So what do you think of this list here, Glazer?
This list is wild.
This list looks like something you would have seen a couple seasons ago.
This is where we are Nicholas scratch free. We're running just Eitri and Quinjet. That makes perfect sense to me. But I don't know. This is a weird deck. This is outside of the Kahori and Merlin. This is an Agamotto season deck, right? Like this is that deck from the Agamotto season, more or less. But then he also didn't bother with any of the tech cards. Like this Juggernaut is the only thing you would remotely consider tech in this deck. Really interesting stuff here. I'm not 1,000% sure what we're really doing with Agamotto. Are we trying to hit Gladiator with Images of Icon? Are we just using it as an energy ramp card?
Kahori with Images is pretty solid if you have the right hand for it.
Okay,
You can get some pretty cool stuff there, and you don't need tech.
Valentina or Iron Patriot card. That's true. Copycat is
your tech card. You'll just take their Shang and you'll take their Killmonger and play it for better stats and cheaper. So I think
I love.
I think there is clear information disparity going on here. Valentina, Iron Patriot, Hulkling. Of course, you have all of the Agamotto spells and the Merlin spells, the Copycat. So very much relying on that for Butt has probably gotten him this far. That, and of course, he's just a fantastic player. So good players can win with pretty much anything.
I love Kahori, but Kahori's problem is that she's information disparity even on your side of the board, right? You're just like, please, 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 please give 2 power there, please, please, please. And then it's like, oh, 3 power there. Nope. Lose that game. It's just, I think she's a really solid card and fairly severely underrated, as we can see by her being in this top deck. Like, Butt's going to win one of these, by the way. He's an unbelievable MarvelSnap player. He's won multiple other tournaments. 3 times the ones I run, like the big ones. He's just kind of a monster of a MarvelSnap player. He was in the top 4 of the first one, and then I think got married the date of the second one. And now here he is in the third one, absolutely like crushing, undefeated in Swiss. Like he's gonna take down one of these tournaments sooner or later. It's just gonna happen. He's arguably the best technical MarvelSnap player in the world. He's unbelievable because I don't think there's another player on earth who could take this deck and be undefeated with it in this tournament.
It's true. It's a lot of RNG, but you have to manage that, and the best players know how to do that. Kahori also notably now the remaining 4/6 buff card. Galacta a 4/6 as well, I suppose, but she did take a hit as well as Gwenpool. So now Kahori. Could this be Kahori's time to shine as that 4/6 card to buff your other stuff? I guess Bud is proving that she can be.
She's usually pretty good if you're running things like Kate Bishop, but a lot of the things that I would have considered her good with just aren't in the Butt deck, right? Like we've got Kate. Sorry, we've got Merlin. So
you got Merlin, you got Valentina,
Patriot.
You have Iron Patriot. So you have ways to keep your hand beefy in order to get max value out of Kahori. And of course, again, if you do go for that Images of Icon, you can get some extra value there. Still probably remaining out of Shang-Chi range as well, so that is helpful. Of course, you can also just Images on the big boy Agamotto for a pretty much solo lane there. Especially if you have Quinjet, you can play that in addition to Juggernaut, and that's oftentimes enough to win.
Hey. Sorry, real quick. Just want to throw it out there. We already had 2 34 card Monties make it into the top 16.
Yeah.
That's obnoxious. Again. I would have hoped that that Thanos no longer starting in hand would have taken that deck out, and it did make it ridiculously, absurdly less consistent on ladder. It has not been a ladder performer at all. If you go check its stats, unless something's changed as of this season, it usually sat in the mid 40% win rates, which is obviously very bad. You would like to win at least half of your games in MarvelSnap. That seems like a good thing to do. But in tournament play, when you can use it as a surprise, it seems like that's a different situation.
It makes all the difference when you just brick your hand and you're like, all right, I'll just dip out here for 1 cube and continue to fight another day, because guess what? My next game, it could be a great hand. And all of a sudden I'm snapping for 4 or for 8 and you have no idea what I have. So it's a bit surprising to see it doing so well, but at the same time, that we've been talking about it all night long. Just your opponent doesn't know. In an open deck list format, the less they know, the better for you.
I'm going to tell you right now, if it wins, I will be unbelievably shocked. I'm not surprised necessarily to see it make top 16, but like to get past Sizer will be very, very impressive. I think those two have to be, based on what limited knowledge we have right now, the two favorites of the tournament, at least in my head, for the two players most likely to take this down. I could see a 34 card Monty. Obviously, it could just high roll, and beat them. But both our friend Dave Bautista and the great Sizer have massive amounts of experience in that matchup. They're not going to be caught off guard. They're going to
They might be.
like
the whole point of the deck is catching people off guard.
Right, but they're good enough to say this is the range of things that could happen. And yes, the range is fundamentally the whole game, right? But they are good enough to play those odds in ways that I think a lot of other players are not, and they're experienced enough in that matchup because Roram had the benefit when he won with it of it being a fundamentally unknown deck. It was played, but it wasn't like a popular deck.
Right.
So what Roram did,
better.
yes, but so when combining those two things, right? Like we also had that Roram had the benefit of like opponents not knowing how to play against it. No one had played against that deck in particular at that level at any length of time. But Sizer definitely has.
It's Guest Ghost here, letting you know that an ongoing deck went undefeated. Bye.
Wow, look at this. An ongoing deck that isn't Thanos. Okay, so we have Mr. Fantastic First Steps in here and a bunch of ongoing cards.
Before we talk about this deck, it's so mean that even in an ongoing deck, it's like, no, we're still gonna run First Steps.
What?
Like, classic greed.
Yeah. Dazzler had her lunch 8 there. That's usually the spot that would probably go to Dazzler in your standard ongoing decks. But hey, I can get +2 power or -1 cost, so why wouldn't I do that? So wow, undefeated with this list. And we've seen the win rate for Enchantress not too high, so this has a chance. Sam Wilson's win rate very high. All 3 captains in the deck, by the way. I like that. Big fan of that.
And I'm very proud of you for not mentioning that the shield does not buff Carter. So
I don't know.
Way to go! Very impressed. Very impressed with your.
I've never made us think about that in the past. I think it's perfectly reasonable that the shield doesn't buff Captain Carter. Her name's not Captain America.
I love, as my cat tries to get on our screen. I love the Ravonna here for, like, yes, it's 3 cards, the Goliath, Iron Man, and Mystique, but it's such a power spike. It's a fantastic play in this deck, and I don't always see it in these, and I'm like, you don't always have the Mystique and Ravonna portion of this deck, then I would guess that's a large part of its success, because it just puts up power that's fundamentally unmatchable for a lot of decks.
Yeah, and if you happen to get her in the same lane with Moonstone, you get that double discount on Iron Man Mystique, so you could play both of them and something else on that final turn. That could be a pretty insane play. Moonstone really makes this deck sing. I love Moonstone. I think Moonstone's such a cool card. She can have so many uses. Even just getting a second Ant-Man sometimes is enough. Like being able to have that sudden spike in power in her lane. Of course, very vulnerable to Enchantress, of course. But the Cosmo is in there to help protect against that. And we are just not seeing a whole lot of success out of Enchantress right now either.
So another undefeated deck.
Cool list. So very cool to see that this is undefeated. Nice to see some variety towards the top. We're going to take a look at another undefeated deck here. This is a bit more, well, what do you think of this one, Glazer?
I think I covered this in Friday's video, is what I think of this. Either this or one card off. I'm 99% sure this was in Friday's video. Yeah, the double Galactus thing is really good. Our friend Interrobang has been doing a lot of stuff with it. There's also this Goblins version floating around. As Merlin has seen less play due to the rise of Fantastic First Steps, these sort of semi-clog things have become more and more powerful. Galactus First Steps also encourages you to play your opponent to play in specific lanes. If your opponent is playing in specific lanes, you often get big cube wins from Galactus. It's just that simple, right? It's very cool and very strong. Professor X on a goblin-y lane is really strong. You have Jeff and Mercury that can get in there. This is that old Professor X cannonball thing. You are going to need Mercury for that to happen now, but it's still, again, there's a lot to like about this deck. I very much hope that this deck continues to do well. I think Galactus First Steps is really underrated. I think I've made that fairly clear on this broadcast. Everyone talks about how bad this card is, and like, it's not one of the crazy 2-drops we get sometimes, right? But not everything has to be. It's still a great card.
I think one of the reasons why it's fallen a bit flat in its initial reception is because we have been so blessed or cursed, depending on how you look at it, with some insanely powerful season pass cards. Cards that are very versatile, that can go on a lot of different decks, like Mr. Fantastic First Steps, like Surge wasn't the season pass card, sorry. Like Merlin, like Kate, like Sam Wilson. So those cards were very flexible, can fit in a lot of different decks and do a lot of different things for you. This has a bit more of a narrow focus, but we are seeing it in a few different decks here so far. Of course, it had the home in Arisham. We are seeing the double G-Man deck here. I had one question logistically, though, because I actually haven't had a chance to play Galactus First Steps yet. If you were to play a Goblin as your first card with Galactus seeing that, does that become the Herald? And if so, how does that work?
I don't see why it wouldn't work. I haven't tried it, but I don't tend to play a lot of classic Galactus decks. I hit Infinite with it once and was like, that's good enough for me. Way back when, Loki season, I think. But I don't see why it wouldn't work. That's your Herald. If you're winning the location, Galactus gets +2 power. Why not?
Right, it's whatever location the Goblin's at, so you would assume that you playing in that location, you're probably winning it after the Goblin goes over there, and your G-Man's just going to keep on rising.
That's my working assumption for that one, definitely.
Cool list, though. I'm hoping we get to see some gameplay of it. It's always exciting to see Galactus making an appearance. But we will have to wait to see that in action as we are going to head into a break as we get our next matches ready for you guys. Thank you all so much for watching the Golden Gauntlet. We'll be right back.
You flex Series 5 like that makes you elite, but I'm dropping these 4s and still bringing the heat. You bring me hellfire, I bring structure and lore.
Yep.
My rhymes are fantastic, now check out these 4s. And Walker drops, boom, your tempo's gone. You break me, I rebuild like nothing went wrong. Fired Lords lit, reviving 3 cost flames. Bring back what you killed, now I've doubled the pain. Red shift spins hands, yeah, throw and replace. What you discard is left no sport that draws in your face. Terex lands loud, dropping rocks in your pride. You're losing locations, now you're losing your mind.
Do I need to respond? I don't think I do. From a 1 to 10, you a -2. I snap, you pop and crackle. I farm and you cattle. I win this battle. Where's your hero? Any destination, any location. This domination as a demonstration. At Zenlock, you would get smoked, and I crush you even at the 7 cosmos. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter when. Don't need paper or pen to burn again and again. Like a wet sock, you only herald defeat. You a bronze rank rapper, I'm infinite. Dexter, you starting to sweat, sir? Your mouth feel dry, your vision is blurred. You on the big stage, don't amateur out. Don't whisper, time to get some words out. You got nothing to say, I think you blew it, yo. I'll just take a look at these variants by my friends at Pandar Studios. I think this is over for you. It's turn 6 and there's nothing to do. My words are diffused and you out of time, dude. Tick, 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 boom.
All right, folks, we are back, and after nearly 6 hours of grueling, competitive MarvelSnap matches, we have narrowed down over 1,000 players to the top 16. We are going to be getting into the bracket momentarily, but first, we're going to take a look at some of the cards that have been played in these decks and how they've been performing over the course of the tournament. So let's take a look here and see some stats, Glazer. I know you love some stats. You're a stats guy. Are you shocked to see Ghost at the top of the stats?
No, but only because we looked at the earlier stats and it was number 2, so it's just moved up a spot. But still, a 70% win rate for Ghost with 3 people playing it is wildly impressive. I would not have expected that in 1,000 years. I'm less surprised at Destroyer than I could be now that we've seen that Destroyer deck. That Destroyer deck did seem really good.
Undefeated.
Apparently, it continued to succeed. Yeah, we continue to succeed, right? The Ghost, whatever the heck Ghost is doing, I want to see. I'm very, very curious. It's got to be just tech, right? But what kind of tech? Is it an Acera deck? Ghost being high and your Khonshu. Wow.
Yeah, and played pretty frequently too. We haven't seen Khonshu yet. Same with Namora. Haven't really seen Namora making an appearance. So it's possible that these cards will be featured in these top 16 matches that we have coming for you. We're going to take a look at the bracket and find out exactly what those matches are here. And look at this beautiful graphic we have here. Top 16 of the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series first qualifier. Of course, right there in the top left, we have the man who is arguably the favorite to take the whole thing, Sizer. Ace of Spades will be his matchup there, followed by No Lux Given and Chamo. Chamo, one of the top players as well. I believe also been number 1 on the leaderboard.
Not finished the season, finished as high as rank 3 previously. 3 is maybe 2. There was one season where it was like the last second between 3 and 2. Chamo, a streamer, and Nolux Given, a YouTuber. So if you want to check out some content from top players, that's places to go.
That's where you'll find some of these fantastic decks. We also have RKR versus Quito. It's Jarl versus Detonator. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have F300 versus Lonnie. We have Brick Squad, aka BU++ versus Ventus. Big Boy versus Orion, and Scorched Ice versus Honifer. So some big names you've seen in top 8s, top 16s before. Some other fresh faces as well. Some fresh decks. It's going to be an exciting one.
Honifer is another player that has to be considered a favorite here. He was at top 4 of either the first or second Golden Gauntlet. I can't remember which of the two. He's often in the top 10 of the Infinite Leaderboard. Phenomenal player. Streams a little bit, just a little bit, but genuinely top-notch gameplay, like one of the better deck builders and creators in the game.
Absolutely. And we might actually be getting started with Honifer. So end of the bracket there, but one of the first matches we're going to see. With this being top 16, we're going to try and stick on these matches longer and see them through to completion. We will be having one other match to switch to if needed, if one's going a little too quick or there's some exciting action going on in the other one. We will be switching between those two. But generally speaking, from here on out, you're going to see most of the action. So lots of competitive, high stakes, intense MarvelSnap. Here we go. Top 16 Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series. Let's get into it.
Oh, we join immediately for rocks. Let's get into rocks.
We're rocking here.
This is Honifer the ongoing list, because that's what this looks like. No, Invisible Woman first
No.
steps, excuse me. It's just an Invisible Woman. Okay. Honifer had a very cool Invisible Woman. I believe it was Honifer. Had a very cool Invisible Woman first steps with Bullseye. Not sure if this is that version.
That's
but
what we're talking, right?
Yep. That's the Dokken list. And now, obviously, this is incredibly strong. We've got potentially up to 3 Invisible Woman first steps between the copy spell on Nico, the Invisible Woman, and Prodigy. And that's how good Mr. Fantastic first steps is. That it's getting played right now over and instead of a third Invisible Woman.
I was about to say the same thing. That is remarkable that you have an embarrassment of riches here, and Mr. Fantastic First Steps still appears to be the option. But look at this. Because of him, now Sue is a 2/5. So you're able to play one of these other 1-drops out there if you so choose. You could get the Prodigy down next turn. Honifer opting not to do that, just instead going with the Sue mid, as our final location was revealed to be Avengers Compound. we see Scorched with a Typhoid Mary. So based on the avatar and the random Typhoid Mary coming down on turn 3, I think it's safe to say we're probably watching an Arisham game, aren't we, Glazer?
Yep, we've got yet another 34 card Monty, and
okay, so this is not quite the 34 card Monty. This is just Arisham. No Agamotto, no Thanos, we're just informed. And guess what? Even though he didn't use the Nico copy, he still gets another Invisible Woman because of the Frigga. So plenty of Sue Storm to go off at the final turn here.
There is nothing to hit with it, though. There is no end of turn ability that it benefits right now from Sue Storm.
And yeah, as crazy as this is, we saw a snap coming down from Scorched here. Jean Grey making an appearance, making things a little more difficult. And Honifer forced to retreat after a hand like that. That's crazy. He had everything he needed except the cards to make stronger.
Everything he needed except power.
Yes.
The rough thing to be missing. Also, I assume that was an Alliance snap, knowing that there had to be a card played there.
It would appear to be that way. We see White Palace, a little intel for both players. Fantasticar going over to Scorched, and Enchantress for Honifer from Scorched.
Hydra Bob remaining a really high win rate card for obvious reasons. Really good with the Fantasticar. 1/6 is a lot of power. Think Demon, no downside.
Demon, no downside. You also have the ability to get him into hard to reach locations at the cost of a cube. So there is some mind games there with snapping. It also means Honifer is not necessarily free to snap when he chooses. He does have to account to where the Hydra Bob is going to wind up, but oftentimes they will know that going into it as Mr. Fantastic comes down, buffing Juggernaut to a 3/5 now. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Deep Space revealed as our final location, so only one buff from Mr. Fantastic here. Can Frigga it to get another one, which is appearing to be the case here for Honifer. Scorch taking an opportunity to snap on that. Feeling good about that play. Bob's going to move as well. Honifer weighing his options here.
It's a really interesting version of this list from Honifer. We've got basically a Cosmo Juggernaut version.
Yep, got to run that tech. Honifer accepting the snap. Okay, he's taken the copy of Mr. Fantastic. Onslaught Citadel, very scary against an Arishan player. But he does have that Enchantress in hand as well. Just dropping a Fantasticar on Deep Space there. Just some stats. Not too upset about 7 power on turn 3.
We got a Fantasticar into an Invisible Woman, and then the choice is either Havoc or... Oh, choose to go Invisible Woman and hold the Fantasticar despite the Hydra Bob and the... I believe that Mr. Fantastic First Steps would still benefit there.
Okay, just throws out the raw Enchantress there for some stats alongside Spider-Man's uncle. We also have the Invisible Woman over the Fantasticar. Do you agree with that play?
Not based on the board, but it looks better now. So what we would have had is Invisible Woman on the next turn with a 2-drop, and now we're stuck. Yeah, now we're stuck with this Nico copy where the copy does nothing. So I'm not sure about that play.
Copy not too beneficial here. Only one activator, or only one benefit from the activator in Havoc in hand right now. There's the Eliath mid on turn 5, nuking the Fantasticar. Just some stats here now.
Still not terrible. You're not like sad to have those stats. Juggernaut should win mid.
Yep, you got Juggernaut to win mid. You got Havoc to hopefully try and win left. You're getting 8 power there. 13 going to be enough with potentially what gets moved left if they do indeed play mid.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 stay is ultimately what it is. If Juggernaut pushes something right, decides not to take it.
Yeah.
50-50. That's interesting.
I think that's the right call here.
I think I would have taken that 50-50. I would have taken that 50-50, I think.
You and I are on different sides of the spectrum on that one. I'm definitely a bit more scared of Arisham than you are.
Yeah. I mean, that's always going to be the case in every Arisham match, so you just have to take it when you have it.
Yeah, and considering the options, I don't think he had a great one there. He could have won, but I think Honifer is probably living to fight another day and find some more advantageous matchups here. Based on the draws, we see Abbey and Westview as our first 2 locations. Curve looking a bit better here for Honifer with Mr. Fantastic on 2. Sunspot in hand now as well. Getting that extra card draw from the Abbey. Gets a Nico.
Happy to get that Nico into the hand, especially now that it's a 1/4.
Oh yeah, definitely not upset about that. Move spell this turn, but there is Sue.
And there's the snap
there
on
is the
Sue.
snap. Yep. Got the Prodigy in hand, got the 1-drop to make that combo happen next turn. Also has Frigga if he chooses to do that. Yeah, looking real good here for Hopper.
And if you lose Eternity range, which you don't, I guess, but if you lost Eternity range, it would happen anyway. And Hydra Bob says, hey, don't worry about it. We have no problem here.
We do see a turn 3 Sarah coming down for Scorched. So discounts galore here for the remaining half of this game. Chimichangas getting added to both players' hands. Honifer drawing Juggernaut here. Do you? Yeah, I was going to say, do you just go Frigga here and then set up Prodigy later?
Frigga Sunspot. Frigga Sunspot. Assume that he's not going to see a Monger. It would have to be a randomly generated Killmonger. Yeah, it would have to be a randomly generated Killmonger.
Not impossible. Discounts galore between Quinjet and Sarah. Could kind of just sit back and wait to see what unfolds here if you're Scorched. But we do see 3 cards coming down. Oh, Legion mid. Okay, so more Chongas, and now the hand is bricked.
Doesn't matter.
Honifer pretty much has everything he needs in hand already. Got the
Sunspot like
for one lane.
Yeah, you'd like one more scalar. Ooh, there's a wave. That's always terrifying.
Yeah, and Honifer not benefiting from the wave here at all. We got Nico Demon Spell this time.
Not going to do anything with that, I don't believe. Saying, let no Chongas in hand. No Chongas left behind.
Messing around with the order a little bit here, choosing to separate his buffs a bit more, perhaps.
Also, just Negasonic protection for everything but Prodigy.
Except there goes the Eliath, so now mid is clogged up very consistently. Getting that Eliath on turn 5 is Scorched, as we see Ravona and Cyclops coming down as well.
The Sunspot location, not sure it matters.
Yep, you are clogged, but it is still additional 4 power. Nico Destroy as the final spell, and Fantasticar as the top.
Juggernaut, 3 activates, call it a day. I'm not sure I would bother with the Nico, but I get it. 6 power is a lot.
Yep, it might make a difference here. So Sunspot with 3 floated power, 3 activations. Glazer, do the math for me. How big is Sunspot going to get?
So that's 6 to, power each time, right? No, 6 activations, 3 power each time. That's 18 power.
18 power Sunspot mid. So we're looking at 26 mid for Honifer. He's got the Juggernaut left. With all the cost reduction, it is possible Scorched could fill the board, but instead we do see a retreat here from Scorched.
Ultimately, no thank you, right? Just like no thank you. 3 Invisible Woman. Just like, you don't know if your opponent has Havoc. You're just, why? Why find out?
Take the 2. You can have them. And of course, all those Chimichangas in Scorched hand actually would have worked against him there by leaving board space for Juggernaut, even if he did try to fill.
And we're about to get company on the stream. Hello.
Oh.
The cat has decided to be directly in front of my face. I have no idea if I'm on screen right now, but you're also getting cat butt now.
The cat is not on screen, or we are not on screen at the moment, I don't believe.
Okay.
So no cat on stream, but we do see that turn 1 Quinjet again for Scorched, getting some very consistent draws on a 24 card deck. I know if I was Honifer, I'd be a little heated right now, but
Mindscape's real bad for Honifer.
Yeah.
You need to have turns to play all that stuff. Oh, there's Invis coming down.
Got the Frigga as well. Oh boy.
Loki making things better for Scorched. Generated Loki.
Generated Loki, a first Ghost Rider, and Mole Man. Okay, so a couple rocks in hand for Scorched. Some 1/1 rocks. Losing Hydra Bob. Perhaps wanted to play Mole Man before the Loki?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would have made much more sense. But what are you going to do?
What's done is done.
Still going for multiple Invisible Womans again. Fairly consistently getting that. You gotta love to see that if you're Honifer.
But again, no benefits to the Invisible Woman yet, so I don't even know if it's worth it. Do you just play Fantasticar out now for more points?
I would. I feel like Honifer's under prioritizing the power Fantasticar offers.
especially considering there's nothing that benefits Sue right now. We just see one rock coming down for Scorched here. Able to draw a card.
Are we going to see a Legion or is Mindscape happening? There's Athena.
Well,
Juggernaut Athena.
if he was planning on turning off Mindscape, not with Legion, with some other method, Juggernaut will prevent that. And perhaps realizing that, Honifer changes his play. There's the snap coming from Scorched. I would have to think Honifer leaves here, right?
This is a run, yeah.
He's considered Juggernaut in all three positions at this point.
And Athena. Still no guarantees of a stay. We shall see what we shall see.
I just think it's tough here without... I mean, you do have the Athena now, so you will get some benefit from the Invisible Woman.
I mean, Mindscape is terrifying, and they get a discount on all their stuff.
They stuck it out, though. Okay, here we go. He goes for the Juggernaut. He does get the clog on the left lane. That's big. It's a Havoc, an Invisible Woman, and a Shang-Chi. So no Chi for Honifer. Havoc and Invisible Woman, though. Some great Loki draws there.
Yeah, it's really hard to beat that spot now. Although your own Havoc helps.
Yeah, not a bad top deck
not
there.
Enough cards. It's just not enough cards. You got to go.
Havoc's going to go up to 8 for Scorched.
I guess you're doing the math here on the Havoc.
Yeah, so we're looking at 20, or actually it's going to be, 21 on the left for Scorched. Athena's going to go up 6.
So that's 16. Nope, she's going to go up 8 because Fantastic Car.
Because of Fantastic Car. So 18. The Rock would be 19. He would need to play Havoc over there, and he's probably not going to have enough to win another lane, so he's out for 2. Interesting stay there after the snap for Mindscape.
Yep, Loki made it so that Scorched could play too many cards, and basically emptying the hand, leaving the opponent nothing.
Looking tough
here
for
high
Honifer.
stakes.
High stakes has been acquired, and a brutal icebox on Athena. A 3-cost Athena is not what you want to see.
Nope. Genuinely bad.
Scorched reacting appropriately with the Iceman emote there, as again, turn 1 Quinjet for Scorched. I think he's had it every single game. Remarkable. One of you math nerds out there, do the stats on how likely it is to draw a Quinjet turn 1 every single game. I'm not doing it, but one of you guys can.
Adam Warlock mid is an interesting play.
Yeah, Adam Warlock mid, so could draw through that deck a bit quicker. Nico location change.
Osmo mid saying no thank you. Gonna have to see Fantastic Car coming up next, looks like. A Beta Ray Bill. Very unlikely to see that hammer.
I mean, the way Scorched has been drawn, who knows? Getting that Quinjet turn 1, Eliath turn 5 every time, so you never know if that hammer will make an appearance. That's Stormbreaker. We are seeing Athena and Bob here. That 3-cost Athena really slowing down Honifer's curve. Again, not going for Fantastic Car just yet. Or... Nope, just switching it up here.
That is an already 13 power Fantastic Car play when it comes down. A Gilgamesh for 10.
Okay, not too shabby. 5-10 on turn 4. Adam Warlock continuing to grow. Gonna have to play something out here to contest, or else a card draw could be had here for Scorched. We've just been informed that there is a 3.3% chance to draw Quinjet on turn 1 for 5 rounds. And
That's
Scorched
ridiculous.
has done it.
Also, this is a really good Invisible Woman. You're very happy to see her right now, and it changes the entire tenor of this game.
Not going to be able to get Fantastic Car down as a result. Prodigy on the Quinjet. How about double discount on all of those cards?
It's been double discount almost every game too, because we had Sarah last game.
Sarah, Loki, just plenty of discounts here for Scorch, taking full advantage. Prodigy, okay, you could maybe go Prodigy on Athena. Instead,
you want
going Nico.
You're looking for the extra energy, but it's rough to get that extra energy on Sunspot right now.
That's true. Prodigy and Nico both same power, thanks to Silver Sable taking 2 off of Prodigy there. So you are able to float a couple more on Sunspot, but again, forced to retreat.
The double discounts are really kicking his butt. Like, really kicking his butt. It's making it really hard to stay.
Yeah, you really don't. You just can't stick those out if you're Honifer. He's been playing smart, but there's only so much you can do against massive discounts, and not having Mobius hurting Honifer here.
Just slowly but surely getting whittled away in this matchup. Maybe Scorched runs too, though, which would be very nice for Honifer, because going down this next game would be real rough. Going down to 1 cube to 8.
Well, I think he already ran. I think we're just waiting for Scorch to accept the next round. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And that is what we see. Honifer down to 3 cubes. Scorch sitting pretty with 8, and we have a limbo on the board.
Scorched guaranteed gets Legion this game, right?
Who's to say? But will we see? I would wonder what the math would be for a 6th consecutive round of Quinjet on turn 1.
Goodness.
And right before the Subterranea as well. That is insane to me. 24 cards in the deck and still manages to get Quinjet on turn 1 every single round. Incredible.
It's what's winning him the game more than I think anything else.
Yeah,
Giving no cards out of the game. And Scorch says go all in.
2.8% for 6 rounds of Quinjet on turn 1. 2.8%. Honifer, this is it. He's sticking it out. There's a turn 2 debris coming down. Board space becoming an issue. And how about some more cost reduction? At least this one benefits Honifer as well.
This one actually really, really helps Honifer. I think Honifer is now favored in this round. Unless a Mobius turns up, obviously. But I think Honifer is now extremely favored.
All right, well, we got a turn 3 Galactus and Thor. I'm sorry, Galacta and Thor. We do have the Susan Storm and the Prodigy and the Frigga, so we're going to be getting tons of end-of-turn scenarios here. Havoc also in hand, so this is Honifer's best look yet. If he can't win this one, he is done, but this is his best chance to do so.
This is an incredible hand. Just an absolutely incredible hand here. Alioth you have to be ready for, starting now, though.
Starting last turn, even. Here we go. There he is, right on cue, Glazer. Turn 4 Alioth. Brutal. But you still have
better than... Yeah, at least it didn't hit Invisible Woman, so...
Yes, in the 50-50 there. Small victories for sure. Ooh, going Havoc early.
Really, that's going to be an above 10 power Havoc, then. On turn 7.
Okay, turn 5 Gore coming down. That's a big buy. Oh, not too big, actually. Not a lot of unreveals in this deck.
There's one less.
Womp.
Oh, it hurts. I think I might be throwing Cosmo. You don't have Prio. It doesn't do anything. You got to play 2 cards, but you don't have 2 cards you especially want to play.
No, you really don't. You really, really don't.
I mean, I guess you're going Cosmo Fantastic on the left.
Filling up left?
I think I would fill left. And just say, then, no, maybe not, because then your opponent just has to count. So, but maybe Fantastic mid then, I guess.
Nope, just goes for the Cosmo instead.
Immediately destroyed. And there's the Legion. As I told you, guaranteed he gets the Legion this game.
Wow.
This game. Goodbye to Honifer.
Oh my goodness. Honifer just got absolutely wrecked by Arisham there. The Legion, the Alioth, the Quinjet, everything going Scorched way there. Hard to beat that when everything just goes your way. Honifer eliminated from the Golden Gauntlet in a bit of an upset, I would say. You just said earlier, Honifer, one of the favorites to take this whole thing down in top 16.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just don't see it and your opponent does. And that was definitely a case of over and over again, the opponent seeing it.
2.8%. That is worth repeating. 2.8% chance to draw Quinjet on turn 1 in an Arisham deck. We are getting right into our next match, though. We have BU++ versus Lizardo. Lizardo was playing one of those funkier decks earlier. 2 funky decks, really, with the way Butt's playing. Oh, I'm sorry. That was not the funky deck. That was the deck we thought was a funky deck, but actually turned out to be
Arisham.
So another Arisham matchup here. BU++ feeling strong. Snapping early here. Pretty good hand. Merlin and Mr. Fantastic. You got Agamotto and Hulkling as well. We haven't seen what the Hulkling is just yet, but maybe they'll hook us up. Instead, we get a retreat from Lizardo here in this first round.
Boo is incredible at snapping. Like, snaps ferociously and at very, very inopportune times for opponents.
Yes. That is one of the strongest things you can do. We see another Mindscape game. Turn 1 Ichiri, though, looking pretty good here for Boo. What do we see from Lizardo? Ah, the first steps and Quinjet again on turn 1. This time, the Herald of Galactus as Pet Mansion makes its appearance for our second location.
Looks like we're going Valentina over Iron Patriot here early. Nope, Iron Patriot decided upon.
Yep, we see the Iron Patriot with the activation. Both players playing their own Iron Patriots. Ichiri pulls. The temporal.
The worst of the spells for now.
All the best ones already in his hand, so.
I'm not sure Images is best for this deck. I think for this deck, the best might be Balthak.
Fair. Not a ton of great
Although
options
that's
for...
a real solid way to try and win that Iron Patriot lane.
Yeah, not too... Well, I was going to say, not too many ways Lizardo can beat this on turn 3, but of course he does have 4 energy and a Quinjet to work with, so... Lizardo snapping here.
5-drop. We're looking at a potential 5-drop.
Nope,
And
it's just
Wiccan.
Wiccan.
A Wiccan curve. A Wiccan curve out of ours. A generated Wiccan curve.
And
hit the
Gladiator.
Goliath,
Oh.
just lose the location immediately.
Oh no. You hate to see it if you are Boo here. Gladiator
get the bottom now,
failing,
though.
extra energy, discounts. Definitely going to be able to dump that hand before the Mindscape goes off. How do you know that voice in my head?
He is absolutely my Boo. You don't know me.
Oh my god, Lizardo sees a Galactus and Darkhawk coming down on the same turn here. On turn 4, we see 11 cost cards coming down. There is that first steps Galactus chilling at 14 power so far. We saw a Winds clogging mid, so ++ has a chance here, and Agatha also joining the hand. Now with Mindscape, this could be cheeky if he manages to send Agatha over. But it is still 14 power that's going to hit the board, and she's only going to cost 3.
Darkhawk, a really, really good generated card against the Arisham deck, right?
I think that's the Iron Patriot card, too, judging from the variant.
Oh, is it? Yeah, you're right.
All right, here we go. 3 cards from Lizardo here. It's a 4-cost Omega Red, a 4-cost Thing, and a 3-cost Topaz. Kahori doing what she can. BU ++ sending over a plethora of cards. This has to be a retreat, right?
I cannot imagine, unless there's a Shang somewhere, which we know
There is not.
Yeah. That was
a Legion and Quinjet was the best that our screen player here was looking at.
That felt like utter nonsense. That was ridiculous.
That was just brutal on all accounts. Yeah. The Wiccan, the Gladiator pulling the Goliath, the turn 1 Quinjet, just everything going right for Lizardo there. Taking 2 cubes off of one of our favorites.
Arisham is just saying in the cut, like, no. Hold my beverage. I've got this. Ooh, a Destroyer. That's not what you want to see.
Less than stellar result there for Hulkling, but Wakanda does make him a bit more playable now. And look at this. A turn 1 Quinjet for you this time. Not for Lizardo. Our streak has been broken, Glazer. 7 straight Irish
games
without a Quinjet on turn 1.
And then we still get a Quinjet. We still manage to find a way.
Quinjet making a name for itself here in the Golden Gauntlet. Iron Patriot coming down mid, generating a Red Skull, but there's Loki for Lizardo.
Saying we're going to discount cards no matter what. Oh, that's really, really good for the play of Red Skull.
Johann Schmidt.
What?
That's Red Skull's name, Johann Schmidt.
Okay, I was like, what? Yeah, I was like, is that Lizardo's name? That's okay.
Oh, what a great generated card for Butt here with the Valentina.
Yeah, we're hitting home runs here. This is, I would expect a snap coming relatively soon, even with that.
Quinjet goes down, not that big of a deal. We still see the discount on Red Skull, a 2/14 that can play as such in the right lane. 4/7 Goliath, certainly not bad.
You have like a Goliath mid here. I think it's a Goliath mid. Yeah. That sounds right to me.
With the prio, I think you save Red Skull for the end. Unfortunate whiff there from Goliath, though. Gladiator Pulls Copycat. We don't know what
We're not
Copycat
going to see what
copied.
that is. Copycat copies upon draw, no? So oh my god, every single hit on the one card.
Loki back to 0 power after the Kahori buffs.
So
We're gonna see that Red Skull
if you
now.
keep Prio, the images of Icon on Eliath or on Red Skull both seem incredibly strong.
I think that's what he's going for here, opting to play the Red Skull now. Another whiffed Eliath. Both clouds whiffing here.
All right, so mid is 1 for Boo. So it's just finding a way to win right, which I believe will be images. Obviously, Shang-Chi a threat, but yeah.
So Eitri and images right is what you're saying.
That's also what Butt's doing.
Yes. That would appear to be the play. Of course, you are scared of Mr. Chi controlling power, but you take your
There's
chances
no way
here.
to play around it.
Nope. Here we go. Just a casual 42 power on the right. No big deal. It's Copycat. Oh, Juggernaut. Okay. Only moves 1 thanks to images. And Anti-Venom. Not enough. There we go. 2 cubes down from Lizardo here. As RNG favors BU++ this game.
That wasn't even... Yeah, I guess that was mildly RNG. Not contesting that Iron Patriot lane was dangerous.
The Iron Patriot generating Red Skull and Valentina generating Eliath. Some pretty good RNG there.
Fair. It's just kind of what those cards do, though. You know what I mean?
For sure. Hulkling getting... Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Just a Hulk. Just 12 power.
We've got a potential ball fac on 2, though.
Another Quinjet on 1.
That's now 8 games in a row we've seen a Quinjet on 1. Yep.
8 straight games
Amazing.
of Quinjet on 1.
Not always that.
For both players.
That's wild.
Lots of Quinjet representation this tournament. I can't wait to see the stats
Ooh,
on
here's
Quinjet
the
when
snap.
this is all done. Yeah, turn 2 bolts. Interesting. Probably trying to get Hulk out a little earlier, perhaps. Will
Hulk
he
and
have
White
the
Hot is
energy?
a card that makes sense.
Oh, Electra value taking out the Quinjet.
Like a ton of Electra value.
Oh my goodness, the randomly generated Electra.
Which is going to stop the Hulkling Winds of Watum play, which is what we were about to be looking at.
Yep. Instead, it's looking like it might just be...
Valentina's...
Order?
Yeah, just a +8. No, it has to be that order because otherwise Kahori has nothing to hit.
Isn't... No. Valentina first, then Kahori. So Kahori does have something to hit.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You're correct.
And then you get the also...
And that's an extra card, yeah. It's a 9 power
Precisely.
play. Stardust will hit nothing right now. But it looks very likely that the White Hot Room is going to the Arisham player thanks to, of all cards, Electra.
410 Thanos here.
Decent
Not
Thanos
too
one.
shabby.
Thanos going right.
Okay, we're seeing Merlin here. Doesn't fill up the White Hot Room.
Saying
Doesn't need-
wants to be able to compete that lane.
Yep, doesn't need the extra energy that bad when you're already starting with 1 extra. Merlin giving him a spell. Hand probably pretty big here with 2 Sentinels on the board and Merlin. Of course, benefiting from that Quinjet would have been even better on the right lane.
Threatening all 3 here.
Yep, trying to keep priority on his side, hoping to draw into a Juggernaut, perhaps. There is the White Hot Room being filled up. Galactic comes down and buffs Viper. Viper sending over Electra, so spot open for Lizardo here. Priority in BU++'s favor. And a top
run, I
deck
believe.
Gladiator.
Oh,
Wins and
close to a run.
Gladiator. And you buff Agamotto with the Temporal as
Winds
well.
and Temporal right is not a terrible idea. Just saying I'm giving up. Right? Yeah.
So -4 on the wins. Agamotto goes up 3, so 13 on this side and 12 on the other side if nothing else is played. If he does go with that play. Gladiator, of course, risky against Arisham. I don't know if I would stick this out for 4. Not the best
Going for it.
advantage. Also, Lizardo with that extra energy and Quinjet, so pretty much whatever he wants. Sure
Oh,
enough,
wow.
there's the entire board being full. So wins moves nothing here.
That means that there's very likely to be a lot of power under any of those cards.
Gladiator also benefits from not drawing a card here. Iron Lad evens things up on the left. Loki, you don't care about that. Okay. It's a polymorph on the Sentinel. It becomes Polaris, which moves the Valentina off of the left. So no tie, no more. Sentinel mid.
But it turns mid into a win, I believe.
Quicksilver right. That's
right
not
is a win.
Unless
Omniversal, let's find out.
Terrible. Nope.
There you go. BU takes it.
Big win there. Polaris actually hurting Lizardo, helping him win the middle lane, and not enough on the right. So good stay there for 4 cubes. Lizardo now down to just 3. Wild stuff.
Great play. Genuinely great play. Found the line.
Made it work.
Yeah. Copycat is Bucky. Very useful.
Yeah, not going to help too much unless we see a destroy location, and instead we see the opposite of that in Wakanda.
No Quinjet, no Quinjet, no Quinjet.
Oh, okay. Not Quinjet, but Loki.
No Quinjet. Yeah.
One or the other.
Wild. I'm not sure how much you want a Loki against BU decks, right? Like, it's just like you're getting such weird crap from it. It's like, I might just have my own RNG. You take it because of the discount, but like,
yeah. And there it is. The generated one this time. All right, so we have 2 locations protected here, and sewer system is our final, and there's another Quinjet for but this time. Gonna go wins left. I like that. Trying to clog up mid as much as you can.
Saying you have to deal with limited space to put power there. Gladiator can only hit Gladiator or will kill.
Ooh.
Yep. No icon here.
No icon. That's not a great hit there. It is a great hit for Lizardo, but not great for Boo here.
This feels like a really good Kahori relatively soon.
410 Kahori, you're usually not too upset about that. Everything protected as well.
Going Temporal and Copycat over Balthak.
Wants to get the Agamotto out of his deck, perhaps. Have a turn 5 play. I don't hate it. But
yeah, you could do that next turn and still have a million cards to play the turn after. And
wow,
Boo says, yeah, oh, definitely. Like, you force him to pay to stay.
You have the advantage.
Like, well, it's also just like, if you're going to stay, you might as well try to win the game, right? Like, if you're going to keep going.
Aggressive snapping.
Live.
Very common. There it is. Turn 4.
Yeah.
Main deck. So no Kahori benefit there. Hulkling. Orca. Okay.
Orca, that's pretty solid.
Not too shabby.
Yeah,
Sudden
really
17 power
right
on the right. Yeah. Okay. Extra energy to play around with as well. No temporal, so he's not going to have the Agamotto, but between that and Juggernaut, it might not matter.
Yeah, you can do Juggernaut and freaking Orca. Seems like a lot of power.
All right, here we go. Enchantress left. Just some extra stats there. Priority on Lizardo's side. Now, he did Loki, which means that there is a possibility of a Juggernaut here coming from Lizardo.
Where would Juggernaut left, though, no?
Regardless, it could mess up the Hulkling lane if one of those cards does go into the Hulkling lane.
Good point. Still decent power, though. Gotta be Juggernaut and Iron Patriot mid. That's the only play you have. And they're in for everything, so that's the only play.
Locked in. Here we go.
Oh, chooses to go left in case the Juggernaut push?
No, it's Juggernaut right instead. Okay, so Hulkling gets moved over to the left.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Nope. Lizardo gonna take this one. Juggernaut hits nothing here. And not enough power. All right, Lizardo hanging on here. Still needs to win 2 games. The Loki Juggernaut called it. I mean, turn 1 Loki, chances are you're going to get a card like that.
Oh, yeah. They drew most of the deck, right? Or half the deck at that point.
Yeah. All right, moving into our next round. Round 6, high stakes. Let's see our starting hand
powerful
here.
Cards every game is a lot. It's been a lot.
Will we see the Quinjet? Not from Boo here. Does Lizardo?
Our long
no Quinjet, no Loki
has ended.
I can't believe it. I'm flabbergasted.
Iron Patriot into Vormir is always interesting to me.
I like it because that unless they're playing in this turn, they're gonna have a pretty
Well, you
good
can just-
advantage here.
I mean, you don't have a play on 3 though.
Not yet. Fair.
Like, and you can use the spell to not have to give up any power.
Also fair. We see Merlin come down instead from Lizardo, and a blue Marvel from Iron Patriot. Not too shabby. Avengers Compound, final location. Copycat leader. Whoa. All right.
Immediate snap.
He likes what he sees. I don't blame you. 3-5
Follow the
leader is a
leader.
hell of a lot better than a 6-4 leader.
Yeah, I think if leader is a 3/5, we might be looking at the best card in the game. That's the kind of thing Copycat does.
And there we go. And Ares coming down here. Wow.
Oh,
9-4.
no.
Surprising.
Yeah, it doesn't actually work for. There goes the cheap blue Marvel.
Yeah, so much for that. Ares
So much
winning
for
for
the afterglow.
Lizardo.
We now go into Kahori time. Uno wins. And fantastic.
I would think you would probably want the Kahori now while your hand is nice and full. You get a 4-11 value.
Then you can wins and bolts on 5 for a big last turn, also being Irisham proof. Rocks in the deck.
Well, not necessarily being Irisham proof, as it's looking
And
like
I know.
Lizardo is going to have priority here and forced to play into the right location. So,
Bolts and wins are Irisham proof. They're
oh, that's
skills.
true. Correct. Your Eliath proof is what you meant.
Live, yeah, sorry, excuse me.
That's why I got a little confused there. Yes,
Yeah.
they will not be affected by Eliath, as only character cards are, not skills. But instead, it looks like we're going to be seeing Bolts and Mr. Fantastic. I think saving wins till the end makes some sense here, or maybe even Valentina potentially can get you some more value.
See, there's another good 6-drop. Maybe draw another. Wow, that's a really, really big double dino. Filling
Mockingbird and
and
Quinjet.
Quinjet.
There it is.
Cool.
Thought we would finally make a game without it, but nope. There it is on the final turn that it can be played for value. Magneto. Okay. 410 Magneto. Something. Still neither player playing in mid. 10
Cryo
energy
lost
here.
too. So it's just wins into oh wow, wins into Gladiator into Blue Marvel is interesting. Choosing
So-
to leave that 12 power over there. It's basically what that reads as.
Yeah, wins procking the Vormir, so Gladiator will not get destroyed.
Lizardo has not used Vormir yet.
Correct. Neither player has. Going for everything mid.
Oh, splitting.
All
'Cause
right,
you
here
gotta
we
win
go.
too, right? Everything mid looks like what? Oh,
Vormir getting triggered by
Polymorph too.
spells for both players. Oh,
Legion.
No.
will kill the Blue Marvel, but that's still not going to matter because unless Gladiator betrays Boo,
Don't,
this one is over. Bu doubles.
don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Gladiator. Just Loki. Not
and-
enough. Huge win there. The Legion didn't matter. Still manages to pull it off with some smart plays. BU plus advancing to the top 8 over Lizardo. Good stuff.
Congrats for the great play from Lizardo. Genuinely fantastic play. Just couldn't outpower the bee.
Yeah, that Avengers compound a little unfortunate because I'm sure he would have preferred Mockingbird in a different lane there to help spread that power a bit more. If you can get that mid, obviously you win. But them's the breaks for Lizardo, and Butt moves on.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to be getting into our next match of top 16 shortly. While we are waiting, we could potentially take a look at the bracket and show you what other exciting matches we have in store for you in this top 16. Okay, never mind. We already just have the match. We're going to jump right into it. We'll look at the bracket later. Let's go ahead and get into this next match. It is going to be Chamo. And we're getting towards the end of this match, actually.
Wow. Chamo and no Lux to content
Top tier
creators.
content creators.
Generally great players. Although looks like Chamo is locked out of playing.
Yeah, Crimson Cosmos, all lanes. Once again, we are seeing Legion have his effect on this game. Is this Legion in a discard list? This has to have been a randomly generated Legion somehow, right?
I think it's Arisham would be my guess. I could be wrong.
Is
No Lux's plays a lot of Arisham.
Let's take a peek here as we see the final play. Here we go. It's the Queen. Maybe it's not. Oh, this is Danish Hella.
Oh, that makes much more sense. Yeah.
Yes. And there we have it. Chamo taking it over No Lux Given.
Down goes Hella to Chamo.
R.I.P. Hella. Obviously a little biased towards discard here, but there you go. No Lux Given also down. Chamo advancing into the top 8. So some of our top players doing what they're doing.
SJ. Chamo looks like he's playing one of his standard decks. He's got a very control-heavy soup build that he also runs Sinister and Brood in just because you can buff them with Galacta, and they're just good power that way. Galacta Gwenpool.
Galacta and Mr. Fantastic and Surge, all helping to buff those cards to some pretty great value.
Yep.
All right, so we are going to be looking for our next match here, and we have it. Here we go. Corvus Enjoyer versus Lonnie. All right, cloning that's our second location here. We see Corvus Enjoyer on 5 cubes, Lonnie on 4.
Looks like some ongoing stuff mixed with the Cannonball Mercury against Thanos. Is Lonnie one of our lovely Arisham Thanos players or just a regular Thanos?
We're going to find out the decks in just a second here as we see some stones making their presence felt on the board. Mind Stone on Cloning Vats. I don't know if that was played after Cloning Vats was revealed or not. It could have been turn 1. Most likely was based on the other 2 stones. And we have a West View here for turn 4. Okay, we have the deck list. Oh, look at this. Look at this. What a cook we have here from Corvus Enjoyer. Ant-Man, Elektra, Goliath, Mercury, Sam Wilson, Gorgon, Captain Carter, Captain America, Cosmo, Moonstone, Cannonball, Spectrum. So a bit of a hybrid ongoing with some disruptive elements. Mercury, Cannonball, and Elektra. Elektra been a bit of a sleeper this tournament, Glazer. Getting some value.
I mean, it was an auto-generated one earlier, but yes, it has been solid.
I think some other players were running main deck Elektra too. I'd be curious to see stats on Elektra later on when we have the chance. We're seeing some mid filling here. Of course, Mercury can move out, get you some more Cloning Vats value.
Cannonball could.
So 53% win rate on Elektra. Not too shabby. Not too shabby.
This feels like a very good hand for Corvus Enjoyer. Because Cannonball with a Mercury can just win right.
And you can potentially get 2 of them with Cloning Vats. 2 Mercuries as well.
Yeah, it seems strong. Wow, Nakia. So, Arisham, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think that pretty much settles it there.
And now we're going to get a random card too from for Corvus, which really helps because basically everything is pretty decent.
Oh, you would love getting Spectrum pulled here for free if you're Corvus.
Getting the extra Cannonball, which again can win right.
Unless, I don't know what Copycat is. Judging from the effect, it could be a Cosmo.
Well, that would change things. That's true.
Thanos
and
coming down mid.
Survives.
Surviving because of Soulstone, yeah.
Wow.
And there's the other Cannonball. Clog? Clog mid? Let's see. Nope.
Nope. Goes right, and now right is... Oh, and that's the second Thanos. And from very favored to not favored at all goes Corvus.
Yep, just like that. 2 Thanos on the board in the same turn. Both Cloning Vats cards getting pulled by Grand Central, by the way.
Moonstone and Goliath is not a weak last turn. It's just you're taking a 50-50 if you do that. Because wherever you play Moonstone is very likely to win, right? If you play Moonstone mid, I guess it would be Moonstone mid and Goliath left.
Moonstone mid, Goliath left. So that would be a 8 power Goliath on the left. Do you try and go for right at all? With more
could.
space being made up for the opponent, you know your cards are going to stick there. You're already winning
like
these 2 lanes.
Yeah, force the opponent to go over the top of you everywhere else. That seems reasonable.
Well, I guess those other Goliaths will go up by 2 each, so you're looking
So
at
you
26
could also
mid.
move Mercury there. If you move Mercury there and just play Goliath, you should win. You don't need the Moonstone. You can use the Moonstone elsewhere.
All right. It looks like Corvus is locking this in. This could be the end for Lonnie here. 4 cubes on the line. Will we see a retreat or will we see this stuck out? So, yeah, right goes kind of crazy, and we do see the retreat from Lonnie.
Lonnie said, I don't want the smoke. You filled locations. You can beat Spider Island, and then I can't win the other 2.
Yep. Smart move there from Corvus Enjoyer.
As we move on.
Here we go. Last
To what
licks
could
here
be
for Lonnie.
Lonnie's final game.
Now, Gorgon
Electra.
against Arisham. Great card to have in this matchup.
Yep. Turns it from a negative matchup to a positive one almost all by himself. And if, Arisham starts generating crazy Quinjets, we have Electra.
That is true. As we see, the Reality Stone turns negative zone for our first location. Orcus Forge for our second, with a top deck Cannonball. So no Mercury yet, but Gorgon on 2. Great play here if you're Corvus Enjoyer.
I might be Gorgoning mid. I think he's too important to this matchup to risk.
To risk being deep space.
A negative location, yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. There's Merlin to help change some locations more, perhaps. And our final location is the White Hot Room once again.
However, all of his skills will now cost 2.
Yep. Gorgon making everything difficult here for Lonnie.
This feels like a fairly reasonable card, right?
Yep, you got the shield over there.
If
Filling
you
up
had
that
Sam,
space.
getting Moonstone in the front would be huge here, but that doesn't seem feasible.
All right, Omniversal Presence turning the White Hot Room into Castle Blackstone. So now advantage Lonnie with some more energy. 6 energy here on turn 4.
And this is likely to be a Moonstone on Gorgon, saying all your stuff is crazy expensive. Suffer.
Ooh, that's filthy. Everything costs so much more. That's why you need that extra energy. But Winds of Watum sends the Moonstone over to the right. Not the worst thing to be paired up with Captain Carter. At least now the extra energy is neutral.
Whatever card is played there will be +4, which isn't bad.
Glazer, Colossus value. His power can't be reduced.
There you go. That's why he doesn't need a buff.
This is the reason we don't see a Colossus buff.
We go Sam right, I assume.
Sam is not in Corvus.
Sorry, excuse me. Steve right. Wrong cat.
Right.
Excuse me. Steve right, Goliath mid.
Yep, that seems pretty solid. Probably just going to give up left at this point, or?
Nope, saying Goliath, we're going to compete everywhere.
Really hoping for a top deck Spectrum here if you're Corvus Enjoyer. That would go pretty hard.
You're pretty happy if you top deck Mercury as well. Because with 7 energy, you can Mercury Cannonball.
If indeed Corvus Enjoyer is winning Blackstone, Lonnie has a chance to overtake this here, but it's going to be difficult with Carter, Moonstone, and Steve all in the same lane.
2 captains, a shield, and a stone.
Got to shoot for the moon sometimes.
Well done.
Thank you. It's 3 a.m. here, folks. I'm sorry that my jokes aren't top tier anymore, okay? We're doing our best out here.
Meanwhile, here it's 2 p.m. Lovely, lovely middle of the afternoon. Although, I probably should have eaten before I did this.
Who needs food? All right, 1 card here from Lonnie. Wow, never mind. He wasn't beating that. 39 power. Sheesh.
That's what you're like, he could beat that. I was like, okay, if you say so.
I didn't quite realize how out of hand it was going to get, but more Colossus value on that left lane with images of Icon.
Potential for Shang right too.
And it's Dog. So no Mercury, no Spectrum here.
You can fill mid. which is reasonable. You just go Cosmo, Ant-Man, Elektra.
Probably go.
That doesn't
Sentinel.
do anything to Colossus. Colossus can't be moved.
Yep, he's going to tank that if Corvus Enjoyer does go through with it. He is still adding 8 or 5 power on the left, so he would be over there. Also, Goliath going to get a buff from the Ant-Man as well. Not filling the Ant-Man lane, certainly a choice.
Yeah.
But playing for all lanes here.
Not always the best idea, but it looks like it works here.
Unless
that's
this
a
is something
Doom.
like a Dr. Doom. Let's see. And even if it is, he still loses mid.
Beats Doom, yeah. 6 is more than 5.
Wow, he went for it. So
Not for
close.
nothing. But way to go, Lonnie.
Yep. You go out. That's your avatar. That's your Hail Mary to take it home there. Unfortunately, it does not work out for Lonnie as he is eliminated, and Corvus Enjoyer moves on to the top 8.
With a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Yeah.
Winning all 3 locations.
Well, technically,
Moves
they tied
on.
mid.
Oh, that's true. Okay, but if you stop Galactus, I feel like that's a win.
Fair. Very fair. All right, so we have had some incredibly exciting top 16 matches so far. We're going to take a quick break before we continue working through the top 16 in order to get to the top 8. We'll be back with more of the MarvelSnap Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series in just a few minutes.
Woohoo!
All right, folks, we are back and we have our top 8 finalized. We will be getting into top 8 matches shortly. We'll go over the matchups before we get into our first match, which will be Quiddo versus Orion Alt. So Quiddo is the Spectrum player that we were highlighting earlier, the ongoing deck with Moonstone and Ravonna and Iron Man and all those cards. So that is what Quiddo is going to be running in this matchup. And they're going up against Orion, who is running your standard, well, not quite so standard. There are a couple interesting inclusions here, Glazer, if you want to talk about Orion's deck.
The cat has decided to walk in front of the deck. So 1 second.
Totally fine. I can tell you here. It's Hydra Bob, Black Cat, Thena, Havoc, Mr. Fantastic, Surge, Juggernaut, Mobius, Invisible Woman First Steps, Fantastic Car, Stardust, and The Thing First Steps. So a bit interesting.
This is exactly Safety Blade's build.
This is the Safety Blade list, you said?
Yeah, this is exactly the Safety Blade list.
Okay. There you go.
This is, yeah. The basic gist here. It's not trying to double Invisible Woman, as the cat is sticking his tail directly in front of the camera, excuse me. So what we are, oh my god. Sorry. What we're looking at here is a deck that's trying to get a 1-lane 1 with Thing First Steps and 1-lane 1 with Juggernaut. Not shocked to see it be doing so well at all. It is incredibly, incredibly powerful.
Yeah, definitely a strong list for sure. So that's going to be the first match we're looking at here. Orion versus Quiddo. Other matchups in our top 8, we have Scorched Ice versus Detonator. We have Sizer versus F300, who is also known as Corvus Enjoyer, who we just saw. And then we have a very spicy matchup here, probably the matchup of the top 8, in my opinion. Chamo versus BU++. Two of the top players in the game, Glazer.
That matchup seems absolutely incredible, like genuinely incredible. It's also a very big contrast in styles, where the sort of mid-range good stuff is exactly the lane that Chamo lives in. He is known for playing a lot of Galacta decks, a lot of Wiccan decks, while BU plays sort of wildness,
Yes.
lots and lots of wildness. So it's a really, really interesting contrast in styles. They're also both North American ladder top players, so I'm sure that they've played dozens of times by now and probably know each other's tendencies very, very well.
For sure. So here we go. We're going to get right into the match. Quiddo versus Orion. We're going to be looking at Quiddo's side, who is the ongoing player here. We're going to see Ant-Man turn 1 on Pet Mansion. Pretty solid looking hand here for Quiddo. It also has that Ravonna Moonstone combo I talked about earlier. Can get some serious discounts.
This is, I mean, it's going to put up power. And the question is, can the opponent stop it, right? Like, what's going to put up more power? My guess is actually the ongoing deck should generally put up more power than the Invisible Woman deck, or this particular version of the Invisible Woman deck. The difference could come down to Thing First Steps.
Thing First Steps, and Mobius also could play a big role in this matchup as well, negating those Ravonna discounts. But Superflow providing some extra energy is going to make it a little more feasible here. Quiddo wanting to snap again, clicking on that button. Here we go. Orion playing mid with the Mobius, indeed, right there, negating all that extra cost reduction. It's like we spoke it into existence, Glazer.
Yeah, that's what Mobius is here for, right? It's saying, no, play fair. If you have to play fair, I don't think you can beat me. That's the point of Mobius and Stardust.
Yes, I was going to say, it doesn't have to play too fair with that extra energy from Superflow, but cutting that off by dropping the Iron Man early.
Without the cost reduction, you want to get it out so you can Mystique, and you're just choosing a careful location to do so. No Red Guardian in the list from Orion either. Means that this is a relatively safe Iron Man.
Yep, no Red Guardian, no Enchantress, no Rogue. Just going to be sitting there. We're going to see Mystique over in that Moonstone lane going bananas. If that is
lane
indeed...
feels very, very over once that decision is made.
Top deck Spectrum here as well. So we're looking at Mystique and Sam and a final turn Spectrum. That seems pretty good to me. We haven't seen Invisible Woman come down yet for Orion. Still one turn to do that here. Fantastic Car helps.
Looks like we're waiting for that Mystique play. Or unless it froze. Yep, that's the only play. Mystique and Sam is the play.
Yep, you move the shield right, you drop the spectrum, you're winning left, you're winning right. I don't see anything that's really going to contest that. No Invisible Woman. This is looking pretty solid here for Quiddo after the Mystique now.
Your real hope here is if you don't have, I mean, if you don't have Thing for steps, you're dead. But you could try to win off Thing. Thing could kill Moonstone, it can kill Mystique, and then you get that.
Thing actually will not kill Moonstone because Thing will only go up to 8. Moonstone's sitting pretty at 10 right now.
It would go up to 10 because of Fantastic Car, but it still wouldn't kill it.
Oh, fair. Could also knock out Mystique, which would be pretty rough as well. Because then you lose the Ant-Man buff too. But
I
with
think I would.
Spectrum, it might not matter.
It's a consideration with Thing in the deck, but I think you probably run.
If you're Orion.
This is exactly what. If you're Orion.
Yeah. Let's see if he's got it, because you still need to win another lane, and you're winning mid, so I guess that would be the other lane.
This feels for all the world like a retreat later. I think that's what we're watching. I think we're just watching the.
No, we're not. We're seeing 2 cards come down.
What?
There we go. They're contesting right.
Right. Is this just a Juggernaut? Juggernaut would be really interesting here.
And it is. Is it gonna matter though? What else has he got? Havoc. Not gonna be enough. Interesting stay here from Orion.
Yeah, I don't get that one at all.
100 power on the left for Quiddo.
Yeah, I don't understand that stay.
All right, there we go. Quiddo taking a 4-cube lead right off the rip here. Pretty much the game plan. That's what you want to do with this deck if you're Quiddo. That pretty much you went exactly as you wanted it to, minus the Mobius, of course, but it didn't wind up mattering in the end.
You get two locations that get bigger than anyone can compete with. Thanks, Atticus.
Goliath dancing around the screen here for Quiddo. Mr. Fantastic first steps coming onto the board for Orion as our final location is revealed to be Lemuria.
Means that we're not going to get anything revealing from this turn, which can mess up certain decks, but should not matter, especially for this matchup.
No, and looking at both decks here, considering the matchup, I think Stardust pretty useless card here for Orion. I don't think anything in Quiddo's deck really gets shut down by Stardust.
No, occasional locations it could be helpful for.
True. There's the dog on the right. Let's see what it's stopping. Not Mobius and not Invisible Woman. All right, so a better start here for Orion for sure.
Yeah, you have to feel good now. Although we are going Iron Man into nonsense.
Iron Man into nonsense. So got the option for Mystique. Could possibly go Steve. Probably would have liked to had that Cosmo and Iron Man in the same lane, but Avengers Compound had something to say about that.
I mean, it also doesn't super matter, right? Like, there's no counter card for Iron Man except Juggernaut in this deck.
I just meant to have a bit more power in the same deck, or in the same lane, rather.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Because if you have Cosmo, Iron Man in the same lane, Captain America gets a lot better than he is right now. All right, here we go. Big cards. Oh, Juggernaut early. Actually, they could wind up in the same lane, and they sure enough do. All right, so Juggernaut potentially benefiting Quiddo here.
You feel like left is one. You have to be assuming that an Iron Man is coming mid, which means you have to find a way to win right.
And
I don't know
with
if you
Havoc
can.
being down, I don't know if Orion's got many options to win there. I think it's Mystique mid and Steve right, and you're pretty good, right?
Yep, Mystique Steve is like absolutely the play here. It's going to take his time to think that through, but that seems very much like it's going to be the play.
I guess there's a world where you can do Ant-Man mid and Cap and Ravonna right for a little extra power. You're considering mid one already, I think, if you're Quiddo.
If you play Mystique mid, you win mid.
I think if you play Ant-Man mid, you win mid too. Or this.
Yeah, I can see that.
There's the snap from Quiddo. Bob's going to move out as well, if not filling the locations. Bob moving right could potentially be an issue, but we're not going to see it anyway because Orion's retreating for one.
It just says no this time. We're not dealing with that. It's a shame because if Iron Man was hit mid, there would be a reasonable chance to win mid. Although Spectrum at that point would be a problem, then they couldn't win another.
Yep, the Juggernaut benefiting Quiddo there big time as Quiddo takes a 5-cube lead here. Machine World, our first location. Good start in the hand here for Quiddo as well with both Ravona and Mr. Fantastic.
Cool. I just got a message from the Great B Squad noting to me that the single player he has played the most in MarvelSnap is in fact Chama.
Wow, so a very experienced matchup between those two. We'll get to see that on stream later, but right now we have Surge coming down for Orion and Ravona for Quiddo. Ooh, great web.
With Bifrost too, that location's getting clogged. It's going to be real hard not to.
Yeah, probably going to benefit Quiddo a bit more.
You've got to move. Oh, okay. I'd probably throw Cap out, see if I can get that extra little buff.
Orion is consistently getting that Mobius.
It's important for the matchup too. Ravona's happening.
So no Sam.
Will guarantee, like, if you play Ant-Man anywhere but left, it guarantees clogging. Any play here, mid or right, guarantees a clog right for Quiddo.
Yeah, not necessarily the cards you want to have clogged together. It almost might be worth just throwing Steve down there. Yeah. Don't hate this.
Move the shield.
So he will get the buff. Steve will get the buff from the shield.
Giving away the Black Cat will immediately discard herself. Good play.
All right, so Orion's got some room to operate. Quiddo needs to draw Sam this turn if he wants any chance of playing in that right location. But now, all of a sudden, not room to play there for Orion because of Great Web.
Here comes Iron Man. Iron Man, then Spectrum on Iron Man. That's going to be the end of the game. Very straightforward play patterns here for Quiddo. There's chances you do end up doing Mystique and something else, but you've played most of your big threes, so.
Okay, Mr. Fantastic.
And Fantastic Art going to add just 2 power to the right, so that's just a tie.
Yeah, only Black Cat getting the buff there. Invisible Woman is not an end of turn card. So what do you do here?
It feels like Spectrum mid to me.
Does Spectrum mid beat Juggernaut and something else? Juggernaut Havoc, perhaps? Juggernaut mid, Havoc left might do it. Havoc will go up to 8.
Havoc goes up to 10.
10, sorry. I keep forgetting about Fantastic Arc. Probably because I don't have it. Right will be 1. But yeah, it could be that.
This is close. Ongoing seems to have a really favorable matchup here. Orion's battling very uphill. Just the numbers that this gets to are more than the numbers that the non-Prodigy versions of End of Turn get to.
I was going to say, you're not seeing the Prodigy here making it go over the top compared to the Ongoing, making a big difference in this matchup.
This deck actually often likes Fantastic Car more than Invisible Woman First Steps.
Wow, Clobber in time left instead. Interesting.
And that's that.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. Orion takes another 2-cube L here as Quiddo wins.
So would 14 power mid would have still lost the game.
Yeah, he would have needed Bob to go mid and break something mid for a chance to win.
Exactly.
Instead, down to 3 cubes. Quiddo looking strong here in our first match of top 8, the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series, first qualifying round. Hope you guys are having a great time. Drop some emotes, hit some buttons. Let's get hype here for the top 8.
Ooh. Castle's emo shows itself. There's not anything really that Quiddo wants to send over.
Not really. Ant-Man probably the best option, maybe.
A good card to be given away.
Sam possibly if he draws it.
That play, that kind of location, Wakandan Embassy really, really helps an ongoing deck. All those cards start with low power. Getting that extra power matters a lot. Although it does break the Goliath particular with the Ravona.
Yep, Goliath does not get a discount here. No Iron Man or Mystique to benefit heavily from the Wakandan Embassy either, but still looking good here for Quiddo. I think you got to drop the Mr. Fantastic here, no?
I would have dropped if he's not. You don't drop him here. I'm not sure why he's in the deck.
Well, we're not sure why he's in the deck then, because he goes Goliath and Ant-Man instead, possibly looking to go Moonstone right. We didn't see Mobius on 3 for a change.
Starlight is terrifying right now with Castle Zemo.
Stardust.
Nope, Starlight Citadel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Starlight. Yes, that makes more sense. But there is Stardust.
Doesn't do very much here with Black Cat.
Not too shabby. 411 though.
And it's going to be real hard to fill that Castle Zemo location. I guess that could be what you were saving Fantastic for.
Yeah, don't mind sending him over on the final turn, although there is Sam. Priority on Orion's side here. What's he thinking with the Cosmo?
Just it's the 3 you're playing this turn. You just have to figure out where. You're playing a 3 and a 2. Although I guess there's some argument at least for double 2 here and just skipping Cosmo.
I would almost go Sam mid, Mr. Fantastic left, but instead we see both of them mid. There comes Sue on the right. No Thena activation this turn. Do you potentially snap to get Bob out of left and win left that way if you're Quiddo?
It's not a bad idea. Decides to take the tie there.
Can win with the Spectrum, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. And there is no buff happening there.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough for Orion. I would have snapped here if I was Quiddo just to try and make this be the last game, or at least force a retreat. If I'm Quiddo, I'm probably just out for 1.
Black Enchantress really hurts. You just need a way to deal with something here. Ooh, saying we're not winning left.
Okay, clobbering time on the left, or on the right, excuse me. Juggernaut does nothing mid.
But he knew the Cosmo was there. Did he just forget Cosmo?
I am not sure, Pulse Glazer. Interesting play there. It could be very late for Orion. Maybe they're sleepy. Maybe they didn't see it. I don't know.
Yeah, missed the Cosmo. Gets late at night. Mistake. Long day of MarvelSnap. Mistakes start happening.
This is top 8. They've been playing for quite some time. This stream started over 6-7 hours ago. So a lot of gaming to be had here for these players. Mental fortitude, absolutely a factor in tournament settings. Aunt May is here buffing Hydra Bomb.
When casting, too.
Yes, we also make our fair share of mistakes. I am certainly not immune to that. I don't quite understand this Goliath on 2 over Mr. Fantastic. It's an interesting decision to me.
It's genuinely confusing.
He's
trying to get the double surge, but Cosmo's going to ruin that. He is not ongoing.
I'm saying Goliath is ongoing, so you don't need to play him out right now.
Ooh, that's a really good location for Quiddo, as everything keeps coming up his way.
And we see
we're not dropping Cosmo mid. We're not dropping Cosmo mid. You're giving away the double surge.
I mean, who are we to argue? The man's in top 8 here. Hasn't lost a cube yet. It's everything working well for Quiddo.
Has decided those 2 locations are the ones that they're trying to go for. Cannot play in Aunt May still. The way Mr. Fantastic is like stretching makes my eyes hurt a little bit. It's like, whoa, stop that.
Yeah, a little unnatural, but that is how Reed Richards works. We see his companion Ben Grimm coming down on the left lane here. Double surge will go off thanks to Valhalla. Some good targets here for Mr. Fantastic to buff. And that's what we see on Mystique, +2 power.
Here comes the Iron Man.
And getting that Aunt May's buff, very good.
Iron Man into that thing lane is dangerous as crap.
He's not going to fill this turn. Aunt May's is going to go off. He hasn't played on Aunt May's yet.
Oh, you're right. Okay. So it's just a
boom
6 power Iron Man that now lands with, the only place he's allowed to.
This is looking very strong here for Quiddo. I don't know if Orion's going to be able to beat this. Another buff to Mystique, too. Oh, my goodness. And a Captain Carter draw. I think you move shield left, you Mystique right, you Carter mid, and call it a day. Or you can't Mystique right. Strike that, reverse it. He doesn't even need to do that.
I mean, I would just put power mid and not put the shield mid, but what do I know?
Yeah, I don't see any reason for Mystique to be left.
He's worried about Juggernaut. But
Fair.
like, also, I think he doesn't care. He feels like he can't lose.
And it's going to be pretty hard for him to lose here. Let's see if Orion can salvage this somehow. There's the Mystique left. The Carter right. And what does Orion have as an answer here? There is the Juggernaut. That's why the shield went mid. It doesn't matter. Quiddo takes it and advances in the top 8 over Orion in convincing fashion. 10-0. Very impressive gameplay from Quiddo here with an unconventional deck getting the job done.
Just a big win. Big plays, big win. Congrats to Orion for a great showing. Top 8 is nothing to feel bad about.
Not at all. Well played throughout the tournament. I'm sure a lot of great players going down to Orion as we wrap that matchup, and we're going to jump into our next one momentarily here. We're going to be watching Sizer versus Corvus Enjoyer, aka Fox.
Apparently he likes both foxes and ravens.
Apparently. Sizer with an early snap here, no surprise, although he is already down 1 cube in this matchup.
Sizer often goes down 1 cube, 2 cube, 3 cube as early as he just respects snaps.
It's the name of the game. Literally.
The shield moves, the vulture reveals, and goes right, or sorry, goes mid.
Vulture sitting pretty at 10 power already. Captain Carter coming down mid. So once again, we have some ongoing stuff. This is the one that was running Electra earlier. Could actually be a pretty important card in this matchup with both Aranya and Torch. We'll see if it plays a factor.
Well, Aranya already used, so destroying it now is 2 power. Well, a 4 power Electra, right?
It's a long match, Glazer. You know what I mean? Wow, rough pull there from Otto's lab.
Spectrum early is better than Spectrum late, though.
Oh, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Rough for Sizer. Pulling the Spectrum down. Carter already chilling at 4 energy or 4 power. Yeah, probably just gonna. Oh, I was gonna say, is he gonna dip out of that lane?
Nah, you Hellion mid, and then you've got choices.
Yeah, you go for the Hellion mid that could set up the Heimdall on turn 6. Of course, Cannonball and option 2. Would probably love to disrupt that Carter lane if he could, but
doesn't seem like you can do quite enough to disrupt it. But if they fill anywhere, Cannonball does get incredibly strong. Debating where to play Hellion is Sizer.
Probably not going to have all locations filled if you're a Corvus Enjoyer. Typically, you're just going for 2 lanes in this deck and pretty much abandoning the other.
Mm-hmm. But you do have the Cannonball, which Sizer has to consider. Deciding that the vault is not where we're Hellioning is very interesting.
They also have Cannonball for what it's worth.
No, that's what I meant. Yeah, okay. I meant I meant Corvus Enjoyer's Cannonball. So the play is going to be, just for the record, I'm 90% sure he's just going to Heimdall left here, unless that's Cosmo. I've watched Sizer play more MarvelSnap than I've almost anyone ever, you know.
There is the Electra coming down. Nothing too crazy. Aranya got her use. Moonstone mid. Benefiting from that Carter. Ooh, with priority on Sizer's side, he's got the top-decked Eliath now.
He's going to obviously consider the Eliath. I don't think it's the right play right now.
You're thinking Heimdall left?
I'm thinking Heimdall left.
So 18 left.
Potentially with Cloak also. Nope.
This is Sizer we're talking about. He could be considering all options here.
Yeah.
Far from locking in the final play. He does have to be careful about Cannonball with priority on his side.
Cannonball would win there, so I would probably move Cloak there as well. Those are the 2 plays, right? Eliath right or Heimdall left. So it's just which of those two are we going?
Well, if it's Eliath, right, he's got to do something else. He's got to move something to the left there. 8 is not going to win. But it doesn't matter because we see the retreat.
Corvus says, I don't want the smoke. No smoke, please.
Smart retreat.
Yeah, good and simple. Makes perfect sense to me. Here's the Madam Web. On turn 1.
Ooh, turn 1, Madam Web. Very strong here for Sizer. Got the torch as well.
Torch you do have to be careful with. Electra in the deck of all cards to be careful of. Not the usual reason.
Certainly not. No Killmonger this time. Gorgon doesn't matter in this matchup unless there's something via locations.
That's bad. Moving the Madam Web makes a lot of sense to me.
He's considering it with the Ghost Spider that he just top decked.
Just chuck the torch, maybe.
Instead,
moves the torch mid.
Yeah, Quantum Tunnel's a bit scary here. There's some good hits. You don't mind if Dagger comes out here.
It's a bad location for move. Move does not want to deal Quantum Tunnel. It usually doesn't work out.
And that's exactly the reason why pulling the Cannonball early, at least it didn't buff the Sam.
Yeah, but and it's decent power there too.
All right.
See, now you can't get Vulture on Madam Web, though, is the problem. In fact, you would lose Vulture that way.
Yeah, you don't want to send Vulture back into the deck just yet. You might just want to play him out and prepare for Hellion.
It's only turn 3. It feels like it's later because Cannonball and Madam Web came out early. Right. But like it is early. There's no rush. There's a very real possibility that Sizer ends up skipping here.
Nope, he says, forget you. I'm playing on Feast, getting some extra energy to possibly play Hellion on 4.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, there she is.
With the read that Torch wasn't moving yet.
And gets
like a run.
Yeah, gets the benefit from it going back in the deck.
Here comes Hellion.
So he still has some options with Vulture. Hellion goes back into the deck. Potentially could pull Dagger out as well. Give him some more things to play with. That was a great read, though. The Electra not moving the torch.
That's just a great play, genuinely.
Looks like he might try and getting some prio here.
See, I think I like Hellion mid because Vulture, right? Although we could still cloak mid on 5.
Yeah, it's nice with the extra energy being able to play that early. He's got the option. Could top deck something to play alongside Cloak, but Sizer says, no thank you.
And the habit of retreating later kicks in, even though it's a snap and opponent can't retreat.
Yep. That is what happens when you play ladder constantly.
Muscle memory retreat later.
All right, evened up 2 cubes apiece here. Back and forth match.
Nothing to do yet. Do we see a Dagger come down without much way to use it on 2? Perhaps because we have 2 ways to move it later.
But that changes things.
Less than ideal.
Yeah, rough location for Sizer. His Madam Web spot has been taken up.
Yeah, not great for Corvus Enjoyer. Good with Cannonball, obviously, but not great otherwise.
Both players having access to the Cannonball here. Gorgon just coming down for something to play. A lot of Pet Mansion this tournament, I've noticed.
Yeah, it's a regular location. I like it. It's one of the more fun ones. I like it that it messes with play patterns in an interesting way. As Corvus Enjoyer is apparently having snaps by...
Yeah, I don't hate it. These locations definitely not in Sizer's favor right now. No Cannonball in hand for Sizer.
I'm reasonably sure Sizer's out. No, he's staying.
You would be wrong, sir. Locking it in for 2.
Yes, Sizer's going for it today, huh?
Steve,
it's 9 what time is it for Sizer? About 9 a.m. No, what time is it for you?
For me, it is currently 3:30 a.m.
Yeah, so it's at like 9:30 in the morning for Sizer. He's trying to throw Pryo to win mid with Cannonball, I think. Hellion left, win left. Although Iron Man left is an immediate... Nope, there goes that idea.
Yep. All right, here we go. Mercury and Goliath. There's the Madam Web. A little too late. Probably not going to do too much here.
There's the Hellion that doesn't do anything.
Why doesn't Hellion do anything?
Because all of the other cards are completely trapped by Mercury.
That is correct. I was just quizzing you.
Well,
clearly I knew that.
I played a little Snap.
Does Corvus Enjoyer have anything that can go taller than 8 power mid?
No, but Cannonball says, let's play tie there.
Tied up mid. Top deck Aranya, and he's out.
Yep. Got to respect those snaps. Didn't respect the snap and paid the price.
Yep, losing 2 there. Mercury, a key card in this matchup, of course, shutting down the move. You typically, I forget sometimes, you see Mercury and you just think of it as a cannonball companion, but it also has that extra good effect of stopping move cards from moving, hence why the cannonball works. Yeah, too much power there, especially if they throw down Iron Man. Although Iron Man's not in this deck. That was the other deck.
Yeah, this is not the Iron Man list. It's just 15 plus 5 power to everything you have there is too much.
It's a lot to overcome as we see Destroyed Mansion, our first location here. Sizer opting to keep his Vibranium in his hand. Corvus Enjoyer playing theirs out. Ooh, no.
Oh, no.
Fisk Tower mid.
Not a snap from Corvus Enjoyer is very interesting. I'd strongly consider snapping. Maybe his hand is garbage.
Yeah, I'm sure Sizer is just as surprised as he is, as we are, rather. Not seeing a snap here. I suppose out of the locations, well, yeah, you don't really want mid. I mean, I know he's moving a lot of cards out of mid typically. No Madam Web this game.
Yeah, you would want it to be left if it has to be somewhere.
Right. Okay, we're seeing Sam come down. Gorgon his companion.
Gorgon. But no, that makes the Vibranium expensive. But what we're not seeing is as important as what we are seeing. If we don't see Mercury, this entire game plays differently.
It's true. He's got the Hellion set up on the right lane now. Obviously not going to go for Heimdall this game, but could potentially take priority here and set up the Goliath play.
He could also end up taking Heimdall. Heimdall and Cosmos off is a play that this deck makes a reasonable amount of the time.
Fair. Heimdall for his intended ability is what I meant.
Got it. Heimdall to actually reveal.
Yes. There's the Mercury.
Mercury ends up mid. Keeping that dagger still.
Electra whiffs.
And Goliath is turned on, which is very likely to be the play. I wouldn't be shocked if it was Goliath, right? Hello.
We're going to go for Cosmo right, perhaps? Vulture right? Dagger right? Who's getting moved here?
Just Goliath, right? Yeah.
Is there any reason you don't move Dagger? Oh, because you can't. That's
because you can't. Because Mercury. Not right now, no. And not right now, but.
Oh.
We are going Heimdall. Will not move Dagger. I don't like this play nearly as much as the other, but he hasn't locked anything in yet. He's just considering.
Yeah, I don't think that was the line.
I just like Goliath, right?
Does Spectrum left do it for Corvus Enjoyer?
Nope. Don't believe so. I like Goliath, right? That's the play I would make. I'm no Sizer, clearly, but...
Well, he's only down 10 on the left. If he plays Spectrum left, that's an 11
that's 11.
Play?
Yeah.
This might lose here if he just goes for the Spectrum left. Let's see. He moves Mercury left instead.
And Cannonball.
Is it
The
Cannonball?
tie left.
Cannonball would win left here, even
Is
if
it
it doesn't
Cannonball
go
or
off.
is it Spectrum?
Didn't matter. Either way, he got it.
Yep. Cannonball
Wow,
too
nice
big.
read there from Corvus
The-
Enjoyer, and all of a sudden,
Which-
Sizer on
well-
the ropes here, Glazer.
What really hurts there is if you don't move Ghost Spider, you're winning on breakers.
Yeah, the Ghost Spider move was interesting. I wonder what he was going for there. He thought he needed more on the
Yeah, I don't know.
right.
He counted something. Yeah, he counted something there that he wasn't happy with.
All right, he's going to toss his torch down early, leaving him vulnerable to the surprise Electra, getting some value this tournament. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. With no option to retreat here, Sizer loses his trump card, Madam Web. Devastating peak here.
Sizer is so unbelievably unfavored from this position, even beyond being down this heavily.
That helps a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't not help.
He's got his priority, so he can protect his Human Torch. That is
Until
almost
turn
certainly going to be an Electro left.
And Madam Web, yeah.
Yep. Nice read there. Blocks the Electra. He has Hellion, so if Torch manages to get that buff to 5 power, all of a sudden, one move, you're looking at a 10 power card, potentially even more if he goes over to Kunlun. He's not out of this yet. Don't count him out, folks. But he has a steep hill to climb.
Yeah.
What's the
Luke.
Ghost Spider doing on Cosmo, Glazer? What's happening here? Is he just
It's
trying to get as much value out of Camelot as he can?
Yep. And then he's going to play Hellion on Kunlun, assuming that's not a Cosmo. It is not.
It's a Moonstone, but notably, Corvus Enjoyer does have priority here.
We're going to see the Hellion go right. Actually, you might even Hellion mid. You don't want to because of Dagger, I guess.
He's got to be thinking of Cosmo, though.
Yeah, look, if he's got the Cosmo, you're in trouble. That's just it.
But this is the play.
If he's got the Cosmo or he's got the Mercury, you're in trouble. Mercury left is very bad, too. Sam Shield should obviously this turn be going into Camelot.
No, it's that it
Does
goes
not.
mid to buff the Sam.
Okay.
We do see
Choosing to
2 cards
instead power the-
left.
There's a Carter and a Mercury. No, Ant-Man. Very, very lucky.
Okay, so no Mercury, no Cosmo. Sizer's got a chance here, although Carter being 5 power is very strong. He also has the ability to move thanks to Sizer's Madam Web here. This is a big final turn, Glazer. We could see the end of Sizer in this tournament right now.
So is there a way to... Basically, does Cannonball left win is the question. You move Dagger and Cosmo right, and you Cannonball left.
He can only move 1 card with the Madam Web. Do you move Carter over to the right with the shield?
Oh, could be very powerful.
Give up left. Or at least make Sizer have to compete for left. Oh man, this is so tricky here. The torch is going to get
1,000
big.
buff plays. The torch goes, the Cosmo goes, the Heimdall comes down, and we see if it's enough.
So Dagger's going to wind up left. Here we go. He moves the Electra instead. Shield goes left. 1 card on the right. Sizer fist bumps. He thinks it's over.
One way or the other, this
Cannonball got him there. Dagger is not going to be enough on the left, though. Oh, it ties? Wow, it was enough. Sizer's lives.
and then Breaker win. Yeah.
Wow, great play from Sizer there, blocking the Cannonball, moving the Cosmo over to the right. He thought he lost. He gave the fist bump. He was ready to accept defeat. Interesting play from Corvus Enjoyer, though.
That must have been all he had. Sometimes it just happens.
All right, Sizer's still alive. Don't give this man a chance. Don't give him the opportunity to come back.
Gonna have to win 3 more games if he wants the win. If he
It's
wants
been
the top
done
4.
before. The best of the best. That's what you do. You live for these moments if you're Sizer. You salivate at the opportunity to come back down 8 cubes and make a name for yourself here in the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series, qualifying rounds 1. This is what it's all about, Glazer.
Sizer playing high risk MarvelSnap now. Madam Web. Oh, Subterranea. But you have almost everything you need in your hand, so it's not as bad as it looks.
He's pretty stacked here. Trying to get the
choosing
prio.
Choosing not to go with the Cosmo.
Not yet. He's going to take the move here on Torch, trying to get that prio. Looking probably at Cosmo Aranya next turn. Did Corvus get the read? No, it's just Sam. Okay.
And that is prio.
Yes, it is. All right. So Cosmo mid almost certainly.
Cosmo Aranya seems very likely here.
Oh. He's
That's
playing with fire here and leaving.
Oh,
his
he can't play
Torch-
No, he's not.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Club.
Oh,
Can't
no,
play Electra there.
He can
Can't play Electra
right,
there.
right. Corvus Joy can't play Electra. Good point. Good point.
He's just saying if you play anything left, I win there. And you can Hellion back to Madam Web. Just pray you don't draw more rocks.
Yeah, one rock already here for Sizer. We have no idea how many Corvus has drawn just yet. It would only be one if it was. There's the dog mid. Electra on the right. So Aranya safe. Oof. Another rock for Sizer here, but he does have the Hellion, so he's going to need a hell of a top deck. A Hellion of a top deck in order to make something happen here.
He's got a reasonable board. Obviously, rocks are terrible here, but like everything else is reasonable here.
Still has the Aranya on deck as well. Choosing not to activate it this turn. No need.
Cannonball?
Yep.
Totally fine Cannonball too.
Okay, a
There's
top
a
deck
dagger.
dagger.
With Aranya, not bad.
Can make something happen. Activate dagger left. Nope. Activate dagger
Yep.
mid.
That's gonna be the play. Cannonball's already used up. We shall
Sweet.
see if a priority whatchamacallit comes down.
What is a priority whatchamacallit? Spectrum?
No. Priority Mercury.
That wouldn't matter though, right? Because the move happens before the reveals.
Yes, it's for the. Yeah, you're right. It would just affect dagger if it was played mid. You're completely correct. Sorry about that.
Just making sure. You're smarter than me. I just want to make sure I know what I'm talking about. All right, here we go. It's one card left.
Spectrum got to be right. Can't imagine what else it is.
Here we go. He's going to win left. And he's going to win right. Sizer staying alive. He's dangerous when you put him in these situations.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about cubes. He just has to find plays.
Yep.
Right.
And that
It's
was a
just-
hell of a play. 35 power there on the right. The torch big enough to take care of the left lane. And just like that, two
We're
wins
seeing it.
away.
We're seeing a huge dichotomy in games where Sizer is playing against Mercury and games where he isn't.
Yes. That does make a world of difference.
A blind right torch, as he's just going to play high risk being down.
Go for
That actually
broke.
helps. That actually helps, right?
More dagger targets, less cannonball. Well,
Mhm.
in a sense. Okay, there's Anita Valir again. Priority once again on Sizer's side. He does have the Cosmo, but not
Yes,
going to
instead-
protect the torch just yet.
Just going to try and bring the torch back to the Madam Web.
Sam gets the shield buff. What do we have from the right of Corvus Enjoyer?
So these plays are all because Avengers Compound is on the left. And so we're just playing for the Hellion
Yeah, Hellion
on
left.
turn 5.
He's got the Mercury on the right, though. Shutting down that Madam Web lane, so I don't think you want to move Torch to the right. Simply Cosmo to protect the Torch.
Cosmo into Hellion looks like... Oh,
Oh.
tossing Cosmo into the Nidavellir. It's interesting. Nah, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay.
Seems like your only real option here.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
No Electra coming down from Corvus. Instead, we see Moonstone.
Those things there really can't move.
Yeah.
Hellion comes down.
You don't mind seeing Vulture there necessarily.
Especially with that on you.
Yep.
I don't know if you're going to play it, but you're not sad to have it. If you played Cosmo right, you might have actually skipped Hellion and gone Vulture that turn, but no, you can do that. Not that now.
Nope, the Cosmo mid made sense. Will Sizer have priority going into this final turn here? 8 left. We haven't seen Cannonball come down yet. You're probably going to wind up moving Mercury if you're Corvus Enjoyer, I would think. Carter over there goes crazy.
So I'm not sure what the point of moving Mercury is yet. Because you're going to move Mercury, I think. How did that oh, because it can move once because of Mercury. Now it is no longer Mercury because it is no longer in the lane with Mercury, but the that lane is now locked up.
Yeah, locking down the left there with just a casual 55 power.
That's going to be game. That's going to be game.
Corvus is taking this?
Corvus is taking this. I mean, what stops Spectrum? How does he beat Spectrum? If he can find a way to beat Spectrum, I'll be very, very impressed. But I don't think he can beat Spectrum.
Yeah, he's not able to move anything out of the mid. This might be lights out here for Sizer after battling back valiantly.
It was a phenomenal play, by the way.
Unless he doesn't have Spectrum. There is a chance he doesn't have it. He most likely does, but...
I mean, Cannonball could take 30 off, but he doesn't have Cannonball. So, yeah, I don't know. There's a chance that move Squirrel left into just like...
Ghost Spider,
Vulture, Ghost Spider, yeah, is enough.
Or, I mean, Heimdall, I guess, is just the better play at that point, right?
I guess that's true. Heimdall is
nothing's moving, so more power.
Well, it's the same power. Because you have to move something out to get there, and the Ghost Spider has one more power than the Squirrel. What is this play?
He's activating Aranya and Heimdall left.
Why?
I guess because he thinks it's over no matter what. Time runs out. Shield moves. Is he expecting the cannon? No, Cannonball doesn't matter because of Cosmo. Another dog. Steve. He didn't have the Spectrum, but he wasn't winning mid anyway.
Yeah, lost mid, lost right.
There you have it, folks.
Sizer goes down. What a
major upset here.
Heavyweight.
Corvus Enjoyer.
Yeah, Buster Douglas in the house.
He played very well, though. There were some great plays in that matchup. Got a little unlucky with some locations, and them's the breaks. That's MarvelSnap for you. Corvus Enjoyer advancing into the top 4. Sizer goes down.
Good game, Sizer, and congrats on the excellent play from Corvus Enjoyer.
Yep. Again, top 8 in a 1,000-player tournament. Pretty impressive stuff for sure. That is not the last you'll see of Sizer, I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries joining the other qualifiers and seeing if he can make it to Worlds that way.
Everyone undefeated makes Worlds. This is for prizes at this point. So Sizer will be in the World Championships. I'll bet you he would trade this one to doing better at the World Championships if push came to shove.
Very true. All right, we're about to be joined by our host here. Guest, welcome back.
A guest.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Yes. So, quick update, quick recap. We now know officially our top 4. So we are going to pair them up right now, and we're going to get ready for the semifinals, which we will be broadcasting each of the 2 matches in their entirety. At the same time, this is also that wonderful adieu moment where we allow Perry to get some sleep, and we allow Pulse to enjoy the rest of the daytime because he's on the other side of the world. So
Sure
Perry, Pulse, Perry, we're going to start with you. Let everybody know here in all of the chats, where can they find you?
My name is Perry Manilow across all platforms. You will most find me on Twitch. I do game shows. I play other games other than MarvelSnap. I'm also pretty active on Twitter, posting dex lists and things like that. So again, thank you everyone for having me on this. It's been a dream of mine to cast a tournament of this caliber, and now dream come true. So thank you all very much for watching and having me be a part of this event.
Pulse?
I am over on Twitch, I guess here on Twitch, Pulse Glazer, where I stream about 4 days a week, including streaming the Snap Judgments podcast, recording live most Friday nights. In addition, we are Snap Judgments Pod on YouTube, where there's a video every single day, 7 days a week, sometimes 8 or 9 videos in a week because I'm a crazy person. And in addition, I'm hosting my own tournament, the Snap Judgments League. If you're interested, please join my Discord.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break, get ready for the Final 4. So stick around, folks. We shall be right back. Clear. Woo. Yeah.
Before I go, I think you should know high voltage is back, and yo, it's super fast.
Mercury.
Energy stack, we filled it with gas. Rewards to be amassed. It's no easy task, but you got the will to adapt. And that's it with second dinner, and from all of us, we hope you love the season, yo. Heralds of Galactus, don't be a dummy though. Comment on this video. See you next time for a brand new flow.
It's like Mystique getting an on reveal from a stone.
I would never do it, okay?
All right, let's give the BRB screen just a minute. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Greatly appreciate you both. Okay, KM. Let me see where you're at. Okay. Just realized my microphone's still on, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we made it. We are officially here at the top 4. Welcome back. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming, and I am honored to be back here once again casting the semifinals and finals with the one, the only KM Best. KM, how you doing, man?
I'm doing amazing. These could not be more interesting matches to me. We have multiple Spectrum ongoing decks reacting to a metagame that has absolutely abandoned the use of Enchantress by stacking points as high as they can possibly go. We have Invisible Woman First Steps, MarvelSnap's newest edition, much hyped also in this top 4. And we have a player who I am intimately familiar with from the top of North American ladder in Shamo, one of the best representatives of, I guess I'll say, the Americas, Latin American Snap, arguably the best player on an entire continent.
Yeah, it's been the last couple of hours of watching these players slowly grind their way now here into the Final Four. It's absolutely fantastic. Now, especially looking at, as I brought it here onto the screen, the showcase of all of the different decks that have made it into the finals. I want to kind of zoom in a little bit over here on Sizer with that incredible move list with Cannonball without Mercury. Really enjoyed watching the play of that style of deck because we're so accustomed now to seeing you must have Mercury to play Cannonball nowadays. Did not seem to be an issue, at least up until the last round. Spectrum making the top 4 twice was not on my bingo card, though. Why do you think Spectrum did so well this tournament?
Specifically, it's in reaction to how the top of the metagame developed, right? Going into this tournament, Invisible Woman First Steps was big. It was a hyped deck that had a lot of reasonable points in it, right? You had Victoria Hand, pretty hyped, did not perform to the same level that you might expect from that level of hype. And there were great players on Victoria Hand. I don't think any of them made the top 8. And you also had super giant decks, which on the whole underperformed as well. And a lot of that is because one of the things people really noticed was if you want to beat these decks, you just go bigger. And I think especially the double Iron Man list is an excellent method of attacking the points output of these decks. If there is no Prodigy in it, it is not even close. We saw that in Quito's game last round. If there is a Prodigy in it, and Detonator, to his credit, in my humble opinion, is playing a list I am exactly playing the same 12 of. Like that is the Invisible Woman First Steps list that I would be playing were I here. And I think that it has a lot of ability to interact with that kind of stuff in a way that very few other ones do, because it's not just Juggernaut. You also have Negasonic that can really impact that stuff. This is a tournament that was almost defined, though, to me, by the absence of Enchantress due to the release of Stardust. That is taking up a spot that Enchantress would otherwise be in. And these ongoing decks that typically have some negative issues with cards like Red Guardian, with cards like Enchantress, those cards are at an all-time low because everyone is trying to deal with Invisible Woman right now. And that is what has let these decks succeed to an extremely high level.
It's, as someone who's kind of sat on the outside, and as much as I like to consider myself a average okay player, I know I'm not a top 100 player, nor will I ever attempt to tell anyone that I ever will be. But what I enjoy seeing every single Golden Gauntlet tournament that we've ever had the pleasure of being a part of, the ever-changing meta, yet we still have seen a little bit of consistency with a couple of different archetypes. Spectrum being one of them in a variety of different instances, which is a Series 1 incredibly approachable card. Then you kind of spin the other direction of we saw the Intermission lists do well in the last Golden Gauntlet, taking home the crown, but the one that made the top 8 this time was removing stones and spells. And that was, I think, probably the biggest change of watching how Intermission is also relevant, but still an ever-changing style of deck. I know we have very opinionated feelings about Intermission in the presence of the metas, but watching it now succeed minus Thanos specifically and Agamotto, still rocking Merlin, how do you think Arishem moves forward in today's modern meta?
I think Arishem is in a pretty specifically weird case. Like, I didn't do a lot of preparation in the sense of testing with people for this tournament the way I did with a couple of others, but I did have some input on some of the decks that people chose to bring, including BU++'s deck. And that one was optimized to maximize just the lack of knowledge that your opponent has of what you're doing. And Arishem just sort of has that inherently, which means that it's going to be a little better than normal in a tournament as opposed to ladder. And I think that dynamic is really interesting. But when you look at the decks we have left, there are very few decks left that are weaponizing surprise. Almost everything is face up out of these decks at this point. This is going to be a power to power Final Four here. And that is really, really interesting to me because, you know, everyone has their opinions on Arishem and a lot of people have their opinions on the game balance. But I got to tell you, to me, it feels like the best decks in MarvelSnap are never the best decks by that much. And they are only the best decks very specific contexts. And I think you can really see with a deck like Spectrum succeeding to the level that it has because people are focused on other stuff, that even when there are decks that are arguably in the nerfable range, there are still many layers of metagames to uncover. And that is what I think I have learned from this tournament.
What I've also learned is that we're probably going to see a lot of Spectrum on ladder next week, because seeing two different variations of it reemerge, you know people are going to dig out that variant that they've always wanted to play one more time and say, you know what? I'm going to play Spectrum again. So we're going to get started here. We're going to have them share codes on the background so we can kickstart us off with Chamo versus Fox. Now, two different types of decks, Detonator, two different types of decks here, but I wanted to highlight the uniqueness of Chamo's deck, which I know you've lovingly referred to as a slop style deck, but with the presence of Stardust, are we still calling it a risk to have brought it in, or is this showing maybe a weakness that, look, the deck is still good, even though Stardust is stopping Broodlings and the Sinister clones?
I think largely what happened when I played Stardust in my various tech pile decks, is what we'll call them, was that I realized that I really missed Enchantress really quickly. And that's not to say that Stardust wasn't doing work. The card is good when it is good, but it does feel like a card that people testing for a tournament would largely realize they probably need to replace at some point. So especially when you think about what this deck is to Chamo, this is like his deck. He does two things on ladder. Both of them are mid-range. He is the premier mid-range player in North America and the North American server, in my opinion. And I am also a mid-range player, so I feel like that kind of means a lot here. This guy is if you're playing a deck that rotates around a 4-drop, trust that Chamo understands that deck incredibly well. And I am interested to know how the experience advantage stacks up here, because Detonator is playing a list that I only arrived at pretty recently. Maybe he developed it independent of me. Maybe he's someone who watches my content and got the list for me. Either way, it's running a bunch of new cards, and I don't know how much experience it's possible to have on a deck like that. Whereas Chamo is playing a deck that he has played, I would conservatively guess, about 1,000 games on. I am really interested to see the role that experience plays in a matchup like this.
And with that said, they are currently waiting for the codes to confirm against against our first two opponents right now. So if you had to lean into the meta-ness that is Invisible Woman or the chaos of Fenris, Wolf and Friends, normally on ladder, where would you lean?
My instinct is right now I would prefer Invisible Woman, but the matchup specifically is a very interesting one because of the potential for interaction. And I think that is what we're going to be looking at here.
And here we go with Fisk Tower and the White Palace to start us off. Drop down, turn 2, the very simple #1 most played card, and also in the top 16, the #1 most appearing card out of the top 16 decks, Mr. Fantastic. No surprise in that, though.
Perhaps the free space on the bingo card. This is a card that is fairly clearly one of the most impactful cards in the entire game. But I think what really defines it is that it asks absolutely nothing of you. If you compare it to something like Iron Patriot or Merlin, Iron Patriot wants you to play specific cards with it to make it work. Merlin wants you to play specific cards with it to make it work. Mr. Fantastic sits there on the board and accrues value.
Fantastic card dropping down here on 4, and I'm not too worried about I don't think I should be too worried about Thunderbolt's Tower, actually, for either side, because both players are going to heavily want the adjustment on turn 6 there. There's no major movement minus. I'm doing the full redeck analysis, trying to get ready for all of these cubes that we're about to watch on down. And in this matchup, I think I want to favor a little bit more towards the Galacta side of things, wouldn't you?
My instinct is that the card that I'm the scaredest of here is the card Killmonger. That's the card that's like typically, because the Fantasticar as a deck, it really wants to have a volume of targets, and your 1-drops may not feel like the most important thing if you're not doing various Invisible Woman things with them. Like, Sunspot's not amazing if you're not doubling his doubled effect, but it does matter. And this snap from Chamo, this is just a very anemic start on the other end. So I'm really interested to see how it ends up playing out, because I think this is a reasonable snap, but Mr. Fantastic can make it look really awkward really fast.
Now also with protecting the lane there with that Negasonic here into the mid, start the ramping of the Athena. No Invisible Woman first steps down, but going into this final turn, sitting on a Shang-Chi with priority. Really, we're not looking at too much success here on really either side. It seems like it's a very weak start for both players trying to figure out that first cube, and they're going for 4 on it.
I mean, I understand why, from Chamo's perspective, this would be the thing that you do, right? Like, this is just a very safe play that attacks multiple locations. I would want to do some math on Havoc plus card middle. That occurs to me as a potentially risky situation here. This ends up taking the left. Yes, I'm saying the opponent plays Havoc left.
Gotcha. I thought you meant Chamo. I'm like, no.
What the worry though, that is sort of the play that would lose you this here. There's also Juggernaut stuff, which Mr. Sinister is effectively playing around here with priority. So the Juggernaut should be a little out of commission on that right lane thanks to Mr. Sinister. But there are legitimately, you have to kind of consider this, because now you get a similar play around of a Juggernaut potentially, but you end up with more points on the lane they might Havoc.
And there they go. They switch it up at the last second, put the Galacta over on the right-hand side. Mr. Sinister drops 2 6s over into Fisk Tower, preventing the knockover. Even though Fenris Wolf was activated, it means nothing as the Fantasticar only beefs up there. Great call of getting ready for that Juggernaut on the right-hand side. And even with Havoc, Bob, and Fantasticar doing everything they possibly could to take a second lane, it's just not gonna be enough. And that's a great 4-cube start right off the bat for Chamo, reading into that Juggernaut in the right.
It is a pretty, I won't say like predictable play, but it is sort of, I would imagine that if I got to it, Chamo was also thinking about it there, making sure that the math was correct, making sure you didn't get like Juggernaut Havoc there, figuring out the best play into Juggernaut Havoc. That is, if they're staying on this without an Invisible Woman first steps, that's kind of the only play available.
Small advantage with the Tinkerer's Workshop as we say goodbye to Surge and Bob due to Sokovia. With the small extra turn advantage, one turn with extra with that, Mr. Fantastic already putting another +2 onto the Banana Broods and another +2 due to Wakandan Embassy. I don't know how you don't snap immediately here.
I mean, I know how you don't snap immediately here. It's because 18 power, now it's 24 power. Like, that's a good number, but it's also like that's one Havoc with the Invisible Woman combo. Like, obviously, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But it is kind of only one lane against the Juggernaut deck. Like, there are priority things to think about here. I'm a little bit of a cautious snapper. I think this is a roughly correct assessment of the situation, especially given Shamo has such a commanding lead right now.
With it too, I think with especially seeing Invisible Woman get down before the end of turn 5 here, I do think that this is a matchup as we see the snap finally drop. I think this is a matchup that you have to constantly be competing for 3 lanes, 5 turns. Turn 6 is really the last chance because so much last minute power can drop down from both sides of the board that you have to play a much wider game going into turn 6 as we see a surge into the Invisible Woman lane in addition to Prodigy copying that Invisible Woman. So now we've got double procking for the final turn. Here comes the Gladiator who's going to pull out the Havoc out of a deck. That is a huge hit, and that would have been possibly the top deck. Oh, that would have been a huge winning card right there, potentially.
Right. I think that's good enough on the middle in the context that we have available to us right now. Athena is 12 effectively. Sunspot would be, depending on like whatever Mr. Fantastic buffs, somewhere between 12 and 16 probably.
Yeah.
And the middle is the location you have to worry about here. Havoc comes back and adds 5 to the middle. Fastos adds 6. There is a world where this is losable depending on the buffs from Mr. Fantastic and
Sunspot too, you have to think about. This could be just a simple take a chance, only drop a Sunspot type play just as much. Because the Sunspot alone would be giving 20 power.
If it was just a Sunspot, yes, but you know, Detonator is down in 2 lanes. So I don't think that would be a reasonable play from them. I think this would have to be Athena Sunspot, and what really will determine whether or not it makes sense is the buffs. What does Athena actually cost? What does Sunspot actually cost?
We get a snap back. This is for the full 6, pushing them all Detonator all the way in.
There is a dumb Athena Sunspot coming down.
Here they go. The Fastos gets the buff from Galacta. Take on another 2. Fenris adds on the Bob for 7. Brew drops for 24 power in the right. Juggernaut's going to hit the Fastos out now over into the left. And there's the Sunspot. Prodigy, Invisible Woman, ramping over on the left. Is it enough? I can't do the math fast enough. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. I think that goes to 23 as we watch the Bob leave that lane now. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. There's for 6, and Chamo loses 6 by 1.
Do you know what we missed there? It was that Hydra Bob was discarded by Sokovia and would never stay in that lane on the snap.
Yeah.
That is
100% missed that.
Unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
Wow.
What an incredible play from Detonator. It was never going to be the 5 from Havoc. It was always the Sokovia Hydra Bob, which was never staying in that lane. Amazing.
Very, very smart heads up gameplay right there. And this is why they're in the Final 4. And we get to stand here and just drop our jaws in sight of this chaos. So let's start it off with a Surge and a Mr. Fantastic first steps. I love the conversation constantly that wraps around these 2 cards and where, which decks do you want to play them in and when. And it really, especially over the last couple of weeks, has become a lot more defined as they are both not just plug and play cards, but how you play both of them is equally as important.
I think that's being a little unfair to Mr. Fantastic. who is just a plug and play card. He is maybe
Compared
the
to
most
Surge,
plug
Surge
and
has a
play card.
specific
Yes.
reason, more often than not, more than Mr. Fantastic.
It is very often the case, but it is also the case that she's very often just Mr. Fantastic's backup dancer, so to speak, where their roles are similar, but he is better at doing it. And that is a notable part of what the card does. Castle Zemo being used pretty early, I can't think of any better targets than a Surge on turn 4, other than a Surge on turn 5, effectively.
Out of what's left, yeah, I would agree with that there. As we get a snap right away from Chamo on seeing the Mr. Fantastic. With what's on the board, I mean, if we see Invisible Woman drop this turn, I'm not sure how they see that snap condition right now to win the right quickly.
Well, the right is going to be a Mr. Sinister likely, right? Like that's 8 additional on the right. But it is a pretty aggressive snap here that I think is largely based on they don't have Invisible Woman. And so if I'm not snapping the game they don't have Invisible Woman, I'm probably not playing like the right deck for this tournament, right? Like you are sort of priced into doing that. Like this is a pretty anemic draw. There's some
But let's
really
see
strong
what they
stuff
plop
happening here.
down. It's the Negasonic to help protect the mid and the Sunspot on the right. Thena continues to go up. Mid is essentially a lost cause now. And even now with Galacta taking on the extra 2 from Mr. Sinister on the right, is that enough?
This is a Juggernaut angle. That's what's happening here. There's a Juggernaut coming down on Castle Zemo to secure the lane against a potential Killmonger. Correct?
2, 3. Even if it bumps it out.
This is, if there is a Juggernaut, this is a really risky stay from Chamo here, because this is entire tournament life on they do not have Juggernaut.
Is there a world where you actually drop the Gladiator first, thinking Juggernaut comes here to knock it mid, and put a 10 power Gladiator into the mid?
I don't think it's
because there's
relevant.
the Juggernaut.
Yeah, like I don't
I
think
forgot priority is a very important thing in this game as we watch Juggernaut flip first, then the Invisible Woman first steps. Here's the Mr. Sinister getting the +4. If it was Juggernaut with the 2 cards dropping, that actually would have won the mid. Here's a fantastic card by Gladiator just for a good time. And that turns RNG. I mean, look, there's only so much you could do. Chamo getting knocked out with 2 quick 6/4 drops, all due to the power of Juggernaut.
That was premium gameplay of Invisible Woman first steps. Like, I cannot stress enough just how much of an added dimension the Juggernaut Negasonic stuff gives that deck. When I was working towards the list that Detonator ended up playing, again, they could have entirely come up with it separately. It could be a case of parallel evolution here. One of the things I kept noticing was just how good those cards were against mirrors and against stuff that was in theory supposed to be countering you. Because you have so many things that sort of live on the board and get stronger on the board, there is so much ability to just like plop a Negasonic somewhere and just be like, well, I win this lane, plop a Juggernaut somewhere, I win the other lane. They're both Eliath in this deck a lot of the time. It is that level of stuff. And I really want to shout out Detonator for that Hydra Bob. That was unbelievable play. That was one of the best plays that I have seen anyone make. Phenomenally done.
We're going to set up here for our second semifinal. So give us just a quick moment, folks. Stick around. We'll be right back. All right, told you we'd be right back. Real simple. So we now have them matched up. They just shared their codes and they're so eager that they're already ready. So we're gonna hop in directly into the match right now. Here they go. Quito versus Corvus Enjoyer. And it's Spectrum
A TVA
on
game.
Spectrum in a TVA game just to start right now. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Welcome to MarvelSnap.
Yeah. Well, there's two ways of looking at this. One is that this guarantees a Spectrum deck in the finals. The
Yep.
other is that this guarantees that the finals will not be the prophesied Spectrum mirror. But I like to look on the bright side here. Quito also looking on the bright side, just in terms of how this, like, I don't know how you're supposed to attack a Captain Carter lane under that X Mansion. This is fascinating.
The Mercury drop just for the tall power. It's all about what's over in the left. And it's the Goliath, which is going to shoot up to 5. It's going to be just short. Simple 2-cuber to start. Gorgon, tiebreaker. And it's a 5-on-4. Just barely squeaks it out. Squeaks out 2 for Quito to start us off on a fast 4-turn match round.
I gotta be honest, I thought that Fox, Corvus Enjoyer, was completely dead, and for it to be that close actually was pretty impressive to me.
So we open with Machine World and Star Brand Crater. Pretty easy lane for Quito to get that extra energy for, and I think that's going to be pretty valuable if they can get it by turn 4, knowing that Captain Carter is already in their hand to drop it down. They got the Moonstone, extra energy. They can really ramp some chaos. Or do you sacrifice it all now for the raft on the right?
The donated Mercury, I was just thinking about, like, is that actually a good play? Does that make sense to me? Now I feel like I don't like it as much because of the potential that it enables the raft. But I think largely the idea is just my opponent will never use this Mercury in a meaningful way, and I can get priority or lose it however I want depending on this.
We got a
That
snap from Corvus Enjoyer. Ooh.
That snap is I am completing the raft this turn. That is what that snap means. So if you stay in this game, you have to be prepared for a completed raft right now.
Moonstone Carter potential in the raft to catch up with it later.
If there was another way to play the Mercury,
they didn't. They just played their own Moonstone.
Wow. I'm kind of wondering about getting a Mercury down on the raft so that no Sam Wilson can. Yeah, there it is, right? Like, you don't want to get Sam Wilson out of that. You want to make them commit to it.
And then as we saw that awesome move, which I have honestly on ladder never personally encountered, the Mercury Moonstone combination of being able to move that Moonstone makes sense because it's temporarily holding on to the entire card effect, but very, very cool, cheeky interaction.
Yes, the way it works is that both Moonstone and Mercury will be able to move from this spot right now if they want to. Oh, the Gorgon slowing the other Gorgon down.
Yeah.
Without a Sam Wilson, I appreciate what was happening here, but it does sort of feel like this is going to be one of those games where it's like Spectrum and the free card on Machine World. And that seems fairly difficult to beat, although the fact that Moonstone can move, or that a Captain Carter could go behind the Moonstone alongside something else, that looks pretty meaningful to me.
Trying to set up here.
That looks like a win there to me.
Why are they putting the Mystique in the Cosmo lane? Just for the power?
I
Captain
assume
Carter
the
power?
point is to make sure that there are 4 things there. I guess it could be Gorgon. It's also possible they didn't notice there was a Cosmo there on the opposing side. Because it's not like they could
once already
Mystique
today, so wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, they know about their Cosmo. Ooh.
They're pushing him in for 8. Quito's pushing him all the way in right now, saying that I scale higher than you.
Yeah.
Because Moonstone, Captain Carter. That's going to add
yeah, that makes a little. Yeah.
6 from Moonstone onto the Captain Carter. That'll go to 8. So that means 15 extra goes onto the Ant-Man plus the +4. That's 19 more. It's going to bring it to 27, I think, in the right-hand lane, if I did my math right. Let's find out, though, as Mercury heads over into the mid with a free Ultron to do nothing in the Cosmo lane for 8 power. Here comes the Goliath, taking in all of the other ongoings. It's going to hit a total of 10, whipping nothing over in the left. I don't know if that's enough in the mid when all is said and done, because there's the Ant-Man in the Moonstone lane taking on all the extra powers. My math is all different kinds of wrong. And Gorgon plus Goliath is going to be short by 1. You called it in the beginning of this. If you commit to the raft, you commit to the raft. And that was the difference.
I mean, it is a very, very close game despite that. To me, that feels like a justified stay into the raft, honestly. That feels like an extremely justified stay because of the way it went down, because of I want to commend the Cosmo on turn 4 into the middle in order to enable the play with the extra energy on that later turn to prevent any sort of moving out with Sam Wilson shenanigans. That was really well planned out. And it was just down to what is that card and what lanes are they targeting? And I cannot think of anything that worked out better for really either player. That was unbelievably well played.
I think that was also the fastest turn 3 I've seen the entire match, because turn 3 drops and both players in about a half a second drop their Captain Carters and they're going, oh, this makes sense. The difference is Moonstone.
Well, there's also another difference here that's potentially possible, and that one is Iron Man, right?
Yeah.
The issue is you're sort of looking down the barrel of wanting to Iron Man and Mystique the next turn, which also unfortunately means you need to figure out where the Cosmo is going. This is a good figuring here, because now we get to Iron Man left and Mystique right. This is going to be some freaky big numbers as far as I can tell.
As they drop their own Cosmo mid, not a concern based on the play line that you just forecast. Everybody continues on. It's going to be 29-24, but that Iron Man Mystique, I think that's a safe amount to keep Quiddo in this. I don't think they can scale over the extra power, because Cap's gonna go onto Muir Island.
I just don't know. The math here gets so multiplicative.
There is Cannonball.
That
No, it's the Captain America from the Daily Bugle. Here's the Goliath in the mid just because they can. The Iron Man drops into the Daily Bugle on the left, going to 22. Mystique's going to take the copy up and get all of the buff from the Captain Carter and the Captain America as well. That's going to shoot up to 66. It ramps up again with Muir Island, and it takes it over by 1. Quiddo holds on by the skin of their teeth. Ooh,
I feel like, you know, as much as it's a cop-out as a caster to say, I don't know, I strongly suspect neither player knew either.
I'm with you. Math is hard. Like,
it's really hard.
Wow.
These have been absolutely incredible.
We're just not going to do math the whole rest of it. We're just going to sit back and just watch, just like everyone else, because you can't figure that math out fast enough, no matter how long they make the timer on turn 6.
Yeah, that to me is like, well, when you look at the situation that both players are in, it's 2 cubes. If the math doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. You already lost 8. It's whatever. Fire it. That's your play. Like, what are you gonna do? Retreat?
As we get the cap down on 2, try to scale that lane up. Constant conversation on how to play Sam Wilson. Still to this day, I just had this conversation with my own community as well. When you play Captain America Sam Wilson in the lane with the shield and out, for those who are still getting used to this card, dive a little bit deeper into the proper way to play Sam Wilson.
Typically, the answer is you want to optimize for where you want the shield to be on the final turn of the game. And there are things that can influence this, but if, for example, it is turn 2, you want to play the Sam Wilson in a lane that is different from the shield so that you can then freely move the shield around. There are certain cases like where there are locations that allow you to move where this is not necessarily a guarantee.
Electro
But
value.
also, I am going to completely abandon my previous train of thought and talk about how awesome it is that Electra is this far in the tournament. Electra has been a pet card of mine for a while. I'm just so happy to see Electra showing up and doing meaningful things. And I think that in a large part, it is because there is such little competition among one drops and such a reliance on powerful one drops in a lot of decks right now.
Yeah.
Cards like Sunspot and the Demon created by the Hood, or Ant-Man like we just saw. These are cards that are pivotal to the success of these decks, and Electra, not a high opportunity cost to get her in the deck. Not a card a lot of people think about, but Fox, definitely one of those people.
As the Mercury dropping here to prevent the entire movement from that left lane for New York. Big critical move.
I would say that's an instant loss, but look at this hand from Quiddo.
Yeah.
Oh my. Can you ask for better?
Now you gotta remember that the middle lane for them is the only lane that can move. However, the guessing on the Mystique is very important right here because both players are playing Cosmo. So, oh man,
Wondering about like the ability of Fox to move his right lane or his left lane to his right lane and then just cannonball the left. And I think that's something that's like in my mind right now is how possible is that to happen?
Yeah.
There's just so much to consider, though. I mean, like that Captain Carter, for example, that could go anywhere. The Sam Wilson shield could go anywhere. There's 8 million things to think about here. And I think that it's pretty much impossible to know what the exact correct play is because there are too many variables here. The one I'm really worried about, though, it is that move the Goliath out, play a cannonball left.
We've been here before. We've been here on a last cubes, New York on the board. This time it's the semifinals here for the World Championship Qualifier number 1. We see everything move over to New York over for Corvus and Joyer, stacking up incredibly high. What's over in Monster Metropolis? Once it flips over, it's the Cannonball who hits out the Moonstone with a Destruction, turn it into a rock. And that, I believe, should do it then.
No. How big is this Goliath? I think this Goliath might be large enough with the Captain America buff to take.
Does it supersede with the Captain America buff? It does. Yep. It steals the extra buff. Steals the buff by 1 because of the +3 on Monster Metropolis. It took it by 1. I didn't think it made it.
That play by Quiddo was literally, I was describing what I was afraid of, and it's almost like he heard me and was like, you're right, I'm afraid of that too. I can't let that happen to me.
This is why we stream on a delay. Here we go. Xantar starting us off with an Ant-Man over on the left. Spectrum's already in the hand and a Super Flow to give a little bit of an advantage for Corvus right now. But Cap is still there, so Quid will be able to catch back up.
Yeah, and that advantage not really capitalized on in a meaningful way here. So it will balance out unless... I do think you got to be worried about like an early Moonstone. That is the kind of thing that can swing a matchup like this. But so could X-Mansion.
Oh, the fear of X-Mansion. We've seen that location already define someone's match today. Here comes the Moonstone onto the Ant-Man lane. Captain America onto the X-Mansion. Show us what you got. For Corvus, it's an anti-Venom, which is a filthy hit, and a Venom destroying the Captain America. You can't even choose which emote to use right now of all the feelings Quiddo's feeling. With the Moonstone in hand, that would have been huge for them.
Venom on Venom violence coming in here. That's devastating.
Yeah.
And first of all, Anti-Venom is a card that has actually been played in ongoing decks before.
Yes.
Like when I was playing a lot of the Ravonna, Moonstone, Iron Man, Mystique stuff, I played Anti-Venom Luke Cage in it. It's not as good in Fox's build, but it is amazing. And it's way better than blowing up your own Captain America.
Now sitting with the Goliath on the right.
I believe this might be
Looking
what
for
the kids
the
refer to
it
as.
looks like they're trying to set up just hoping on a top deck Iron Man. That's really it.
2 cubes left. That's what you
Yeah.
do. Most balanced X Mansion.
Here's the Spectrum dropping early for Fox, Corvus, Enjoyer. There's the Moonstone doubling up the power of that Goliath and Ravonna. And they top deck the Ant-Man when all is said and done here. I
think even with it wouldn't have mattered in large part because I feel fairly certain there's a cannonball coming down on that right lane here, and then any card coming down on that Xandar, and then the game just kind of...
Yeah, but if they cannonball right, I think that's what Quito's trying to set up for, because if they cannonball right out that Moonstone and it hits the Captain Carter lane, that might steal it, would it not?
It's not beating a Captain Carter lane where the Moonstone's on the front. Like, assuming the Xandar gets filled up, that Moonstone on the front gets the Ant-Man buff and then passes that power on. There's no way.
There's your cannonball hitting the Moonstone out into the mid. Cosmo drops into Xandar, totaling that lane to 71 when all is said and done. That's more than enough to secure the left, no matter what Spectrum does anywhere else on the board. And just like that, as expected, we have Spectrum in the final via Fox, also known as Corvus Enjoyer.
I mean, this is, I think, probably the most interesting matchup that we could have seen, because there are 2 different builds of the Spectrum deck, right? In my opinion, Quito's deck is much more built to farm the Invisible Woman deck, because that deck is, the argument is just, you're not beating 4 Iron Men in a lane. It's just not happening. And that's a pretty solid argument as far as I'm concerned. This is the less of those 2. I'm really interested to see if it holds up against what I would describe as the format boogeyman right now, that Invisible Woman First Steps list. I think it's the best deck in the game, and I am really looking forward to seeing if I'm wrong, thanks to Corvus Enjoyer's rogue build of Spectrum.
It could be enough, but we'll only find out right after this break. It is time. It is time for what the last several hours has all been about. We are here at the finals. welcome to the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series Qualifier #1 Grand Final. And we have a matchup I did not see coming. KM, how you feeling going into this final?
I am fascinated. And I think a lot of this is because I have been a big believer that the Invisible Woman First Steps deck is the best deck in the game. I got a chance to talk to Detonator before this. It is the list from the video. This is someone who is very, very, relatively speaking, new to the deck, right? Like, this is a deck that no one can be incredibly experienced with. And to have it be performing this well this early, I consider very, very impressive. And on the other hand, when you look at the deck that Corvus Enjoyer is playing, it is clear that the reps are there. Just instantly knowing about Moonstone's interaction with Mercury and having that just be clearly part of the game plan, like knowing all of this stuff that even casters were caught off guard by, having such a deck that is so clearly full of cards that you have played a lot of. No one puts Electra in their deck just because. They put Electra in their deck to solve a problem, and that is what the vibe I get off of this. This feels to me like someone who has mastered a rogue archetype against someone playing what I would consider the strongest deck in the format, but it's so new. I don't know that that's going to be a problem, though, because Detonator's absolute mastery and knowledge took them through an extremely easy round last round.
Knowing that this deck has been piloted into the final, even with the amount of people who brought in counters, also very highly speaks to the strength of this deck, the strength of the tech cards that can dominate also on turn 6 because of all of that setup you did prior with your Hydra Bobs and your Thenas and your Havocs. And as long as you've got, in my opinion, either Juggernaut or Negasonic Teenage Warhead, I think you're basically in every match. Do you think those two are the more defining cards, or do you think it's Invisible Woman?
I think it's sort of the other way around. Like, this is Invisible Woman fitting herself into being a Juggernaut mid-range deck rather than Juggernaut being the like stranger and outsider here. And I really want to shout out Safety Blade, who was the first person I actually saw doing the Juggernaut stuff in this list. Like, the list that Detonator is playing is a list that to me evolved from the Safety Blade list. Like, that was sort of the progenitor of like, oh wait, I probably should have been doing this. And he was hardly the only person doing it, but Juggernaut's incredible ability, I can't tell you how many high elo players I talk to that say the card is unbelievably strong, it is unbelievably overpowered, it might be the best single card in the game. People compare it to Mr. Fantastic First Steps. It is so often win the lane on the final turn of the game. But what I really enjoy about Juggernaut, other than the fact that it wins me a lot of games, is just how genuinely skill testing it is. Because nobody else has this opinion. This is not an opinion that you will get from every MarvelSnap player. It is an opinion that is localized to people who care a lot about priority and setting things up. And it is in that context that cards like Juggernaut and Negasonic are so powerful. They require work, and they require setup, and they require understanding of priority and what your opponent's range is. And I've played games where in order to set up Juggernaut and Negasonic, I end up activating my Invisible Woman a turn early to get that priority. Like, that kind of stuff, being willing to play out of order, so to speak, or go off of the flow chart. I wonder if that'll come up in a matchup like this.
Well, we're about to find out. So let's hop into it. We are here in the final. Man, Fantastic Arm and Invisible Woman making it to the grand final here. Look, it's a deck that I think everybody should be interested in some way, shape, or form. I think that's a fair assessment, correct?
If you're not at least interested in knowing how to beat this deck, I think you probably have to be focused on something else.
That's exactly what I was saying. Even if you didn't capitalize on some of the key components of this deck, it is still a deck that you absolutely need to know. And leaving this tournament, you know you're going to see variations of it even more so than you did possibly in the week that it was premiering and discovered, as we start off with a movable ramping up Mercury in Muir Island from the ongoing side of things.
I will say this. One of the cards that I was not incredibly happy with in this list was Mobius. I think he's fine, but it could be pretty much any other 3 here. And when you look at the other contenders at 3, I think Red Guardian is one that sticks out that would be incredibly useful in this matchup, where Mobius is almost entirely not. And I do think that that does show up. It does matter. This is a very good location for Fox here, for Corvus Enjoyer. Mercury can move out of it, Captain Carter in the front of it. It's going to be tough to beat this. There is a setup for a potential Prodigy coming down on that Invisible Woman on the Murder World, though.
With Juggernaut Havoc in hand, if they can top deck that Prodigy, I think it's just Prodigy Havoc and just let that scale over, because Necrotia should be an easy win at that point. But we watched the Moonstone on the Captain Carter. I mean, that can we just call that lane dead? That lane is done. It's a KO. It's over.
The issue this creates is, how do you beat a cannonball in whatever other lane? That's the issue that you keep coming to if you are going to be doing plays like this, is like, I just don't. And Athena's an amazing pull here. It is one of the best things you could possibly get. But Mercury moving somewhere else, cannonball coming down, you're going to need to Juggernaut that, and that means you're going to need to have priority right here, which means if there is no priority here from Detonator, it might be a retreat angle, because that snap all but guarantees what's happening here. We're looking down the barrel of a cannonball.
And it looks like they're trying to prepare for it by letting it be the lesser of 2 evils, letting it hit the Fantastic Car and not the Invisible Woman. So playing a little defense on this mode, but I still don't think that's going to end up being enough, even with that final ramp from Havoc. If they drop it on the right, I don't think it's enough, correct? And it looks like they set it up. Yep, they grabbed it now, thinking that there was going to be a counter directly for it, and they tried to dance around the cannonball. Maybe it was going to be a final turn play to remove out, but they danced around it due to the priority, even though they are now taking the lead. The Prodigy now drops, of course. It's is there a way to win it?
Yes, because like this is the exact thing that was being set up for here, is like, take a look at what's going on here and what ends up happening beyond it. The Juggernaut, because of the way the Athena went, there is priority here, which means Juggernaut is going to do something. And so there's a ton of potential, like kind of looking down the barrel of losing to a Spectrum here. But I don't hate this versus pretty much anything else.
One of the scary parts about the open deck list format is constantly running through your head. This is the 1,700 different combinations they could possibly have here on turn 6. How many moves ahead? It's like a chess match. How many moves ahead are you planning for, and how many variations are you going to get ready on this final turn, as they look to try to figure out, is all of that power going to matter? If they lose the Athena proc, they're not too worried about it. They're going to play a little bit of defense here, secure the Muir Island, and they decide to retreat knowing that Juggernaut exists.
Yep. Like that's what the play was built to set up for. That's why there's this minimal investment in the left. The idea was, if the cannonball comes down now, or if they play another card in mid, priority exists for this Juggernaut to do what Juggernaut does best, which is just completely scam out of game. And that is what, like, that was just a great setup, a great reaction. I play Detonator a decent amount on ladder. This is a very good player. I also play Corvus Enjoyer a decent amount on ladder. These are players that I know. They are good at this game, and that was a really, really heads up play from both of them there.
Setting up right off the bat, the Captain America the Sam Wilson Captain America into the mid, with a Scar getting an auto pull. Man, with the Havoc top deck, this could be very scary. And there's a little part of me almost that says don't play anything, just to lower the chances of it pulling the Havoc. Float it.
I can
let
tell
the
you that every
Sunspot
time I've
take it.
tried that, it's pulled the Havoc anyway. In fact, trying to play around stuff, don't bother. Just let go.
Let it go. Let it rip.
Just accept that it will happen sometimes.
Negasonic is the Daily Bugle card, and there's the Negasonic to drop down, and Gorgon to ruin. No, it doesn't ruin the strong guy. Never mind.
Honestly, I think that's about as good of an option for Detonator as could possibly ever have happened. Almost everything else Corvus Enjoyer could pull here is just way bigger than a Negasonic.
Yeah. Again, the sacrifice of the Surge that they pulled. Safe play here if they're setting. I mean, it looks like a lot of the win conditions, though, are still kind of stuck. You're still waiting for your Juggernaut. You're still waiting for your Invisible Woman, which you would. Your Fantastic Car is a big drop body. I'm leaning towards Fox right now as Mercury is going to drop over into the hub. Daily Bugle is going to get the Goliath. The Surge is destroyed by Negasonic, Teenage Warhead, and Hydra Bob says, "Hey, how you doing? I'm not going anywhere."
I do wonder about the influence of the Negasonic on this right lane, because it seems like the kind of thing that would be really hard to deal with. And this is an active strong guy. Strong guy goes down, Goliath goes down, and then next turn there is Havoc Juggernaut. In fact, it could even be Havoc now if you're looking to really stack those numbers. I kind of wonder about, I'm not sure it goes in that lane though. There's just a real aversion. I think the idea here is
dominate the lane and then Juggernaut mid.
Might be something along those lines, but I'm
to make
worried
sure,
about not
if
having
you knock it into
priority
that lane, it's not going to take it out, because there's your strong guy who's going to end up getting the buff when all is said and done, pretty much no matter what they top deck. So that's a safe 3-9 with some floating. A little late, but still not bad. There's your Juggernaut, Goliath, Sunspot float. That might be enough to win the mid.
Am I crazy? Or is
potentially?
Is there a world where we consider Juggernaut? Thanks. Is there a world where we consider Juggernaut Invisible Woman left, and expect some sort of?
I stand by my prior statement. Then I think this is just secure the mid, put all the extra power into the right, because I don't see a.
There's an active Negasonic there.
Oh wait, no, because Mercury Moonstone both could move mid. Yeah, because both could move mid, and the Moonstone could take on the Goliath power.
I just don't trust the Juggernaut mid here in a world where Moonstone can move too. I don't know. Like, this is sort of where my head is at, where it's like, invest somewhere. You've got to invest somewhere, because like, I think this is a world where Moonstone moves mid, Mercury goes right. Scary stuff here, I think.
It's like they're banking on it not happening in the middle lane, but I think that's really the only play at this point.
I wonder if the knowledge about the Moonstone interaction is available, genuinely. There she goes.
There's the Moonstone, bringing it into the Daily Bugle. That's going to take on the Goliath piece. Cannonball's going to destroy Hydra Bob, and Elektra's going to take down the Sunspot again. The Elektra value being huge as Elektra gets knocked out of the lane. It doesn't matter, because 23 will always supersede 27. Man, Elektra value, multiple rounds again, and we see the first cubes now get shaved off of that watermelon.
I hate to be Mr. I told you so, but Juggernaut Invisible Woman does actually win that one on the left.
It does. That's a nice thing about being a backseat caster.
Yeah. it's one of those things where it's like, I don't have an amazing feel for the matchup, but I also feel like they didn't put the Mercury Moonstone in the deck to not move one of them. You know what I mean? Like, one of those is going somewhere, and that means that you can win it with the 9 on the left.
We're going to see Mercury Moonstone everywhere. Thanks, KM.
Icebox the Mr. Fantastic. What a brutal roll.
I don't think it gets worse than that in this opening hand.
It's not good. Bifrost's adding another power to Sam Wilson. Well, not really. It's kind of looks like another power, I suppose.
There we go. Take a shield. Start ramping up the Sam cap and place the other one over in the left, even though help make up for a little bit of that Lake Hellas that's going to be removed after the Bifrost slide. There she is.
Yeah, that's a good card. And if a Prodigy comes off top, there's a surge into a Prodigy on that left lane, and that makes that Havoc 16 power, and that is a lot of power for 2 energy.
But what else?
We'll find out.
That's what I'm saying. That's nice, but it needed to potentially have that sunspot a little bit earlier. Electra's almost always going to be a final turn possibility from here on out. There's your Prodigy, so they pull it, but they're going to have to defend more than be offensive, I think. Could we end up seeing Prodigy Negasonic? Like,
I just think you fire this. It's possible it's Negasonic Prodigy instead of Surge Prodigy, but I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to do the thing that lets you play a 16 power guy for 2 energy. Like, I realize that might be controversial, but I'm pretty sure it makes a decent amount of sense.
I think the determining factor, though, is going to have to be about moving into that final turn priority, because if you allow the Negasonic to be able to drop with priority, at least then it's a contestable lane.
And that would be awesome, but I don't know that there's a meaningful way to make that happen.
Exactly.
This is the closest we get to the priority play.
And again, we're still in the low stakes, so it can take an extra
cannonball.
Ooh, and they cannonball it to ruin the Prodigy lineup. There's Surge and a whiffed Prodigy due to a stellar read and playing down the cannonball on 5. Oof, that hurts. That hurts.
I feel like the kind of messed up part is, like, if there is a Juggernaut here, you still win the game. Like, that's what's so messed up about this is, if there is a Juggernaut here, you play the Juggernaut. Yeah, you play the Juggernaut off the Surge, you top deck that, you play that right, and then you just play the other cards on the left, you probably win. Like, that's pretty messed up.
But here in the finals, it's just too risky. This is a safe.
Yeah.
Let them debate about it. You know what? Shave away 1 cube. Again, this is the moment to take those safe retreats. It's only 8-7 right now, going into round 4. More than plenty of time. It's one thing if you're doing this on the proving grounds. Right now, though, definitely made a good call as we see a couple of ninjas drop into the Shadowland.
I think as I watch this matchup play out, it becomes to me a battle of tech cards. I know that will not make people feel incredible. Okay.
Oh no. Oh noes. You
just sort of pray there's not a Prodigy here. I think in
top
most
deck
cases
Prodigy is GG's on this round. No, like
Moonstone stuff goes really, really big. It's possible, but this is looking dicey for Fox right now.
Yeah. If Prodigy shows up right now to go Sunspot Prodigy into Sinister London with no threat of Cannonball ruining it, they're going to need that perfect draw with their cap. Just
That's
not that one.
Not the cap you want.
No, not that one. The other one. The one where the shield doesn't matter. And they don't pull the prod, but they do pull a Negasonic, so they can still set the lineup if they want.
I'm a little concerned with the idea of, I think you're probably just supposed to play as much power as you can, try to take Prio into a final turn Juggernaut would be my guess. Juggernaut preventing Sinister London from copying, obviously a very powerful thing. Negasonic on Sinister London, not nearly as good. The copy will still live, and Negasonic, of course, will not blow up a copy if she is on a different location unless a card is played there.
I'm also not hating the idea of Juggernaut mid now, because you're going to probably see the shield go left. So there's some clog potential on this turn safely, and you could still get your Prodigy to possibly top deck. They only dropped the one. I think
the reason is because you want to mess up a Moonstone. Like, very specifically, you just don't say you don't get 2 Moonstones.
Let's see. Was it a Moonstone that's now there? It was single Moonstone. No Prodigy. just a bob.
I mean, this is pretty likely to be a snap and then Sunspot Fantasticar and then full pass. Yeah.
I don't think you can drop the Sunspot until turn 6, though, with the threat of Electra.
That's actually so true. Maybe this is actually impossible.
I can't believe
to
I just
snap
said the
because
threat of Electra, though.
That's so real, though.
I know.
So real. Maybe
Right?
it's just a Fantasticar angle. Maybe, is there a world where...
Oh my God,
wait,
they're
hold
playing
on.
it now.
Is there a prio throw angle?
That's what I'm saying. It's drop
Is
nothing.
there a... What if it's just play Fantasticar right?
I could see that. Fantasticar right has no downside. But the Sunspot, man, and they're snapping in on it. And they're taking full prio. They're gonna take full prio to drop the Negasonic afterwards. So that way,
only
even if it
works-
does Electra, I don't think it's gonna be enough. Okay, there you go.
I mean, I think it was going to be enough is the problem. Like, that's what I'm afraid of.
Not necessarily, because depending on when Electra gets played, if it gets played first or second in that order.
I'll be honest, that feels to me like a bit of a semi-bluff snap there. Because it's not like Electra's effect wouldn't go off if it got blown up by Negasonic. That
Right.
Sunspot still goes away.
Yeah.
And all they have to just sort of look at what the locations
Ooh,
are, and you make
Tinkerer.
sure that Electra blows up both of the Sunspots, and that seems, wow, that's a really weird spot here, actually. It does sort of guarantee that
Yeah, I like this better.
you want to make sure Invisible Woman's in her own lane effectively in order to best Prodigy some stuff. That's typically how it wants to go.
As long as the right's not in deep
Carter-
space, I think we're okay.
Captain Carter's pretty good when she's 5 power, though.
This is true.
Honestly, the other play would have worked better, I think.
I'm looking at Athena Surge right now, possibly instead.
Well, that would be
Wait,
next
no,
turn,
sorry.
right?
No, it's turn 3. Yeah, sorry. I thought it was turn 4 for a second. Go right into
Well,
Athena
that's probably
Surge
because there was an
now,
invisible
then.
woman on the board, if I have to guess.
Shh, quiet. Quiet. It's 6 in the morning, my time. Shh, quiet. Let's do this.
I'm
Is there
kinda
any way
fascinated
for
by
them
the
to contest
priority.
mid, seeing the 5 power Captain Carter in the mid at this point?
Yeah, it's like Negasonicing and Juggernauting that lane. Like that's how you beat that stuff. You got to establish priority to make that happen.
Yeah, with no Juggernaut in the hand, though, it's a scarier thought to start playing a little bit of power, like the trickle power of like put the 2 from Surge in there now, maybe the Mobius later, just to start that process. It's a risk because it
It's
could be
definitely
sacrificed
a
power.
risk.
Yeah.
This is a pure priority angle here, though. Like
Mhm.
where the Surge goes, it's to say we need to play for priority here. It has to happen.
Yeah. There's your Moonstone, super scaling, getting ready for the mid.
And priorities here.
2-6 never feels bad no matter what it does. And there's the Prodigy to take on the Invisible Woman. Debating about it. They have the prio, though.
I just think you fire this, yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to, and then just let them try to guess where you're putting the Sunspot.
Yeah, and you just say, like, I'm going to
Go
have
for it.
prio, fire this, snap,
Yeah.
let's go.
It's the first of the high stakes as well, so this is a good moment to do so. When you're tied at 7-7, pushing for 4 is really strong right now.
I also just kind of think that if you're Fox in this spot and they snap, you have to leave.
Here we go. He's pushing in.
Like, you know what this means. Like, you're looking at this and you're like, if I don't have a Sam Wilson, I am deader than dead. And I think the reason you'd play Negasonic on the left is just because that is likely where a Sam Wilson would go, and it just like really messes them up if you blow up a Sam Wilson here.
Yeah.
It's a scary sight.
All right, they dropped 3 on their side. We very well could see it. Prodigy takes on the Invisible Woman first steps. Here's the Gorgon first on to the right, followed by the Sam Wilson on the left. They're going to be able to move that shield around, and Ant-Man to fill up in the Tinkerer's workshop. That's going to be a tremendous amount of power at this point. And a free Bob, because free Bob.
What I like about this setup...
Oh, man.
And it is possible to still lose here, depending on what goes in that right lane, because that shield is leaving it. Like, it's an extremely possible loss.
And this is for both players entirely. They're both currently tied 7-7. This could be for the grand final right now if both players commit to this final move. Will the power of Elektra take over with the destruction of Sunspot is the big question. Will they guess it right? This is a scary decision here on the final turn. Like, really scary decision here. To commit everything to saying, I can take over this left-hand lane and I'm not scared of you. I would not be surprised to see the shield most likely just move mid, and then it's about whatever that second card is afterwards in the right. There it goes. There's a shield on the right. Here it goes. It's a race for the right. Sunspot's going to do whatever it's going to do. It's about the second card on Corvus Enjoyer's whole tournament life. The Elektra whiffs. That's card 1, destroyed by Negasonic, and the Cannonball comes in, hits out the Invisible Woman to take 16-10 in the right, 50-8 in the mid, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Spectrum has just won qualifier number 1 for the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series. Congratulations to Corvus Enjoyer. You are the victor. What an absolutely beautiful final move, going in for all 7 right there.
The guts on Corvus Enjoyer, because it wasn't just Juggernaut, it was also Havoc, right?
Yeah.
Both of those cards, there is nothing left, but the play was basically, if they have it, they have it. If they don't, they don't. And with this amount of cubes on the line, I'm taking the risk, and it paid off.
Yeah, absolutely paid off. An incredibly brave stay, but it looks like, again, like we were talking about, being not just 1 move ahead, 2 moves ahead, 7 moves ahead, thinking about every possible combination and thinking about it retrospectively, the analysis of this is all about this right-hand lane. Let me sacrifice that Elektra and just go for the Cannonball and put the power in the lane more than anything else. Even if nothing got knocked out, it still did it.
Well, like, hold on. Like, we have to talk about the Elektra, because the threat of that is why that happened. The reason that there was not a world's largest Sunspot award handed out on that right lane is because of the fear of the Elektra. She did that. That was all Elektra. I am dead serious. Look me in the eyes. Person watching this, Elektra just won the finals of this tournament.
And let's throw it here onto the screen. Your winner on this screen instead. There it is. Tech is hard. There it is. Congratulations, Spectrum Elektra. The deck I never saw coming has just taken down this first qualifier. I'm still floored.
I can't say enough good things about it.
Yeah.
As I watched the matchup between the other Spectrum deck and the other Invisible Woman deck, it did feel like the other Spectrum deck, I looked at it and I was like, that just seems better. It's more points. But as this played out, it became so clear that every decision in this deck was targeted at Invisible Woman, with the possible exception of Gorgon. The Cannonball stuff is there so you have the ability to blow up the Invisible Woman and prevent the prodigies from happening. That's what it's doing. The Elektra, we saw what Elektra just did in that game. If Elektra was not in this deck, there was no other 1-drop that was winning that game. It was over. It was only her that could have won that game for Fox. And I really cannot say enough about the thinking outside of the box that this deck represents. We might have to rename that phrase to thinking outside of the box.
Hey, I see what you did there. I approve. I approve. I approve. I think a really unique thing about this too is that this may finally put to rest the conversation about do we need to buff Electra in any way, shape, or form, because I think that this absolutely negates all of that by saying it is a relevant card and you just have to wait for the right meta. Every card is valuable in MarvelSnap, including the ones you get in that first week. We saw the Iron Man, we saw the Spectrum, we saw the Electra, the incredibly valuable cards from that years ago that we started playing this game. And they're still being played and still winning championships. That is why I think I love this game so much and why I'm so enthralled that we get to see this type of gameplay still do well.
I wanted to like push back a little bit because you're talking about still. Electra's never won anything before. Yeah. This is new. We're in a
That's
world.
Fair. That's fair.
Card
That's
that
right.
is
But the
never,
meta's right.
there's no pedigree here. There's no like, oh, remember when Electra was good? No one says that. This is a like fringe belief that has been brought into the mainstream by Fox.
We've seen people try to experiment with certain cards at the right moment, but again, this is why I'm such a fan of this build right now. If they played this in GG1 or in GG2, I don't think we ever would have seen this deck go as far as it has. But knowing that there's Hydra Bob everywhere, Sunspot everywhere, and people don't listen about the importance of cards like Armor and Kyera, they were able to capitalize on that and take advantage of that. And now they're going to be walking home with a ridiculous amount of collector's tokens in gold in reward from that as well. All of our top 16 are going home with prizes today, from mystery variants to gold to collector's tokens to premium borders and exclusive titles. But Fox gets the very special one. They get the champion one, which only exists in 2 other places. They join a very elite group.
It's true. And incredibly deserved to do it.
Yes.
I know that many people have a lot of opinions on tech slop and the various ways in which MarvelSnap metagames move.
Yep.
I feel like this tournament to me was a repudiation of a lot of that. There was a very powerful performance from the people who were most up to date with the metagame, who were most in tune with how to try to beat it in unique and inventive ways. And in a tournament like this, you saw those people do incredibly well, make it farther and farther. I want to shout out the player who was playing Blink Destroyer earlier. Another thing on 0 people's radar. They made it to the top 16. There were so many players doing so much inventive stuff in this that I think it really puts to the test the idea that this kind of game is solved or can be solved. Even in a world where I think there is a best deck, and I think one of the players in the final was playing that best deck, that's not the player who won the final. The player who won the final was the player who was ready to beat the best deck. Really impressive stuff from Corvus Enjoyer, aka Fox.
And they did it with an Electra. But simultaneously, I do want to shout out the other superstar of that deck, at least in my own opinion, because it's something I'm definitely going to want to experiment with, and that's the power of that Mercury Moonstone.
Yes.
That movement tech of being able to move the Moonstone exclusively into one of the 2 lanes later on, and the amount of power that that can scale and contest on turn 5. It's just like whenever you see a Hellion or a New York or the Vision, that indecision that can happen on the final turn, that is incredibly valuable in a deck like this. So I think that's something that should not go amiss, because it was something that I never in a million years was prepared to see, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see it everywhere now.
It is really fascinating that it is like that the cards work that way, but B, what it allows in terms of mind games late. I think when people play against this deck, one of the things they're going to be thinking is, oh my God, there's so many points happening right now. But there actually aren't that many if you aren't moonstoning. And that is the card that represents the largest amount of points in the deck. And so being able to redistribute the largest amount of points in the deck, imagine it like a vision that's also the size of the Infinite. That's the kind of thing that can happen here.
An incredibly powerful addition to this deck. Mercury Cannonball always has been a great duo, and now we see it into what typically we would call a relatively free-to-play focused or beginner focused shell with the Spectrum, Captain America, Cosmo, this ongoing shell that you can evolve into, whether you're a new player starting with your Spectrum ongoing and then you start targeting just a couple of pieces. I agree with you that Gorgon's probably the very flexible play in here that you could tech out depending on, you know, what area of the meta that you're seeing in your pocket. But I think we're going to see a lot of people target farm Mercury now, whether it be for Cannonball Mercury and any of the billion builds you see that in, or now this winning deck in particular. Congratulations once again to Fox. This was an absolutely amazing experience, as always, once again here with the Golden Gauntlet. We're getting ready now to wrap up, but I must say, KM, we've done 3 of these now here in the finals, and we're going to be back again for the one in September, which is going to be focused more towards the Americas time slot. So much better for you and I specifically, because we're doing the overnighters, because we're very happy to say that this 3-part qualifier series has been able to be spread around the world. So players of all different locations, all different collection levels can all play together in the Golden Gauntlet. So we're going to be back in 1 month's time, roughly, give or take a couple of days. KM, why don't you let the people know, if for some reason they haven't found you before, where can they find you?
I'm KM Best. You can find me playing MarvelSnap on Twitch and YouTube. Video every day on KM Best in a Snap on YouTube. On Twitch, KM Best MS. You can catch me complaining and winning and losing and always maintaining a positive mental attitude. New addition to the stream. Now, this has been an amazing event, and it wouldn't have happened without our wonderful MC, It's Guest Gaming. So I'm going to throw the question back to him. Guest, where can they find you?
I'm going to try to be everywhere for you. You can find me on Twitch. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on all of the above social medias under the name It's Guest Gaming. And I'm just excited for this next wave of MarvelSnap. Not just the next meta that we're going to see from what we've seen in this Golden Gauntlet series, but we are seeing an uptick. We are seeing new players' interest come back to the game. We're getting returning players to start to come back to the game. So I know that's where I'm focusing my efforts right now, is to get ready for those new players or returning players and bring a different type of content, not just the parties that I like to have on stream, but to have just a generally good time introducing the world of MarvelSnap to a whole new or returning audience, as well as the amazing community we have on Discord at the guest list. So I'm very happy to have had this experience once again. I have to first and foremost thank MarvelSnap and Second Dinner for trusting us with this production, allowing us the ability to showcase some incredible MarvelSnap gameplay, some of the best players in the world, and we got to see it all live happen right here. As well, Game On Events, who put this production together, the entire team over there, whether it be moderating these live stream chats, to working the event online with all of the players, to being here on the production side. Thank you so much for all of your assistance as well. KM, it is that time, my friend. It is sleep time, possibly for some of us, but I think it is time to say goodnight. So if you have anything else, I'll let you lead us out.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. I've been KM Best. He has been It's Guest Gaming. You have been phenomenal, and I can't wait to see y'all again in about a month.
Bye, everyone.